Discipline is not built in moments of intensity. It is built in the quiet hours when no one is watching, when the mind is left alone with its habits. Tonight is not about forcing control. It is about training thought while resistance sleeps. Most people believe their thoughts control them. They accept distraction, impulse, and emotion as facts of life. But what feels automatic is often just untrained, and what is untrained can be shaped if approached at the right time. During the day, the mind argues, it resists direction. It negotiates with comfort and avoids discomfort. But as the body rests, that argument fades. The mind becomes receptive, obedient, ready for instruction without struggle. This is why the final hours before sleep matter more than the first hours of the morning. Whatever the mind accepts here becomes tomorrow's default. Thought patterns repeat not because they are true, but because they are familiar. Mental discipline is not suppression, it is selection. It is choosing which ideas are allowed to remain and which are quietly dismissed. And selection becomes effortless when practiced in rest. Think of how often the mind wanders without permission. One thought leads to another, then another, until hours disappear. This is not freedom, it is drift. And drift, left unchecked, determines direction. Tonight, drift is replaced with guidance. Not forceful guidance, but steady repetition. The mind learns by exposure. What it hears calmly and consistently, it begins to obey. You do not control thought by tension. Tension creates resistance. You control thought by familiarity, by making the desired state feel normal, expected, unremarkable. As your breathing slows, notice how awareness sharpens. The mind is still active, but no longer scattered. This is the state where discipline is absorbed, not imposed. Most people try to discipline themselves when they are exhausted, emotional, or pressured. They mistake willpower for control. But willpower fades. Training remains. Controlled thought is not about eliminating emotion. It is about deciding which emotions are useful and which are not. Calm focus produces better outcomes than frantic effort ever has. When the mind is trained to return to center, distractions lose authority. Impulses weaken. Attention becomes deliberate instead of reactive. This is the foundation of all achievement. Night after night, the untrained mind rehearses chaos. It revisits problems, conversations, imagined failures. And each rehearsal strengthens the very patterns it wishes to escape. Tonight, rehearsal changes. The mind is given a single steady rhythm. Focus replaces noise. Order replaces scatter. Repetition replaces reaction. Discipline feels different when it is internalized. It no longer feels like restriction. It feels like relief. Relief from constant decision-making. Relief from inner argument. When thought is controlled, energy is conserved. Effort is directed. Progress accelerates, not because you work harder, but because you waste less. Notice how calm authority carries weight. It does not rush. It does not explain itself. It simply repeats. And repetition is how the mind learns what matters. The subconscious does not respond to urgency. It responds to consistency. Calm repetition teaches it what to prioritize without conflict. As the hours pass, attention begins to stabilize. The mind stops jumping. It settles. This is not boredom. This is mastery forming beneath awareness. Most people seek motivation. Motivation is unreliable. Discipline is stable. Discipline does not depend on mood. It functions regardless of feeling. This is why controlled thought produces confidence. When the mind knows it can be directed, fear loses influence. Doubt has fewer places to hide. You do not need to control every thought tonight. You only need to introduce order. Order, once accepted, expands naturally. The mind prefers clarity. When given a clear pattern, it follows it willingly. Confusion is tiring. Focus is restful. This is why deep mental discipline feels calming rather than rigid. It removes excess. It simplifies. It creates space. As these ideas repeat, they move below conscious awareness. They become assumptions, and assumptions guide behavior without effort. You may notice the urge to analyze fade. Analysis is a daytime activity. Night is for absorption. Let the words pass through without evaluation. Controlled thought is not about perfection. It is about direction. A directed mind corrects itself automatically over time. When you wake, you may not remember every word. That is not the point. The point is that the mind remembers the pattern. Patterns determine outcomes. And patterns formed in rest are the hardest to break. This is how leaders, creators, and builders separate themselves without strain. Their thoughts obey direction because direction has been practiced. While others react, you respond. While others drift, you decide. This is the quiet power of mental discipline. You are not becoming rigid. You are becoming precise. Precision produces results with less effort and less noise. As the night continues, the mind learns to stay where it is placed. Attention strengthens like a muscle, exercised gently but consistently. Discipline no longer feels like effort. It feels like identity. And identity governs action without instruction. Let the mind rest in this order. There is nothing to force, nothing to rush. Training is already underway. When morning arrives, you will notice it first in small ways. Less hesitation, clearer focus, quicker recovery from distraction. These are signs of control returning, not imposed but accepted. Rest now. The mind is learning to obey direction calmly, steadily, all night long. The majority of men live under the quiet rule of an undisciplined mind without ever recognizing the condition. They believe their thoughts belong to them simply because those thoughts appear within their awareness. In truth, most thought is habitual, automatic, and inherited through repetition rather than choice. A thought that is not directed will wander. A mind that is not governed will drift. Drift is not rest. Drift is direction without intention. It carries a man somewhere, whether he consents or not, and most awaken years later, surprised by where they have arrived. Drift begins innocently. One thought leads to another. One feeling opens the door to the next. Attention moves without command, and hours pass unnoticed. This is not freedom of thought. It is absence of command. I have studied thousands of men who possessed intelligence enough to achieve greatness, yet remained bound to ordinary results. In nearly every case, the cause was not lack of knowledge, but lack of mental discipline. Their thoughts ran ahead of them, behind them, and away from them, but never stayed where placed. An undisciplined mind does not choose its companions, it accepts whatever enters. Fear, impulse, resentment, idle fancy, all find lodging when no order exists. Once lodged, they return repeatedly, not because they are useful, but because they are familiar. The mind prefers familiarity to truth, unless trained otherwise. Familiar thoughts feel safe even when they are destructive. This is why men return nightly to the same worries, the same regrets, the same imagined conflicts. Habit disguises itself as necessity. Discipline is not the destruction of thought. It is the arrangement of thought. It is the establishment of order where chaos once reigned. It is deciding, calmly and consistently, what ideas may remain and which may pass without invitation. Most men fear discipline because they mistake it for restraint. They imagine walls where there should be roads. True discipline does not confine the mind. It frees it from excess. It removes the burden of endless choice and leaves only direction. The disciplined mind is not rigid. It is stable. Stability allows movement without waste. A man whose thoughts stay where placed moves farther with less effort than one who rushes in many directions at once. Others sense this stability immediately. They feel it in conversation. They notice it in decision. They recognize it as reliability. Such men are trusted not because they persuade, but because they do not waver. Drift produces noise. Discipline produces quiet. Quiet is not emptiness. Quiet is concentration undisturbed by interruption. From this quiet, all effective action arises. The undisciplined mind reacts. The disciplined mind responds. Reaction is immediate and uncontrolled. Response is measured and deliberate. The difference between the two determines the quality of a man's life. Men who drift believe they are choosing, yet their choices are made for them by habit. They follow the strongest emotion of the moment. Emotion becomes the master where thought lacks rank. Discipline establishes rank among thoughts. It teaches the mind which ideas lead and which follow. Without rank, every impulse claims authority. With rank, impulse waits its turn or is dismissed entirely. This ranking of thought does not occur through struggle, it occurs through repetition. Whatever is repeated calmly becomes accepted as priority. Whatever is neglected fades without resistance. The night hours are where this ranking is formed most effectively. When the body rests, the mind ceases its argument. It becomes receptive. It accepts instruction without negotiation. Habit is written here. Most men waste these hours unknowingly. They lie down and allow the mind to rehearse disorder. Each rehearsal strengthens chaos. Each night spent in drift makes discipline harder the next day. Tonight, that pattern changes. Discipline is introduced not as command, but as familiarity. The mind is shown order repeatedly until order feels normal. Once normal, it no longer feels imposed. Consider the men history remembers for calm authority. They were not louder than others. They were steadier. Their thoughts did not scatter under pressure. They remained where placed. Others saw this as strength. In truth, it was training. A disciplined mind conserves energy. It does not chase every idea. It does not entertain every feeling. It invests attention only where return is expected. This economy produces endurance. Undisciplined thought exhausts. It jumps endlessly, consuming force without producing result. Men mistake this exhaustion for effort. It is not effort. It is waste. Discipline feels restful because it removes waste. It simplifies. It quiets the internal argument that drains strength before action begins. Affirm this gently now, without force. My thoughts obey direction. I choose what remains in my mind. Order replaces drift. Calm governs attention. These are not declarations of struggle. They are acknowledgments of authority. The subconscious accepts authority when it is calm and consistent. As these ideas repeat, the mind begins to recognize a new condition. It notices when it wanders. It returns without frustration. Return becomes habit. Discipline is not staying perfectly focused. It is returning without complaint. Each return strengthens command. Others will notice this change before you announce it. They will see steadiness where there was once scatter. They will feel certainty where there was once hesitation. This is how discipline announces itself quietly, through function. The mind does not resist order once order feels familiar. Familiarity dissolves resistance. Resistance is born of novelty, not necessity. Night after night, the disciplined mind is trained gently, not through urgency, through repetition. What repeats becomes natural. What is natural requires no effort. The work of discipline begins here, in rest, where resistance sleeps and habit listens. Remain here now. There is nothing to force, nothing to chase. Thought is learning to stay where it is placed. Drift is losing its influence. Order is taking its place. And the mind is beginning to obey calmly, steadily, without struggle. A mind left without direction does not remain neutral. It assumes command. Thought, when unguided, becomes ruler instead of tool. Many men believe they are thinking, when in truth they are being thought. Their ideas arrive uninvited, linger without purpose, and depart only to return again. Thought was never intended to govern man. It was designed to serve him. Service requires direction. Without it, thought follows habit, and habit follows impulse. Thus, the undisciplined mind becomes a house without order, where every visitor claims authority. I have observed that men who fail to command their thoughts are commanded by them. They awaken already burdened by ideas they did not choose. They act under moods they did not summon. They react to circumstances they could have shaped had thought been placed in service. The mind is most powerful when it knows its role. When thought serves, action follows with precision. When thought rules, action hesitates or rushes without reason. Mastery begins when a man decides which thoughts may speak and which must remain silent. This decision is not made once, it is made repeatedly. Each repetition strengthens command. Each failure to repeat weakens it. Discipline grows through familiarity with authority, not through moments of intensity. Most men attempt to dominate thought through force. They suppress, condemn, or resist it. This effort only strengthens rebellion. Thought resists force but submits to order. Order does not argue, it assigns rank. Rank among thoughts determines conduct. A disciplined mind knows which ideas lead and which follow. Fear may appear, but it does not command. Doubt may arise, but it does not decide. Purpose holds the highest place. Men who have mastered this appear composed under strain. Others believe they possess unusual courage. In truth, they possess order. Their thoughts do not clamor for control. Each knows its place. Others respond instinctively to this order. They feel steadiness. They sense reliability. They trust direction that does not shift with feeling. Order communicates itself without speech. The servant mind is calm. The master mind is noisy. Noise indicates conflict. Calm indicates agreement. Agreement within produces authority without. Thought becomes a faithful servant when it is accustomed to instruction. Instruction must be gentle and consistent. Harsh command invites resistance. Calm repetition invites obedience. This is why the night hours are essential. During rest, the mind accepts instruction without debate. It does not challenge rank. It absorbs it. Habit is installed quietly. Men who neglect this opportunity awaken each day to the same disorder. Men who use it awaken already directed. They do not waste energy deciding how to begin. They begin. The servant mind conserves strength. It does not drag a man backward through memory or forward through fear. It stays where it is placed. From this steadiness, endurance is born. Undisciplined thought scatters energy. It pulls attention in many directions, leaving none sufficiently supplied. Men call this busyness. It is inefficiency disguised as effort. Efficiency is the product of service. Thought that serves purpose eliminates waste. Waste disappears when attention is unified. Consider the men of achievement whom history remembers. They were not ruled by every idea. They selected, they assigned, they dismissed. Their thoughts worked for them as trained hands work for a craftsman. Others saw the results and called them fortunate. They were disciplined. Affirm this now, quietly and without strain. My thoughts serve my direction. I assign rank to every idea. Purpose commands. Impulse waits. These are not orders shouted. They are understandings accepted. The subconscious obeys understanding more readily than force. As this understanding repeats, the mind begins to recognize its role. It stops attempting to lead. It waits for direction. Waiting is not weakness, it is readiness. Men often fear that disciplined thought will stifle imagination. The opposite is true. Imagination flourishes when freed from disorder. Creativity requires space. Discipline creates it. The servant mind offers ideas when invited. It does not interrupt. It contributes without distraction. This is the condition under which great plans are formed. Others notice this clarity. They remark that such men think before they speak. They feel that decisions carry weight. This weight comes from order, not intensity. Intensity fades. Order endures. As you rest now, allow thought to settle into its rightful place. There is no need to silence it, only to assign it. It will obey willingly once accustomed. Habit is the great ally of discipline. Whatever role thought practices repeatedly becomes its nature. Night after night, thought learns to wait, to serve, to respond. This learning does not feel heavy. It feels relieving. The mind is no longer burdened with command. It is freed to perform. When morning comes, you may notice that thoughts arrive more slowly, more deliberately. They feel less urgent. This is the sign of service established. Others will sense it as calm authority. They will feel that your words come from decision rather than reaction. They will respond accordingly. This is how command is established quietly, without announcement. Remain here now. Thought is learning obedience through familiarity. The servant is finding its place, and where thought serves purpose, discipline has already begun to rule. The mind resists instruction most strongly when it is awake to the noise of the day. During daylight, it argues, it negotiates, it defends comfort and resents restraint. Yet when the body grows still and the senses withdraw, this resistance fades. The mind becomes receptive, not through effort, but through surrender to rest. Nature arranged it so that the hours of quiet would shape habit more powerfully than the hours of activity. The conscious will grows tired. The reasoning faculty loosens its grip. In this condition, the mind accepts impressions without debate. Whatever is introduced calmly now settles deeply. Most men ignore this law. They attempt to discipline themselves when exhausted by duty, emotion, or pressure. They demand control when the mind is least willing to obey. Then they conclude discipline is impossible. It is not impossible. It is mistimed. The night hours remove negotiation. Thought no longer asks whether it agrees. It simply receives. This is why habits formed here endure. They are not argued into place. They are absorbed. I have observed that men who rise steadily do not rely on moments of resolve. They rely on patterns formed quietly. They train the mind when it is least inclined to resist. As a result, obedience feels natural by morning. During rest, the mind does not distinguish between instruction and assumption. What it hears repeatedly becomes familiar. What becomes familiar becomes accepted. What is accepted governs behavior without effort. This is why the final thoughts before sleep carry more weight than the first thoughts after waking. The mind arranges itself around what it last agreed with. Agreement becomes expectation. Expectation directs conduct. Men who retire with confusion awaken confused. Men who retire with order awaken directed. The difference is not in intention, but in exposure. Night after night, the untrained mind rehearses disorder. It revisits conversations. It imagines outcomes. It wanders freely. Each wandering strengthens drift. Drift becomes habit. Habit becomes destiny. Tonight, that rehearsal is replaced. Discipline is introduced gently, not as command, but as pattern. The mind is shown steadiness repeatedly until steadiness feels normal. Normality removes resistance. I have known men who awakened already decided, without knowing why. Their clarity was not produced by effort. It was prepared during rest. The mind had already chosen direction while the will slept. Others observed this readiness and mistook it for confidence. It was discipline working quietly beneath awareness. The night mind is the builder of habit. It arranges materials supplied to it before sleep and constructs tomorrow's tendencies. If the material is order, tomorrow follows order. If the material is chaos, chaos resumes. The subconscious obeys repetition without question. It does not ask whether a thought is useful. It asks only whether it is familiar. Familiarity is the gatekeeper of habit. This is why discipline must be repeated calmly. Urgency creates resistance. Calm repetition creates acceptance. Acceptance installs obedience. Consider the difference between a shouted command and a steady routine. The shout startles. The routine trains. The mind prefers routine. Men who understand this do not rush to correct every wandering thought. They allow the mind to return gently. Return, practiced nightly, becomes automatic. The purpose here is not to hold thought perfectly still. Stillness is not required. Direction is. A disciplined mind may wander briefly, but it returns without delay or frustration. Each return strengthens command. Each return teaches the mind where it belongs. Over time, wandering weakens. Stability grows. Others sense this stability as composure. They feel that such men are not easily shaken. They trust decisions that are not rushed. This trust arises because discipline has been practiced where it matters most when resistance is absent. The night mind does not need explanation. It needs example. Show it order repeatedly, and it will reproduce order faithfully. Affirm this now, quietly and without strain. I train my mind in calm. Order settles while I rest. My thoughts return without effort. Discipline becomes familiar. These are not wishes. They are instructions offered gently. The subconscious responds to tone as much as content. Calm is the language it understands best. As these ideas repeat, the mind begins to settle sooner each night. Rest deepens. Thought slows. Attention stabilizes. This is not loss of awareness. It is refinement. Refined attention conserves strength. Strength conserved produces endurance. Endurance produces achievement over time. Men who discipline the mind at night do not exhaust themselves during the day. Their energy is preserved because decision has already been made. Others marvel at such consistency. They call it character. Character is habit confirmed. The quiet hours are not passive. They are productive in a way that effort cannot replicate. They shape what effort will become. As you continue to rest, there is nothing to control forcefully. The mind is already learning through repetition. Habit is forming without struggle. The night does the work willingly when not interrupted by urgency. Remain here now. Let order repeat. Let familiarity grow. The mind is learning to obey direction while resistance sleeps, and what is learned here will guide the day without effort. The greatest misunderstanding about mental discipline is the belief that unwanted thoughts must be fought. This belief creates strain, and strain strengthens the very condition it seeks to remove. Thought resists force, but it yields willingly to indifference. What is ignored fades. What is opposed persists. The disciplined mind does not battle thought. It selects. Selection is authority exercised without noise. It is the calm decision of what will remain and what will pass without audience. This is control without effort. Most men attempt to suppress thoughts they dislike. Suppression signals importance. The mind marks what is suppressed as significant and returns to it repeatedly. Selection, on the other hand, signals irrelevance. The mind releases what it believes no longer matters. I have observed that men who master selection rarely speak of controlling thought. They simply notice when a thought does not serve and allow it to pass. There is no argument. There is no resistance. Attention is withdrawn quietly. Attention is the fuel of thought. Remove fuel, and thought weakens. Supply fuel through emotion or struggle, and thought grows. This is a law as exact as any governing the physical world. The undisciplined mind grants attention to everything that appears. The disciplined mind grants attention only to what has been invited. This invitation is not spoken. It is felt as preference. Preference, repeated, becomes habit. Habit governs conduct. Thus, selection, practiced nightly, becomes automatic authority by day. Men who live by this law appear composed even when confronted with disorder. Others mistake this composure for detachment. In truth, it is discrimination. These men know what deserves attention and what does not. Others feel this discrimination as steadiness. They sense that such men are not easily pulled off course. Conversation does not wander. Decisions are not delayed by unnecessary consideration. Selection removes clutter. Clutter confuses. Confusion exhausts. When clutter is removed, the mind rests even while active. The night hours provide the perfect training ground for selection. As the mind grows quiet, it becomes easier to notice which thoughts drift in without purpose. Noticing without engagement is the beginning of mastery. There is no need to judge these thoughts. Judgment is engagement. Simply allow them to pass without comment. What passes repeatedly without attention ceases to return. This is how discipline grows quietly. The mind learns which paths lead nowhere and stops traveling them. Consider the men of achievement who were known for clarity. They were not overwhelmed by ideas. They entertained few and developed them fully. Selection allowed depth where others scattered. Others saw their focus and called it talent. It was discipline refined. Selection also governs emotion. Emotion follows thought. When unproductive thought is dismissed, unproductive feeling dissolves naturally. Calm replaces agitation without effort. Affirm this now, quietly and without strain. I choose where attention rests. Uninvited thoughts pass without engagement. What I select strengthens. What I ignore fades. These are not commands shouted at the mind. They are preferences stated calmly. The subconscious obeys preference more readily than force. As these preferences repeat, the mind begins to anticipate direction. It pauses before engaging. It waits for invitation. This pause is discipline forming. Others sense this pause as wisdom. They feel that responses are measured, not rushed. They trust timing that is deliberate. Selection also restores freedom. Freedom is not the absence of order. It is the absence of noise. When noise is removed, the mind is free to apply itself fully. Many men mistake discipline for confinement because they have never experienced selection. Selection liberates by removing excess. The mind does not rebel against selection because selection does not threaten it. It simply redirects. As you rest now, allow thoughts to come and go without comment. Notice which ones linger and which fade. This noticing alone weakens drift. There is nothing to fix, nothing to resist. Only preference to repeat. Preference, repeated calmly, becomes command. Command, once accepted, requires no effort. The night mind understands this language. It learns quickly when not opposed. Remain here now. Attention is learning where it belongs. Order is being established without force, and the mind is discovering that discipline feels like ease, not strain. The disciplined mind is not the one that never wanders. It is the one that returns without delay and without complaint. Wandering is natural to thought. Return is the mark of training. Each return strengthens command more than any moment of perfect stillness. Many men abandon discipline because they expect perfection. When the mind strays, they condemn themselves and surrender effort. This reaction strengthens drift. Condemnation is attention turned against itself. The mind learns nothing from blame. Return, practice gently, teaches the mind where it belongs. Each time attention is brought back calmly, authority is exercised without force. The mind responds to this authority by wandering less often. I have observed that men of steady achievement do not attempt to hold thought rigidly. They allow movement, but they guide it back to purpose. This guidance becomes habitual through repetition. The habit of return is built quietly. It does not require struggle. It requires patience. Patience signals confidence. Confidence reduces resistance. When the mind returns calmly, it learns that wandering is unnecessary. It begins to pause before leaving. Over time, this pause lengthens. Stability forms. Others sense this stability as composure. They feel that such men are present, not scattered. They notice that attention is given fully, not divided. This presence inspires trust. Return conserves energy. Each wandering consumes force. Each return restores it. Over time, the disciplined mind wastes little energy on needless travel. Most men mistake effort for discipline. True discipline feels light because it removes waste. Waste is eliminated through return. The night hours provide the ideal setting for practicing return. As the body rests, attention can be guided gently without interruption. The mind accepts this guidance willingly. When thought drifts during rest, simply return it without urgency. Urgency creates strain. Strain invites resistance. Calm return invites obedience. The subconscious responds to tone more than content. A gentle return teaches cooperation. A harsh correction teaches defiance. I have seen men transform their focus without ever tightening their will. They simply practiced return until it became instinctive. Instinct governs more reliably than intention. Others describe these men as disciplined. In truth, they were trained. Return also refines judgment. The mind learns which thoughts deserve continuation and which do not. Selection becomes automatic. As return becomes familiar, distractions lose authority. They appear briefly and fade. The mind no longer follows every invitation. Affirm this now, quietly and without strain. I return my attention calmly. Each return strengthens command. Wandering weakens naturally. Steadiness becomes familiar. These are not promises. They are descriptions of a process already underway. The subconscious accepts process when it is presented without pressure. The habit of return extends beyond thought. It influences emotion, conversation, and action. Men who practice return recover quickly from interruption. They resume direction without delay. Others notice this resilience. They see that such men are not easily derailed. They recover momentum smoothly. This recovery is the true sign of discipline. Return also teaches humility. It acknowledges wandering without judgment. Judgment feeds ego. Return feeds growth. As the night continues, the mind learns to rest in direction. It does not strain to stay. It stays because staying feels normal. Normality is the final goal of discipline. What feels normal requires no effort. Men who reach this stage no longer think of themselves as practicing discipline. Discipline has become identity. Identity governs behavior effortlessly. As you rest now, allow attention to drift and return gently. Each return is success. Each return teaches. There is nothing to achieve tonight beyond familiarity. Familiarity will do the rest. The mind is learning to stay where it is placed, and each quiet return strengthens the habit that makes discipline permanent. Emotion has long been mistaken for a force that must be conquered. This error has discouraged many men from attempting mental discipline at all. Emotion is not an enemy. It is a follower. It moves in the direction thought has already taken. When thought is ordered, emotion settles of its own accord. Most men believe they are ruled by feeling. In truth, they are ruled by the thoughts they permit to remain. Feeling only obeys the strongest idea present. Where ideas lack order, feeling dominates. Where ideas are ranked, feeling falls into place. I have observed that men who appear calm under pressure are not suppressing emotion. They have simply trained thought to lead. Emotion follows leadership willingly when leadership is consistent. An undisciplined mind allows every idea equal authority. Fear enters and commands. Anger arrives and takes control. Desire pushes aside judgment. Emotion appears powerful only because thought has abdicated its position. Mental discipline restores proper order. Thought resumes command. Emotion becomes messenger rather than master. The body responds accordingly. Others notice this immediately. They feel steadiness where they expect agitation. They sense balance where others lose control. They trust a man whose emotions do not surprise him. This trust does not come from coldness. It comes from reliability. A man who governs thought governs reaction. Reaction no longer dictates behavior. Emotion does not need to be eliminated. It needs direction. Directed emotion becomes enthusiasm, courage, and persistence. Undirected emotion becomes fear, haste, and discouragement. The night hours are where this direction is established most effectively. As thought settles into order, emotion quiets naturally. There is no struggle because there is no opposition. When a man resists emotion, he gives it attention. Attention strengthens. When he orders thought, emotion follows without resistance. I have seen men attempt to calm themselves by force and fail repeatedly. I have seen others calm themselves by returning thought to order and succeed without effort. The difference lies in method, not capacity. Emotion is obedient to repetition. Repeated calm thought produces calm feeling. Repeated fearful thought produces fear. The subconscious does not question. It reproduces. This is why repetition must be gentle. Calm repetition teaches emotional balance. Urgent repetition teaches agitation. Affirm this quietly now, without strain. My thoughts lead calmly. My feelings follow in order. I respond, not react. Balance governs me. These are not commands to emotion. They are acknowledgments of hierarchy. The subconscious accepts hierarchy readily when it is consistent. As this hierarchy becomes familiar, emotional extremes soften. The mind no longer swings rapidly from hope to doubt, from eagerness to fear. It moves steadily. Others sense this steadiness as maturity. They feel that such men are dependable. They do not brace themselves for unpredictability. Predictability in conduct is not dullness, it is strength. It allows others to plan, trust, and cooperate. Ordered thought also shortens emotional recovery. When disturbance occurs, the disciplined mind returns quickly to balance. Recovery, not avoidance, is mastery. Men who lack discipline are disturbed longer than necessary. They replay, react, and rehearse. Men with discipline return. Return applies to emotion as it applies to thought, calmly and without judgment. As the night continues, allow emotions to rise and settle without attention. Do not resist. Do not follow. Let ordered thought remain central. The mind learns that calm is normal. Emotion adjusts accordingly. This adjustment does not feel restrictive. It feels relieving. The burden of constant emotional correction is removed. Many men waste energy managing emotion because they have not trained thought. Once thought is trained, emotion requires little attention. This is the foundation of composure. Composure is not lack of feeling. It is feeling aligned with purpose. Others follow men who are composed because composure creates safety. Safety invites cooperation. As you rest now, allow thought to remain steady. Emotion will find its place naturally. There is nothing to suppress, nothing to restrain. Order is enough. The mind is learning leadership, and where thought leads consistently, emotion follows quietly. There is a stage in mental discipline where effort disappears and identity takes its place. Until this stage is reached, discipline feels like something practiced. After it is reached, discipline feels like something lived. The difference is not in strength of will, but in familiarity of habit. Men often fail at discipline because they approach it as a task instead of a condition. Tasks require motivation. Conditions operate regardless of feeling. When discipline becomes condition, it no longer waits for resolve. It functions automatically. Identity is formed through repetition, not declaration. A man does not become disciplined by saying so. He becomes disciplined by thinking, choosing, and returning in the same manner until no alternative feels natural. I have observed that men who possess lasting self-command do not describe themselves as disciplined. They do not struggle to maintain order. Order has become their customary state. Disorder feels foreign to them. This is the point at which discipline ceases to feel restrictive. Restriction implies opposition. Identity contains no opposition. What aligns with identity flows easily. What does not align fades without conflict. Others notice this shift clearly. They sense reliability without supervision. They trust that such a man will do what he decides without reminder. This trust is not demanded. It is assumed. Assumption is powerful. When a man assumes order within himself, others assume it as well. Reputation follows identity naturally. Before discipline becomes identity, a man must think about control. Afterward, control thinks for him. Habit governs conduct without conscious instruction. This is why repetition is essential, but only until familiarity is established. Once established, repetition becomes maintenance rather than effort. Men who attempt to rely on willpower alone remain inconsistent. Willpower fluctuates. Identity does not. Identity persists when energy fades. The night hours are where this identity is confirmed. Each night the mind rests in order. Order becomes more familiar. Familiarity becomes expectation. Expectation becomes identity. I have seen men abandon habits that once ruled them not through resistance, but through replacement. The old pattern no longer matched who they believed themselves to be. It faded naturally. Others interpreted this as strength. In truth, it was alignment. Alignment produces ease. Identity discipline is quiet. It does not announce itself through strict routines or rigid posture. It expresses itself through steadiness, timing, and restraint. Men who reach this stage do not rush to act nor delay unnecessarily. They move when movement is appropriate. They rest when rest serves. This balance is the mark of internal order. Affirm this now, quietly and without strain. Order is natural to me. My thoughts return without effort. Discipline is who I am. I move with calm consistency. These are not affirmations of desire. They are acknowledgments of formation. The subconscious accepts identity statements readily when they are calm and repeated. As this identity settles, decision becomes easier. The mind no longer debates itself. It knows what belongs and what does not. This clarity conserves energy. Others respond to this clarity with confidence. They feel that such a man does not need oversight. They offer responsibility freely. Responsibility follows reliability. Reliability follows identity. Identity follows habit. The undisciplined man relies on reminders. The disciplined man relies on himself. This reliance does not feel burdensome. It feels relieving. The mind no longer needs constant correction. It operates within known boundaries. Boundaries, when self-chosen, are not restrictions. They are protections of focus. Men often resist boundaries because they associate them with limitation. In truth, boundaries preserve power. Power scattered is wasted. Power directed is effective. Identity discipline directs power automatically. As the night continues, the mind grows accustomed to this condition. It stops checking for alternatives. It rests in direction. Rest in direction strengthens habit more than effort ever could. Tomorrow, discipline will not feel like something you must summon. It will be present without request. Others will notice consistency where there was once fluctuation. They will feel confidence where there was once uncertainty. This is the moment when discipline becomes invisible but unmistakable. The work is no longer conscious. It is complete enough to function. Remain here now. Identity is settling. Order is no longer imposed. It is assumed. And what is assumed governs quietly, steadily, without strain. A hurried mind is never a disciplined mind. Haste is the signal of inner disorder. It reveals that thought is being pulled rather than directed. When the mind is trained, it moves deliberately. It neither races ahead nor lingers behind. It proceeds at the pace of certainty. Men often mistake speed for power. In truth, power lies in control of timing. The disciplined mind knows when to act and when to wait. Waiting, when chosen, is not delay. It is preparation completed. I have observed that men of greatest authority are rarely the most hurried. They speak after thought has settled. They decide after clarity has formed. Their timing carries weight because it is not forced. Others feel this immediately. They sense that such men are not pressed by circumstance. They feel no need to hurry them. Authority that does not rush does not invite interference. Haste arises from fear. Fear of missing opportunity. Fear of losing ground. Fear of judgment. Where discipline exists, fear has little influence. Thought has already established order. Emotion no longer drives pace. The disciplined mind trusts its direction. Trust removes urgency. Urgency scatters attention. Calm gathers it. Men who have trained their thoughts do not feel compelled to fill silence. Silence becomes a tool rather than a threat. Others listen more closely when words are chosen rather than rushed. This is how influence grows quietly. Influence is not asserted. It is granted to those whose timing feels right. The night hours refine this sense of timing. As thought rests in order, the mind becomes comfortable with stillness. Stillness teaches patience. Patience sharpens judgment. Many men speak too soon and act too quickly because they fear the pause. The pause reveals uncertainty in undisciplined minds. In disciplined minds, the pause confirms control. Others interpret this pause as confidence. They feel that decisions are considered. They trust outcomes shaped without hurry. A disciplined mind also knows when speed is required. Deliberation does not mean slowness, it means appropriateness. When action is needed, it is taken without hesitation. This balance between readiness and restraint is learned through habit. Habit is formed most effectively when the mind is calm and receptive. Affirm this quietly now without effort. My timing is steady. I act without haste. I wait without doubt. My pace follows judgment. These are not rules. They are descriptions of order already forming. The subconscious accepts them because they resolve tension rather than create it. As this understanding settles, impatience weakens. The mind no longer demands immediate resolution. It trusts process. Others sense this trust as maturity. They respond with cooperation rather than resistance. They feel no need to rush a man who is clearly not rushing himself. The authority of calm timing extends beyond speech and action. It influences presence. A man who moves without haste occupies space differently. He appears grounded. This grounded presence is not taught. It emerges when thought is no longer scattered. Men who possess it do not need to assert leadership. Leadership finds them. Others defer naturally because they feel steadiness. The night mind reinforces this steadiness through repetition. Each night spent without urgency trains the mind to expect order rather than rush. Expectation governs pace. When the mind expects clarity, it waits for it. When it expects confusion, it rushes past it. As you rest now, allow time to feel unimportant. There is nothing to reach tonight, nothing to complete. Discipline does not hurry its own formation. The mind learns that calm pace is safe. Safe pace becomes normal. Tomorrow, you may notice fewer impulsive decisions, fewer hurried words, more deliberate action. These are signs of authority forming. Authority does not announce itself. It settles in quietly and remains. Remain here now. Let the mind rest in its own timing. Nothing is late. Nothing is missing. Order is present. And where order exists, haste has no place. Distraction is not a weakness of character. It is a habit of attention. Men who are easily distracted are not deficient in ability. They are untrained in direction. Attention moves where it has been allowed to move repeatedly, and impulse grows where attention has no guide. Most men believe impulse is instinctive. In truth, impulse is practiced. Each time a thought is followed without question, a path is worn. Each time a feeling is obeyed without reflection, authority is surrendered. Habit replaces choice quietly. The disciplined mind does not eliminate impulse. It outgrows it. When attention is trained to remain with purpose, impulse loses its urgency. It may appear, but it no longer commands. I have observed that men who possess freedom of action are those who are least driven by impulse. Their conduct is not stiff. It is deliberate. They act because action aligns with direction, not because feeling demands movement. Others sense this immediately. They feel that such men are not easily pulled away from what matters. Conversations stay focused. Decisions hold their course. Presence does not scatter. Impulse thrives in uncertainty. When the mind lacks direction, impulse fills the space. Direction removes that vacancy. The mind prefers guidance to chaos. Distraction operates the same way. The mind wanders because it has not been taught where to remain. When direction becomes familiar, wandering feels unnecessary. This familiarity is built through repetition, not restraint. Restraint creates pressure. Pressure invites rebellion. Familiarity invites obedience. The night hours provide the ideal environment for this training. As the mind rests, it learns to stay with a single rhythm. Repetition replaces novelty. Stability replaces chase. Men who discipline attention discover that time seems to expand. Hours once lost to impulse become available. This is not because time increases, but because attention no longer leaks away. Others observe this as productivity. They remark that such men accomplish more with less apparent effort. The effort was never the issue. The issue was loss. Loss of attention produces loss of momentum. Momentum returns when attention is conserved. Impulse demands immediate satisfaction. Discipline delays response until alignment is confirmed. This delay is not denial. It is evaluation. Men who master this evaluation do not feel deprived. They feel relieved. The constant pull of impulse weakens. Choice returns. Affirm this quietly now, without strain. My attention remains where I place it. Impulse waits for direction. I choose response over reaction. Focus restores my strength. These are not restrictions. They are statements of freedom. The subconscious accepts freedom when it is presented calmly. As this habit forms, distractions lose appeal. The mind no longer jumps eagerly toward every stimulus. It remains with what is meaningful. Others sense this depth. They feel that such men listen fully. They feel that engagement is genuine. This presence strengthens relationships and influence. Distraction scatters energy. Focus gathers it. Gathered energy produces effectiveness. Men who lack discipline mistake stimulation for progress. Stimulation excites briefly, then exhausts. Discipline steadies, then endures. The disciplined mind enjoys simplicity. It does not require constant input. It is content with direction. Impulse-driven minds fear stillness. Stillness exposes lack of order. Disciplined minds welcome stillness. Stillness confirms control. As you rest now, allow the mind to stay with these thoughts without reaching for others. Notice how ease replaces urgency. This ease is freedom taking form. Freedom does not mean absence of structure. It means freedom from distraction. The mind that is no longer pulled in many directions experiences relief. Relief allows focus to deepen naturally. This deepening is not effortful, it is restful. The mind stays because it no longer needs to escape. Tomorrow, you may notice fewer urges to interrupt your own work, fewer moments of restless switching. More continuity. These are the signs of attention reclaimed. Discipline has removed noise, not choice. Choice remains fully intact, now supported by clarity rather than impulse. As the night continues, let this clarity settle further. There is nothing to resist, nothing to deny, only direction to maintain. The mind is learning that freedom is found not in wandering, but in staying, and what stays grows strong. Rest now. Attention is becoming faithful. Distraction is losing its claim, and discipline is revealing itself as liberty, not restraint. There is a point in the training of the mind where discipline no longer needs attention. It operates quietly, correcting itself without command. This is not the result of force, but of habits so well established that disorder feels unnatural. What once required effort now functions on its own. The mind prefers order. Once order becomes familiar. Familiarity removes resistance. Resistance exists only toward what feels foreign. When discipline is practiced long enough, it becomes the mind's native condition. Men often fear losing control if they relax attention. This fear belongs to the untrained mind. The trained mind holds direction even when not watched. Habit guards it more faithfully than will. I have observed that men who possess lasting self-command do not monitor themselves closely. They trust the system they have built. Trust allows ease. Ease preserves strength. This is the final stage of discipline. Thought no longer needs constant supervision. When distraction appears, the mind returns without debate. When impulse arises, it waits without protest. Correction happens quietly. Others sense this stability instinctively. They feel that such men are grounded. They rely on them. They do not expect inconsistency. Reliability becomes reputation. Reputation follows conduct. Conduct follows habit. Habit follows repetition. Repetition, practiced calmly, becomes permanence. The disciplined mind no longer struggles against old patterns. Those patterns have weakened through neglect. What is not fed does not survive. This is how permanence is achieved. Not through constant vigilance, but through absence of conflict. Conflict strengthens opposition. Peace dissolves it. The night hours complete this work. Each night spent in order reinforces permanence. The mind learns that discipline is not temporary, it is home. Men who reach this point do not fear relapse. Fear of relapse belongs to effort-based control. Identity-based control does not relapse. It corrects. Correction without emotion is mastery. Emotion signals danger. Calm signals completion. Affirm this quietly now, without urgency. My mind returns to order naturally. Discipline corrects itself. What is trained remains. Calm governs me. These are not assurances against failure. They are acknowledgments of condition. The subconscious accepts condition as fact. As this understanding settles, the mind relaxes further. It no longer prepares for disorder. Preparation ceases when danger is no longer expected. Others respond to this relaxation with trust. They feel steadiness. They sense that this man is not easily shaken. This sense invites cooperation. The disciplined mind no longer needs structure imposed from outside. Structure exists within. External order simply aligns with internal order. This is how men become consistent across circumstances. They do not depend on environment to maintain discipline. Discipline travels with them. Men who lack this condition perform well only under supervision. Men who possess it perform regardless. This is not pride. It is preparation completed. The permanence of trained thought does not announce itself through intensity. It is quiet. It is steady. It endures. As you rest now, allow the mind to settle into this permanence. There is nothing to reinforce, nothing to check. Discipline is already functioning. The mind knows where it belongs. It returns there naturally. Tomorrow, discipline will not feel like something you must remember. It will be present without reminder. You will notice it in small ways. Fewer interruptions, fewer internal arguments, quicker return when distracted. These are signs of permanence. The work of training is complete enough to sustain itself. Rest now in this certainty. The mind is no longer learning discipline. It is living it. And what is lived does not need instruction. It simply continues. There is nothing left to organize. That is the first truth the mind must accept now. Discipline, once established, does not require constant supervision. The greatest error men make is believing that control must be maintained through effort. Effort belongs to beginnings. Habit belongs to permanence. You are no longer arranging thought. Thought has been arranged. The mind rests differently when it knows order is secure. It no longer stands guard. It no longer scans for error. It no longer prepares to correct itself at every moment. It trusts the pattern that has been formed. Trust is the final stage of discipline. Most men never reach this stage because they remain suspicious of themselves. They believe that without tension, control will slip. This belief itself creates instability. The trained mind does not slip when relaxed. It corrects naturally as balance corrects itself without instruction. A man who has learned to govern his thoughts does not fear silence. Silence confirms order. Noise signals conflict. The absence of noise is not emptiness. It is alignment. Alignment is what you are resting in now. The mind has been taught where to return. Return no longer requires command. It occurs automatically, without discussion. This is the moment when discipline ceases to feel like discipline and begins to feel like nature. Nature does not strain to function. The greatest leaders I have studied did not exhaust themselves by constant vigilance. They trusted the habits they built. They allowed their minds to operate freely within structure. This freedom produced greater precision than effort ever could. Precision is not rigidity. It is economy. An economical mind wastes nothing. It does not waste attention on distraction. It does not waste emotion on impulse. It does not waste energy on internal argument. All force is available for use. This is why disciplined men appear calm even when circumstances demand action. Calm is not delay. Calm is readiness without tension. Others sense this readiness immediately. They feel that such men do not need to be pushed. They trust decisions that are not rushed. They rely on timing that feels settled. This trust is never requested. It is extended naturally. Discipline, once internalized, reshapes how the world responds to you, not through assertion, but through consistency. People align themselves with what does not fluctuate. Fluctuation signals uncertainty. Certainty attracts cooperation. The mind that has been trained through repetition does not revert under pressure. Pressure reveals habit. Habit holds. This is why discipline must be formed in calm rather than chaos. Calm creates durable structure. Chaos creates fragile control. What has been built here was built quietly, night after night, without strain. That is why it will endure. You may notice, in the days ahead, that you no longer think about discipline. That is the sign of success. When a thing must be remembered, it is not yet secure. When it operates without thought, it is established. Established habits do not ask permission. They function. The mind now returns to order the way the body returns to balance after movement. There is no calculation. There is no effort. There is correction without emotion. Emotion is no longer needed to govern behavior. Emotion may appear, but it does not command. Thought leads. Feeling follows. Action aligns. This alignment is what men mistake for strength of character. Character is simply habit confirmed over time. Time is no longer an enemy here. Time works in favor of discipline once discipline becomes identity. Each day lived under this condition strengthens it further, not because effort increases, but because contradiction decreases. There is less internal debate, less negotiation, less delay. Life becomes simpler without becoming smaller. Simplicity is power refined. The disciplined mind does not seek stimulation to feel alive. It feels alive through direction. Direction gives meaning to effort. Meaning sustains endurance. Endurance is what builds anything worth having. Most men seek intensity. Intensity fades. Discipline remains. This is why those who master thought outlast those who rely on emotion. Emotion burns brightly, then exhausts. Discipline burns steadily, without smoke. You are now resting in that steady flame. There is nothing dramatic about it, nothing urgent, nothing loud. That is precisely why it is reliable. The mind has learned to stay where it is placed. It no longer resents placement. It prefers it. Preference governs more effectively than command. When preference is established, resistance disappears. This is why you feel no struggle now. Struggle belonged to learning. Learning has occurred. The night mind recognizes this condition. It reinforces it automatically. Each hour of rest spent in order strengthens permanence. Permanence does not require protection. It protects itself. As sleep deepens, the mind continues its quiet work, not by adding, but by stabilizing, not by correcting, but by confirming. Confirmation is the final seal. You may awaken tomorrow without noticing any great change. That is as it should be. True change does not announce itself. It expresses itself through absence, absence of hesitation, absence of distraction, absence of inner noise. You will notice what no longer happens. The urge to abandon focus weakens. The pull of impulse softens. Recovery from interruption quickens. These are the marks of discipline fully installed. Others will notice before you comment. They will feel steadiness. They will observe follow-through. They will trust timing. You will not need to explain this change. Explanation belongs to effort. Presence belongs to identity. Identity speaks without words. The disciplined mind does not compete. It does not hurry. It does not chase approval. It moves according to judgment already formed. This movement feels natural because it is natural. Men who live in this condition do not fear challenge. Challenge sharpens clarity rather than disturbs it. They respond instead of react. Response preserves dignity. Reaction dissipates it. Dignity is not pride. It is alignment. Alignment allows rest even in activity. This is the state in which the greatest work is done, not in strain, but in steadiness. You are not becoming something new. You are shedding what interfered. Interference has been removed. What remains is the mind in its proper function. There is nothing left to hold together. It holds itself. Sleep now without concern for maintaining discipline. Discipline is no longer something you do. It is something you are. The mind knows its place. Thought obeys direction. Emotion follows order. Action aligns naturally. This is the end of instruction. What follows is continuation. Rest deeply. The mind is finished learning for tonight, and what has been learned will not be lost. This exercise is not something you perform once. It is something you enter. Its value is not found in intensity, but in steadiness. Do not attempt to hurry through it. There is no destination beyond familiarity. Begin by allowing the body to become still. Stillness does not require effort. It occurs naturally when you stop instructing the body to do anything else. Let weight settle. Let posture adjust without correction. The body knows how to rest when not interrupted. Now turn attention gently toward breathing, not to control it, but to observe it. Observation creates order without force. Notice the rhythm already present. Do not attempt to deepen or slow it. Allow breath to find its own pace. As attention rests on breathing, you may notice thought continuing. This is expected. Do not attempt to stop thought. Stopping creates resistance. Resistance trains struggle. This exercise trains return. Each time a thought appears, acknowledge it without judgment and return attention to breathing. This return is the exercise. Each return strengthens discipline. Do not measure success by how long attention remains steady. Measure success by how calmly it returns. Now introduce a single guiding idea, spoken inwardly without emphasis. My mind remains where I place it. Repeat this statement once, then allow it to fade. Do not repeat it rapidly. Space matters. Space allows absorption. Return attention to breathing. Thought may wander again. When it does, return calmly. No correction is needed. No explanation. Return. After several returns, introduce the statement again, gently. My mind remains where I place it. Let it pass. This pattern continues. Attention rests. Thought wanders. Attention returns. Statement repeats. This rhythm is training obedience through familiarity. Do not attempt to perfect the rhythm. Allow it to find itself. Now, shift attention slightly inward, away from breath, toward awareness itself. Notice that you are aware. Do not analyze awareness. Simply recognize it. Within this awareness, thoughts appear and disappear. You are not required to follow them. You are not required to reject them. Let them pass as movement within awareness. Each time attention follows a thought, return to awareness itself. This return strengthens command. Now introduce a second guiding idea, spoken inwardly without urgency. Thought serves direction. Repeat it once. Let it go. Return to awareness. You may notice the mind attempting to evaluate this exercise. Evaluation belongs to the day. Night is for absorption. Let evaluation pass without engagement. Return. Each return teaches the mind that direction exists. The mind begins to anticipate return. Anticipation shortens wandering. This is discipline forming. Now allow attention to settle on a single mental image, not vivid, not detailed, simply the idea of steadiness. Do not construct an image. Let the idea rest. If the image dissolves, allow it. Return gently. Introduce a third statement, calmly. Order feels natural to me. Say it once. Return to awareness. This exercise does not require memory. If you forget where you are, simply return. Forgetting is part of training. Return completes the exercise. As repetition continues, the mind begins to relax into direction. You may notice longer periods of steadiness. Do not cling to them. Clinging creates effort. Effort creates strain. Let steadiness come and go. Return remains the practice. Now allow attention to shift to a simple count, not to track time, but to provide rhythm. Count inwardly from 1 to 5, slowly. After 5, return to 1. If the count is interrupted, return to 1 without comment. Counting is not the goal. Return is. As this continues, the mind learns patience. It learns that nothing is required beyond staying with what is present. Introduce another guiding idea, quietly. I return without effort. Repeat once. Return to counting or awareness. This exercise may feel uneventful. That is correct. Discipline is formed through uneventful repetition. The mind learns most effectively when it is not excited. Excitement fades. Habit remains. Now allow attention to rest without object, no breath, no count, no image. Simply awareness. Thoughts will appear. Let them. Return when attention follows them. Return again. This is the purest form of discipline, returning without resistance. If emotion appears, treat it the same way. Do not analyze. Do not suppress. Let it pass. Return. Emotion follows thought. When thought is not followed, emotion fades. Introduce another statement gently. I choose response over reaction. Say it once. Return. As this continues, you may feel the mind growing quieter, or you may feel nothing at all. Both are acceptable. Sensation is not the measure of success. Familiarity is. This exercise trains familiarity with order. Now imagine, without detail, the next day beginning. Do not imagine events. Imagine the quality of attention, steady, calm, directed. Do not hold the image, let it pass, return. Introduce another statement. My attention obeys direction. Once, return. Notice how repetition without force begins to feel normal. This normality is the objective. Now allow the exercise to loosen. There is no need to maintain structure rigidly. Drift slightly, return gently, drift again. Return. This is the rhythm of trained attention. As the body grows heavier, allow the exercise to continue in the background. You do not need to remain alert. The subconscious is listening. Introduce the final sequence of statements, each spoken once, with space between them. Discipline is familiar to me. Return. My mind corrects itself. Return. Order remains without effort. Return. Now allow all structure to fade. Do not continue counting. Do not continue statements. Let the mind rest in whatever remains. If thought wanders, return gently. If return stops, allow sleep. This exercise does not end abruptly. It dissolves. The work has been done. Repetition will complete it over time. Sleep now, without concern for maintaining discipline. Discipline is already functioning. The mind knows how to return, and return has become natural. There is no need now to hold the mind in place. Holding belongs to effort, and effort has already given way to habit. What you are resting in is not control maintained by attention, but control sustained by order. Order does not require supervision. It preserves itself. The mind rests differently when it trusts its own structure. It no longer watches itself for error. It no longer waits for interruption. It does not anticipate failure. Anticipation dissolves when familiarity replaces fear. Familiarity is the true guardian of discipline. What has been practiced calmly becomes expected. What is expected no longer surprises. What no longer surprises does not disturb. Disturbance fades when it is no longer rehearsed. The mind does not crave chaos. It tolerates it only when it knows nothing else. Once order has been experienced without strain, the mind prefers it instinctively. This preference is now established. You may notice how little effort it takes to remain still. Stillness is no longer something you must remember. It is the natural condition when the mind is not pulled in many directions. Pull has ended. There is nothing competing for attention now. No thought demands urgency. No feeling insists on action. What appears may pass. What passes leaves no trace. This is not emptiness. It is readiness without demand. Readiness does not announce itself. It waits. Men who possess this inner condition are often misunderstood. Others mistake their calm for passivity. In truth, it is reserve. Reserve means power held in place, not scattered. Scattered power exhausts itself. Reserved power endures. This endurance is what allows men to act decisively without haste, and to wait patiently without doubt. Both require discipline fully internalized. Internal discipline does not speak, it does not instruct, it does not warn. It simply is. You may notice that the mind no longer asks whether it is doing this exercise correctly. That question belongs to effort. Effort has completed its role. Habit has taken over. Habit does not ask permission. The mind now returns to order the way the body returns to balance when disturbed. There is no emotion in it, no pride, no disappointment, only correction. Correction without emotion is the clearest sign of mastery. Emotion is required only when danger is perceived. Danger has been dismissed. There is nothing here that threatens control. Control no longer feels like control. It feels like normal function. This is the moment most men never reach because they continue searching for sensation as proof of progress. Sensation is unnecessary. Familiarity is enough. The disciplined mind does not need stimulation to remain alert. It remains alert because order has removed confusion. Confusion dulls awareness. Order sharpens it. Sharpness does not feel tense, it feels clear. Clear minds do not rush toward sleep, they allow sleep. Allowing is the final form of authority. You are not trying to sleep. Sleep is approaching naturally because nothing is resisting it. Resistance keeps the mind awake. Resistance has ended. There is no longer any internal argument to resolve, no correction to make, no direction to reinforce. Direction has been accepted. Tomorrow does not require preparation tonight. Preparation has already occurred through repetition. What is familiar does not require rehearsal. Men who rely on last-minute effort remain inconsistent. Men who rely on habit remain steady. Steadiness carries farther than intensity ever could. Intensity burns quickly. Steadiness lasts. This is why the mind now feels quiet rather than excited. Excitement belongs to beginnings. Quiet belongs to establishment. Establishment does not seek confirmation. Others will sense this condition without explanation. They will notice fewer changes in mood, fewer shifts in attention. More follow-through, more consistency. Consistency is the outward sign of inward discipline. You do not need to think about consistency to produce it. Thinking is no longer required. Order produces it automatically. The mind has learned what to ignore. This is as important as what it has learned to follow. Ignoring is not avoidance. It is authority exercised without display. Authority that does not announce itself is the strongest kind. This authority does not push away distraction. Distraction simply finds no invitation. Impulse does not need to be resisted. It finds no opening. The mind is no longer a place where every thought may enter freely. It has become selective without effort. Selection is now instinct. Instinct is faster than will. This is why reaction has slowed and response has sharpened. The mind no longer jumps. It chooses. Choice no longer feels heavy because alternatives are fewer. Fewer alternatives mean less strain. Strain has been removed. What remains is attention available for use. Men often ask how to maintain discipline when life becomes demanding. Discipline does not require maintenance when it has become habit. It adapts automatically. This adaptability is the final proof that training has succeeded. You may experience moments in the future when attention slips briefly. This does not matter. Return will occur without judgment. Judgment belongs to effort. Effort is no longer required. Correction happens quietly now. Quiet correction does not interrupt progress. It preserves it. The mind is finished learning tonight. It is simply resting in what it has become accustomed to. Rest deepens this condition further, not through instruction, but through confirmation. Each hour spent in this state strengthens permanence. Permanence does not need protection. As sleep deepens, the mind remains ordered without awareness. It does not drift into chaos. It does not rehearse confusion. It stays within familiar boundaries. Boundaries no longer feel imposed. They feel natural. Natural order is effortless. Effort fades where nature takes over. This is why discipline practiced at night is so powerful. It bypasses resistance and becomes identity. Identity does not disappear when attention shifts. It governs beneath awareness. You are now resting inside that governance. There is nothing to recall later, nothing to remember, nothing to apply consciously. Application will occur automatically when needed. The mind will respond when response is required. It will remain still when stillness serves. This balance will feel unremarkable. That is the sign of success. The greatest power is the power that does not call attention to itself. That power is present now. Sleep is approaching without demand. Let it come. The mind is not being watched. It does not need to be. Order is holding, and what holds itself does not need instruction. Rest now. The work is complete enough to continue on its own. Nothing further is required. Most people try to change their lives while exhausted, distracted, and tense. They force new habits onto an old inner structure and wonder why nothing lasts. Tonight works differently. As you rest, the mind loosens its grip, and in that looseness, rebuilding becomes possible quietly, thoroughly, without resistance. What you listen to while you sleep becomes the architecture of your thinking when you wake. The subconscious does not shut down at night. It becomes more receptive. In those hours, beliefs are not argued with, they are accepted, absorbed, and stored as truth. You don't need to fix every thought consciously. That is slow work. Real change happens when the deeper mind updates its patterns. As these hours unfold, outdated assumptions begin to dissolve, making space for clarity, direction, and steadiness to take their place. Most people are living from mental structures built years ago, ideas formed in pressure, fear, or limitation. Those structures quietly shape decisions every day. Tonight begins the process of renovation, not by tearing down walls violently, but by replacing what no longer supports growth. You may notice your body relaxing before your thoughts shift. That order matters. When the body feels safe, the subconscious listens. In that state, new impressions pass through old defenses and settle where habits are formed. This is not motivation. Motivation fades. This is reprogramming, the slow, stable process that changes what feels normal to you. When normal changes, behavior follows without effort or self-discipline. As the sound continues, urgency fades. The constant pressure to figure it out loosens. In its place comes calm focus. Calm focus is the foundation of persistence, clarity, and intelligent action. Many people believe transformation must feel intense. In reality, lasting change feels subtle. It feels like relief, like no longer carrying a weight you forgot was there. That relief is the signal that the inner structure is adjusting. You are not being asked to visualize a perfect future or repeat words out loud. The subconscious understands rhythm, tone, and repetition. It learns through exposure. What it hears consistently becomes its expectation. Expectation shapes choice. Choice shapes action. Action shapes results. That entire chain begins here, beneath awareness, while effort rests. Old habits survive because they are familiar, not because they are correct. Familiarity creates comfort. Tonight, new patterns are becoming familiar, gently replacing what once felt unavoidable. You may drift in and out of awareness. Let that happen. The deeper mind remains alert even when you rest. It continues absorbing, sorting, and reinforcing what aligns with growth. Notice how thought slows. When thought quiets, insight deepens. This is the state where new standards are accepted, standards for discipline, focus, confidence, and purpose. Rebuilding the mind does not mean becoming rigid. It means becoming aligned. Alignment removes friction. When inner friction fades, effort becomes efficient instead of exhausting. Many people work hard yet feel scattered. Scattered thinking creates scattered results. These hours are restoring order, quietly reorganizing priorities, strengthening intention, and stabilizing emotion. You may not remember every word tomorrow. That is not the goal. The subconscious remembers the tone, the direction, the feeling. Those impressions guide you long after conscious memory fades. Over time, you will notice subtle shifts. Decisions feel clearer. Doubt hesitates before speaking. Persistence feels steadier, less emotional. These are signs that the inner framework is changing. Transformation that lasts always begins at the level of identity. Identity answers the question, what kind of person am I? Tonight, that answer is being updated without force or struggle. As sleep deepens, the conscious mind releases control. This is the gateway. In this state, suggestions bypass argument and become instruction, shaping reactions automatically. You are not becoming someone new overnight. You are removing interference, confusion, fear, and contradiction so your natural strengths can operate without obstruction. This process does not add pressure, it removes it. When pressure disappears, clarity emerges. When clarity emerges, action becomes confident and consistent. Most people wake each day carrying the same mental weight. After enough nights of exposure, that weight begins to lift. You respond instead of react. You choose instead of hesitate. The mind rebuilds itself through repetition, not intensity. Each hour reinforces the same message. Growth is safe. Focus is possible. Direction is available. Stay with the sound as long as you can. Duration strengthens impression. Each moment deepens the new structure forming beneath awareness. This is not about chasing change. It is about allowing change to happen where it lasts. Effort works on the surface. Alignment works at the root. By morning, nothing dramatic may seem different. Yet beneath the surface, the framework will be stronger, cleaner, more ordered. And from that rebuilt foundation, everything else, confidence, discipline, clarity, abundance has room to rise naturally. Let the night do its work. You don't need to manage it. The transformation has already begun. Most men do not realize that the mind they carry today was not built by deliberate choice. It was assembled gradually, thought by thought, under conditions they did not select and rarely questioned. Ideas accepted in youth, impressions formed in fear, and opinions borrowed from others became the unseen beams and walls of an inner structure that now governs daily life. I have learned through long study that the mind is not shaped by great moments alone, but by small repetitions faithfully practiced. A single fearful thought does little harm, but a fearful thought repeated becomes a belief. A belief repeated becomes a habit. A habit repeated becomes character. Character, once fixed, directs destiny with precision. Most people attempt to change results without examining the inner structure from which those results arise. They add effort, discipline, and resolve, yet wonder why exhaustion follows and progress does not. They are attempting to build upon a foundation that was never designed to support growth. The structure of the mind determines what feels natural. If confusion was repeated often, clarity feels foreign. If hesitation was rehearsed daily, decisiveness feels unsafe. Familiarity, not truth, governs comfort. Comfort governs behavior. This is why lasting change must begin beneath awareness. Sleep offers the greatest opportunity for rebuilding because resistance weakens when the body rests. During waking hours, the mind defends its old arrangements. At night, it listens. In this listening state, impressions pass through old defenses and settle where habits are formed. You are not being asked to tear down your inner structure by force. Force creates strain, and strain hardens resistance. Rebuilding that lasts is quiet. It replaces weak materials with stronger ones, one impression at a time, until the entire framework supports a higher order of living. I have known men who labored faithfully, yet remained scattered in thought. Their efforts were sincere, but their minds lacked order. When order was introduced inwardly, effort became efficient. The same hours of work produced greater results because the inner structure had changed. Order in thought precedes order in action. Men who succeed consistently do not rush. They do not scatter their attention. They move with calm direction because their minds are arranged around purpose rather than impulse. Others sense this difference immediately. They feel steadiness in the presence of such men. They trust their judgment. They respond with cooperation. This response is not planned, it is instinctive. Order attracts confidence as surely as confusion repels it. Most mental structures were built during times of pressure. In moments of fear or disappointment, conclusions were drawn quickly and repeated often. These conclusions were not tested for truth. They were accepted for survival. Survival thinking, once useful, becomes limiting when carried into maturity. Tonight begins the process of replacing survival thinking with orderly thinking. This does not require effort. It requires exposure. The subconscious learns by repetition, not by argument. You may notice that the body relaxes before the thoughts change. This order is correct. The mind listens best when the body feels safe. Safety opens the door through which new impressions enter. As the body rests, the deeper mind becomes receptive. It does not analyze, it records. Whatever is repeated calmly during this period becomes material for rebuilding. Many men carry mental weight without knowing it. They feel tired not from labor, but from contradiction. One part of the mind seeks progress, while another part resists change. This inner conflict drains energy. Rebuilding removes conflict by replacing contradiction with alignment. When the inner structure supports growth, effort feels lighter. Persistence becomes steadier. Direction feels natural. I have observed that men who rebuild their thinking in this manner often describe the change as relief rather than excitement. Relief signals that pressure has been removed. Pressure belongs to misalignment. This work is not about becoming rigid. Rigidity is another form of weakness. True strength is flexibility supported by order. An ordered mind adapts without losing direction. The hours of rest are not wasted hours. They are the hours in which the mind performs its most important work. What is impressed now shapes what feels reasonable tomorrow. You are not required to remember these words. Memory is not the instrument at work. Impression is. Impression shapes tendency. Tendency guides choice. Choice repeated becomes habit. Habit becomes the new structure from which life is lived. Most people awaken each day with the same mental arrangement because nothing new was introduced during rest. Old patterns were rehearsed again, strengthening what already existed. Tonight, a different pattern is being introduced. The purpose is not to add strain, but to remove it. When unnecessary weight is removed, clarity appears. Clarity makes intelligent action possible. Men who achieve much often appear calm because their minds are not crowded. They have removed clutter through disciplined thought. This discipline was not learned through struggle, but through repetition. Others respond to this calm. They feel less resistance. They offer trust more readily. Opportunity moves toward those whose inner structure can support it. The rebuilding that begins here does not announce itself. It works quietly, like a tide reshaping the shore overnight. In the morning, the land appears familiar, yet something essential has changed beneath the surface. You may drift in and out of awareness. Allow this. The deeper mind remains attentive even when consciousness fades. It continues sorting, arranging, and reinforcing what aligns with growth. The old structure does not collapse suddenly. It dissolves through neglect. What is no longer repeated weakens. What is repeated gains strength. Repetition is not dullness, it is law. The mind accepts as true whatever it encounters most often. Tonight, it is encountering order, steadiness, and direction. I have long taught that success begins with definiteness of purpose. Purpose cannot stand upon confusion. It requires a firm foundation. That foundation is being laid here. As these ideas continue, urgency fades. Urgency belongs to fear. Calm belongs to confidence. Confidence grows when the mind is properly arranged. Many people mistake intensity for progress. Intensity fades. Structure endures. This work builds structure. By morning, you may feel no dramatic change. That is expected. Deep change does not announce itself. It reveals itself through steadier decisions, clearer focus, and quieter confidence in the days that follow. This is the beginning of rebuilding, not by force, not by struggle, by calm, repeated exposure to a higher order of thought. The mind knows how to rebuild itself when given proper material. That material is being supplied now. Rest and allow the process to continue. The deeper mind understands its task. What is being formed here will support everything that follows. Every thought that passes repeatedly through the mind is an instruction. It may not be spoken aloud, yet it is heard clearly by the deeper faculties. The subconscious does not wait for permission to obey. It acts upon whatever is repeated with sufficient regularity, shaping conduct quietly and faithfully. Most men believe their thoughts merely describe life. In truth, their thoughts direct life. What is described repeatedly becomes expected. What is expected becomes prepared for. Preparation governs action. Action repeated produces result. The chain is exact and never broken. I have discovered that men who fail most often do not lack effort. They lack discipline in what they tell themselves inwardly. They issue careless orders, then wonder why confusion follows. The mind obeys faithfully, never questioning whether the instruction serves its owner. A single negative thought does little harm. A negative thought repeated becomes guidance. Guidance repeated becomes habit. Habit directs behavior automatically. This is why unnoticed inner dialogue is so dangerous. It works continuously, even when attention is elsewhere. Men who achieve much do not leave instruction to chance. They govern it deliberately. They do not allow every passing emotion to speak as authority. They choose which thoughts will be repeated and which will be dismissed through neglect. Others sense this self-command instinctively. They notice that such men do not react impulsively. They pause. They decide. Their speech carries certainty without force. This certainty invites trust and cooperation. Most people were never taught that thought is command. They were taught to react, to worry, and to doubt, believing these habits to be wisdom. These habits became instruction through repetition, and instruction became structure. The mind does not distinguish between intentional instruction and careless repetition. It responds equally to both. This is why rebuilding must begin with awareness of what has been allowed to speak inwardly without challenge. Night is the hour when instruction is received most readily. The conscious guard relaxes. The deeper mind listens. Thoughts repeated then settle more firmly and remain longer. This is why rebuilding during rest is so effective. Many men retire at night rehearsing their concerns. They repeat questions without answers. By morning, uncertainty has been strengthened. Autosuggestion reverses this by supplying calm, ordered instruction instead. You are not being asked to argue with old thoughts. Argument gives them attention. Attention strengthens them. You are being invited to replace them with new instructions repeated calmly and consistently. The subconscious obeys certainty, not volume. Loud declarations fade. Quiet statements repeated endure. This is the language of the deeper mind. I have known men who changed their fortunes by changing the instructions they issued inwardly at night. They ceased telling themselves what they feared and began telling themselves what they expected. Their conduct adjusted naturally. Others noticed the change before results appeared. They sensed steadiness. They sensed direction. They sensed a man no longer governed by chance. These impressions opened doors. Men respond instinctively to inner order. They trust those whose minds are not scattered. Order signals capability. Instruction also governs attention. The mind notices what it has been trained to expect. When fear issues commands, danger stands out. When order issues commands, opportunity appears. This is why two men may face the same condition and see entirely different possibilities. One has been instructed to look for loss. The other has been instructed to look for gain. Instruction repeated becomes belief. Belief repeated becomes character. Character directs destiny without effort. As you rest now, The deeper mind is receiving new direction. It does not question, it records. What it records becomes tomorrow's guidance. You may notice that thoughts feel slower. This slowing is not weakness, it is control returning. When instruction is orderly, haste is unnecessary. Most exhaustion is mental, not physical. It comes from conflicting instructions issued within the same mind. Rebuilding replaces conflict with agreement. Men who master this process rarely feel overwhelmed. Their minds issue fewer commands but stronger ones. Strength lies in simplicity. Others sense this simplicity. They experience it as confidence. Confidence does not require explanation. The mind must be taught what to repeat. Repetition without direction produces chaos. Direction without repetition produces nothing. Together, they rebuild. You are not required to supervise this learning. Supervision introduces strain. Allow repetition to do its work quietly. I have often said that the mind is the only instrument through which man may control his destiny. Instruction is the hand that tunes this instrument. Careless tuning produces discord. Deliberate tuning produces harmony. As sleep deepens, the deeper faculties continue to accept instruction. They strengthen what is repeated and weaken what is neglected. Old instructions lose authority when they are no longer heard. Silence starves them. New instruction gains authority through repetition. This is how the inner structure changes without conflict. Men who succeed consistently live by a small number of strong inner commands. They do not clutter their minds with contradiction. They issue clear direction and allow habit to enforce it. Others experience this clarity as leadership. Leadership begins inwardly. As these ideas continue, the mind grows accustomed to being directed rather than drifting. This habit alone separates builders from wanderers. You may feel a sense of quiet certainty replacing urgency. Urgency belongs to confusion. Certainty belongs to order. The rebuilding that takes place here does not depend upon belief. It depends upon exposure. Exposure repeated becomes acceptance. Acceptance becomes guidance. Guidance becomes action. Action repeated becomes destiny. Rest now and allow instruction to continue without effort. The deeper mind knows how to obey. What is being repeated here will shape tomorrow's choices quietly and steadily. This is how the inner structure is rebuilt, not by struggle, but by law. Sleep and allow the process to continue. Every man lives out an agreement he has made with himself, though few remember when that agreement was formed. It was not signed in a moment of clarity, but shaped gradually through repetition. What a man repeatedly accepts as true about himself becomes the rule by which his conduct is governed. Most people attempt to change behavior while leaving this agreement untouched. They struggle against habits without questioning the inner understanding that created them. This struggle exhausts effort and produces little change, because conduct follows identity as surely as shadow follows form. I have learned that the mind does not obey wishes. It obeys agreement. When a man agrees inwardly that he is capable, his actions support that belief naturally. When he agrees inwardly that he is limited, his actions protect that limitation faithfully. Autosuggestion is the process by which this agreement is revised. Each repeated thought is a quiet statement of identity. These statements require no emotion and no witness. They work through familiarity, not force. Many men rehearse themselves as strugglers without knowing it. They repeat phrases of difficulty, delay, and inadequacy until these descriptions feel natural. What feels natural governs behavior more powerfully than what is desired. I have known men who labored honestly yet remained confined by the roles they rehearsed inwardly. When they ceased rehearsing limitation and began rehearsing authority, their conduct changed without strain and results followed steadily. Others noticed the change before success appeared. They sensed firmness in decision, steadiness in tone, and clarity in movement. These signs of inner agreement inspired trust and cooperation. Identity is not created by imagination alone. It is created by repetition. The mind accepts as identity whatever role is practiced most often. Practice makes familiarity. Familiarity removes resistance. Men who build enduring success do not see themselves as victims of circumstance. They see themselves as directors of effort. This view was not adopted suddenly. It was rehearsed until it became habit. I have often said that faith is a state of mind. By this I mean agreement without argument. When the conscious aim and the deeper mind speak the same language, action flows freely and persistence feels natural. Inner disagreement weakens effort. One part of the mind advances while another retreats. Rebuilding ends this conflict by establishing a single direction through repetition. Night after night, the mind rehearses its role. If it rehearses doubt, doubt becomes the guide. If it rehearses authority, authority governs conduct. As you rest now, the deeper mind is receptive to a broader agreement. This agreement does not exaggerate. It simply assumes capability, steadiness, and direction as natural conditions. Men who accept this agreement do not hurry. They do not seek permission inwardly or outwardly. They proceed as though progress were orderly and expected. Others sense this expectation. They respond with confidence. Opportunity often moves toward those who appear prepared to receive it. Identity also governs how failure is interpreted. Men who rehearse inadequacy see failure as proof. Men who rehearse capability see failure as instruction. This difference determines whether a man advances or retreats. Autosuggestion trains interpretation as well as action. What the mind expects, it explains everything to match. Many men remain loyal to an old identity out of habit. Habit does not release its hold until a new role is rehearsed with greater frequency. Neglect weakens the old. Repetition strengthens the new. You may notice that certain limiting thoughts feel less convincing. This is not struggle, it is replacement. Replacement is the only lasting method of change. Identity rehearsed calmly becomes character. Character governs destiny with consistency. Men who possess strong character are rarely dramatic. Their strength is quiet. Others rely upon them instinctively. As sleep deepens, the subconscious continues accepting the role being rehearsed. It does not question whether the role is deserved. It accepts repetition as authority. This is why exaggerated claims fail. The mind resists what it cannot accept. It welcomes what feels reasonable and familiar. I have known men who rose steadily by adopting the identity of builders long before results appeared. They acted in accordance with that role, and the world adjusted in time. Others describe such men as confident. Confidence is the outward sign of inner agreement. You are not asked to become someone new overnight. You are asked to release loyalty to an old description and allow a stronger one to form through repetition. Identity change feels subtle. It feels like relief rather than excitement. Relief signals that inner conflict is dissolving. As this agreement strengthens, effort feels lighter. Decisions arise more easily. Persistence steadies. These are the signs that identity is rebuilding beneath awareness. Rest now in this agreement. Allow repetition to continue quietly. The deeper mind understands its task. What is rehearsed here will guide tomorrow's conduct without command. Identity, once formed, works faithfully. A mind cannot move powerfully in many directions at once. Power gathers only where thought is ordered. Disorder scatters effort, weakens judgment, and creates the illusion of hard work without progress. Most men suffer not from lack of ability, but from lack of arrangement within their own thinking. I have observed that confusion is rarely accidental. It is usually inherited through repetition. Men repeat unfinished thoughts, half-made decisions, and borrowed opinions until the mind becomes crowded. In a crowded mind, no single idea has room to grow. Order does not mean rigidity. It means placement. When each thought occupies its proper place, the mind moves with ease. When thoughts compete for attention, energy drains away, resolving inner conflict. Many men attempt to solve this problem by adding effort. Effort applied to disorder produces strain. Order applied to effort produces results. This is why rebuilding must begin inwardly. Successful men are often mistaken for being simple. In truth, they are organized. They do not carry every thought at once. They give attention where it belongs and remove it where it does not serve. Others sense this organization immediately. They feel calm in the presence of such men. Calm invites trust. Trust invites cooperation. I have known men who worked endlessly, yet felt overwhelmed because their thoughts had no hierarchy. Everything felt urgent. Nothing felt complete. When order was introduced, urgency faded and clarity emerged. Order begins by deciding what does not deserve attention. The mind gains strength not by holding more, but by holding less. Removal is as important as addition. Night is the hour when removal happens naturally. As the body rests, the mind releases what it no longer needs to carry. In this condition, new arrangement becomes possible. You are not being asked to sort every thought consciously. That is tiring work. Rebuilding happens through repeated exposure to order. The subconscious learns arrangement through pattern. When calm, ordered ideas are repeated, the mind begins to prefer them. Preference becomes habit. Habit governs attention. Men who possess order do not rush to answer every question. They pause. They allow clarity to surface. This pause is not hesitation. It is control. Others interpret this control as confidence. Confidence is simply the absence of inner crowding. Disorder creates noise. Noise creates fatigue. Fatigue weakens persistence. Order removes noise and restores strength. I have often said that accurate thinking is one of the great essentials of success. Accuracy requires space. Space is created by order. As these hours continue, the mind is being introduced to a calmer arrangement. Thoughts are being placed instead of piled. This placement removes pressure. You may notice that the urge to resolve everything at once begins to fade. This is not neglect. It is prioritization forming naturally. Men who advance steadily rarely appear frantic. They have learned to move one step at a time without losing direction. This ability comes from mental order. Others respond to this steadiness by offering patience, trust, and opportunity. Order attracts these responses. Repetition strengthens arrangement. Each calm exposure to order makes it more familiar. Familiarity removes resistance. The mind resists chaos when it has learned order. It releases unnecessary thought automatically. I have known men who transformed their effectiveness by learning what to ignore. Ignoring is a skill developed through repetition. As sleep deepens, the subconscious continues organizing thought. It strengthens what aligns with purpose and weakens what distracts. You may drift in and out of awareness. Allow this. Organization does not require attention. It requires repetition. The mind knows how to arrange itself when given proper pattern. That pattern is being supplied now. Order also restores patience. Men who are organized do not rush. They know where they are going. Time becomes ally rather than enemy. Others sense this patience and trust it. Trust opens doors effort alone cannot force. Disorder breeds fear because it removes certainty. Order dissolves fear by clarifying direction. As order grows, effort feels lighter. The same tasks require less strain because resistance has been removed. This is how scattered thinking becomes focused thinking, not by force, but by arrangement. I have often said that concentration is the ability to focus on one thing at a time. Concentration grows naturally when order replaces chaos. Night repetition trains this focus without struggle. You may notice that thoughts begin to slow. Slowing is not loss of sharpness. It is precision forming. Precision strengthens judgment. Judgment improves decision. Decision reinforces direction. Direction restores confidence. All of this begins with order. Rest now in this calmer arrangement. Allow the deeper mind to continue placing each thought where it belongs. What is ordered here will guide tomorrow's attention without effort. The rebuilding continues quietly. Nothing is forced. Nothing is rushed. Order is returning to the mind. And with order comes power. There is no greater drain upon the strength of a man than unfinished decisions. Debate carried too long becomes a habit of hesitation. Hesitation weakens effort before action begins. Many men believe they are thinking carefully, when in truth they are merely postponing inner settlement. I have observed that progress begins at the moment a man ends discussion within his own mind. Until that moment, thought moves in circles, consuming energy without advancing direction. Once settlement is reached, thought moves forward with quiet force. Decision is not an act of noise or emotion. It is an act of closure. When the mind closes a question, it releases energy that was once trapped in doubt. That energy becomes available for action, persistence, and judgment. Most men suffer not from wrong decisions, but from undecided ones. An imperfect decision followed faithfully often produces better results than a perfect decision delayed indefinitely. Delay feeds confusion. Decision feeds clarity. I have known men who possessed great ability, yet remained ineffective because they reopened the same questions daily. Their minds were crowded with perhaps and someday. When they learned to conclude inwardly, their progress became steady and reliable. Others sensed this change quickly. They noticed firmness where uncertainty once lived. This firmness inspired confidence, for people trust those who trust their own direction. Decision seals order into the mind. Order without decision remains fragile. Decision strengthens order by giving it authority. Night is the hour when decision can be sealed most easily. The conscious mind relaxes its grip. The deeper mind accepts conclusions without protest. What is concluded calmly at this hour becomes difficult to disturb. Many men carry unresolved questions into sleep. These questions multiply overnight. By morning, uncertainty governs conduct. Rebuilding reverses this by replacing questions with conclusions. You are not being asked to force decisions through will alone. Force creates resistance. Repetition creates acceptance. Calm statements of direction, repeated nightly, teach the subconscious what is settled. The subconscious does not respond to argument. It responds to finality. When a conclusion is repeated often enough, it becomes law within. I have often said that definiteness of purpose is the starting point of all achievement. Definiteness is not rigidity. It is inner agreement upon direction. Men who possess definiteness do not rush. They do not second-guess every step. They adjust methods without abandoning purpose. This steadiness preserves strength. Others respond instinctively to this quality. They trust men who have decided. Trust opens doors that effort alone cannot force. Indecision exhausts the spirit. Decision restores it. Relief follows settlement because conflict has ended. As you rest now, the deeper mind is receptive to conclusion. Old debates can be closed without strain. What no longer serves can be dismissed quietly. You may notice that certain recurring questions lose urgency. This is closure forming. Closure frees attention. Men who fail often revisit decisions repeatedly, weakening them each time. Men who succeed decide once and build upon that decision. Decision, once accepted, guides attention. The mind notices what aligns with direction and ignores what does not. This selection simplifies life. I have known leaders whose greatest strength lay not in brilliance, but in finality. They decided and moved forward. Their certainty inspired others to follow. Certainty does not mean knowing every step. It means trusting direction enough to proceed. Direction reveals steps as movement begins. As sleep deepens, the subconscious continues reinforcing settled conclusions. It strengthens what is repeated and weakens what is neglected. You are not required to remember these conclusions consciously. They will express themselves through steadier action and clearer judgment. Decision also restores patience. Men who have settled inwardly do not rush results. They know direction has been chosen. Time becomes ally rather than enemy. Others sense this patience and respond with cooperation. Cooperation multiplies effort. I have often observed that one sound decision, firmly held, can remake an entire life. That decision need not be dramatic. It must be final. Finality is built through repetition. Each calm reaffirmation strengthens the boundary beyond which doubt no longer travels. You may feel a sense of quiet relief as inner debate fades. Relief signals that energy once wasted is now conserved. Decision transforms effort into progress. Progress becomes visible when effort is no longer divided. Rest now in this settled direction. Allow repetition to continue quietly. The deeper mind knows how to guard what has been concluded. What is sealed here will guide tomorrow's conduct without argument. This is how drift ends and direction begins. The rebuilding continues, not through struggle, but through settlement. Sleep now under this finality. The work proceeds faithfully. Persistence is not an act of strain. It is an act of loyalty. When a man must force himself to continue, it is because he has not yet removed retreat from his thinking. Where retreat remains possible, effort becomes exhausting. Where retreat is absent, continuation feels natural. I have observed that most men do not lack endurance. They lack allegiance to a settled direction. They persist briefly, then withdraw inwardly before circumstances ever defeat them. This withdrawal weakens habit and trains the mind to expect surrender. Men who endure calmly do not speak often of persistence. Their continuation appears ordinary. This ordinariness is the mark of mastery. What is dramatic is unstable. What is habitual endures. Persistence becomes effortless when it is no longer questioned. The mind obeys what it assumes to be permanent. Autosuggestion teaches permanence by repeating loyalty until it becomes law. I have known men who labored fiercely for short periods and then abandoned their effort, and I have known men who advanced steadily without strain. The difference lay not in strength, but in habit. Habit carries effort forward when attention wanders. Others sense this quality instinctively. They trust men who remain. They rely upon those who do not retreat inwardly. This trust brings cooperation, and cooperation multiplies power. Persistence born of habit does not require constant encouragement. It operates even when enthusiasm fades. This is its greatest advantage. Many men mistake persistence for stubbornness. Stubbornness resists instruction. Persistence accepts instruction and continues regardless. Autosuggestion trains the mind to continue without argument. The subconscious supports what it believes to be permanent. When direction is presented as settled through repetition, the subconscious lends its strength and removes the impulse to quit. I have often spoken of men who abandoned their efforts within sight of success. Their failure was not lack of opportunity, but lack of habit. Habit would have carried them beyond doubt. Persistence does not demand constant motion. It demands refusal to abandon direction. Men who persist wisely rest when rest serves and act when action is required. As the body rests now, the mind accepts continuation without resistance. Calm repetition makes loyalty feel natural rather than forced. Others will notice that you recover more quickly from disappointment. Recovery is swift when retreat is no longer considered. Men who persist through habit do not dramatize hardship. They accept it as instruction and proceed. This attitude preserves strength. Persistence governed by habit sharpens judgment. Men who remain long enough learn what short effort never reveals. Night after night, repetition strengthens allegiance. Allegiance becomes character. Character governs destiny. Fear weakens persistence by suggesting escape. Autosuggestion removes escape by training loyalty through repetition. You may notice that the thought of quitting feels less urgent. This is not complacency. It is commitment. Men who commit inwardly do not exhaust themselves arguing with difficulty. They conserve energy by removing alternatives. As sleep deepens, habit strengthens. What is repeated calmly becomes law. You are not asked to push yourself forward. Pushing implies resistance. Allow habit to pull you forward instead. Persistence built upon habit does not burn enthusiasm. It preserves it. Others may describe you as steady. Steadiness is the outward sign of loyalty secured. I have long taught that failure is temporary defeat. Defeat becomes permanent only when habit dissolves. Habit prevents dissolution. Rest now in this continuity. Allow repetition to continue quietly. The deeper mind understands its task. What is established here will carry you forward without strain. Persistence is no longer something you must summon. It has become something you are. Sleep now under this law of continuation. The work proceeds faithfully. No man ever achieves lasting success through isolated thought. Even when a man works alone, his thinking must be in harmony with other minds, other experiences, and established principles. Power multiplies when thought cooperates instead of contending with itself. I have observed that many men weaken their own efforts by carrying too many opposing ideas at once. One part of the mind advances, another retreats. One part hopes, another doubts. This inner conflict consumes energy before action begins. Harmony begins when thought moves in a single direction. Direction gathers power. Scattered thought dissipates it. Autosuggestion is the means by which harmony is established quietly and steadily. Men who achieve much are rarely quarrelsome in thought. They do not argue inwardly with every idea that presents itself. They select, align, and proceed. Selection is the first act of cooperation. Others sense this harmony instinctively. They feel ease in the presence of such men. Ease invites conversation, assistance, and trust. Trust opens doors that force cannot move. I have known men of modest talent who advanced rapidly because they learned to harmonize their thinking with capable counsel. I have known men of great ability who failed because they insisted upon thinking alone. Cooperation does not mean surrendering direction. It means aligning strength. A mind in harmony is not weak. It is efficient. Night is the hour when harmony forms most easily. As the body rests, inner contention fades. The mind becomes receptive to order and alignment. Repetition during this hour strengthens agreement without effort. Many men sabotage themselves by dwelling upon envy, resentment, or rivalry. These conditions fracture harmony and repel cooperation. Autosuggestion replaces them by training the mind to admire, study, and align with achievement. I have often withdrawn in quiet moments to consult an inner council of men whose lives proved the soundness of their thinking. In this imagined assembly, I sought not answers, but alignment. Alignment brought clarity. The subconscious responds to harmony as readily as it responds to repetition. When thoughts agree, the mind moves with ease. When they conflict, progress stalls. Men governed by harmony rarely rush. They listen, they weigh, they choose. This restraint is not hesitation. It is judgment. Others interpret this judgment as leadership. Leadership arises naturally when thought is ordered and aligned. Harmony also governs how opportunity is received. Opportunities are rarely seized by the frantic. They are welcomed by the prepared. Prepared minds are harmonized minds. They have room for new ideas because they are not crowded with inner dispute. As sleep deepens, the subconscious continues arranging thought around purpose. Conflicting ideas lose strength through neglect. Aligned ideas gain authority. You may notice that thoughts feel quieter. This quiet is not emptiness. It is cooperation forming. Men who lack harmony often confuse activity with progress. Men who possess harmony move less and accomplish more. Others respond to this efficiency by offering responsibility. Responsibility brings opportunity. Opportunity rewards harmony. I have often said that success requires the cooperation of other minds. This cooperation begins within. When thought is harmonized, cooperation follows naturally. Harmony also restores patience. Men at peace with their direction do not hurry outcomes. They allow time to serve them. As repetition continues, the mind grows accustomed to alignment. It releases unnecessary conflict automatically. You are not asked to force harmony. Force creates resistance. Allow repetition to establish order quietly. Men who cultivate harmony are rarely lonely. Even in solitude, they feel guided. Guidance arises from alignment with principle. Others sense this guidance and trust it. As sleep deepens, the mind accepts harmony as its natural state. What is harmonious inwardly will attract cooperation outwardly. The rebuilding continues, not by adding more effort, but by removing conflict. Rest now in this alignment. Allow repetition to continue quietly. The deeper mind understands how to cooperate. What is harmonized here will guide tomorrow's actions without strain. Harmony has replaced contention, and with harmony comes power. Every man lives according to what he quietly expects. Expectation is the silent partner of thought, shaping conduct before effort begins. Men may speak of hope, yet live by anticipation. What the mind anticipates, it prepares for. Preparation determines outcome more surely than desire. I have observed that failure often follows men who expect resistance at every step. They do not see opportunity because they are trained to look for difficulty. Difficulty appears faithful to expectation. The mind finds what it is sent to seek. Men who achieve lasting success expect order. They do not deny obstacles, yet they do not rehearse them. Their thoughts are arranged around progress. This arrangement guides attention toward openings rather than barriers. Expectation is not excitement. It is calm assumption. Calm assumption carries authority because it does not argue. Autosuggestion trains this assumption by repetition until it feels natural. Many men desire advancement while expecting disappointment. This inner contradiction weakens initiative. The mind cannot move confidently toward what it secretly doubts will arrive. Rebuilding removes this contradiction. I have known men who labored long without result because they anticipated loss at every turn. When they trained themselves to expect improvement, their judgment sharpened and opportunity revealed itself steadily. Others noticed the change before success appeared. They sensed calm confidence. Calm confidence invites cooperation. Cooperation multiplies effort. Expectation governs patience. Men who expect progress allow time to work. Men who expect failure demand immediate proof. Impatience is the child of doubt. The subconscious does not measure likelihood, it measures repetition. Whatever is anticipated most often becomes the guide for behavior. Autosuggestion replaces anxious rehearsal with calm expectation. As you rest now, the deeper mind is receptive to a broader anticipation. This anticipation does not exaggerate. It assumes that growth follows order as surely as harvest follows planting. Men who live by right expectation do not hurry. They prepare. Preparation attracts opportunity more reliably than urgency. Others sense this preparedness. They trust men who do not appear desperate. Desperation repels assistance. Expectation invites it. Expectation also governs courage. Men who expect difficulty hesitate. Men who expect progress proceed. Courage is the absence of preparation for defeat. I have often said that riches respond to definiteness of purpose supported by faith. Faith, in this sense, is expectation held without argument. Night repetition trains the mind to expect improvement as normal. What feels normal governs action more powerfully than what feels impressive. You may notice that certain worries feel less persuasive. This is expectation replacing fear. Fear weakens when it is no longer rehearsed. Men who expect growth notice ideas that others overlook. Ideas are capital. Capital responds to attention. Others respond to this attention by offering suggestions, introductions, and trust. These responses appear coincidental, yet they are drawn by expectation. Expectation also influences how money is regarded. Men trained in scarcity fear money. Men trained in expectancy direct it. Direction multiplies usefulness. I have known men who feared opportunity because they expected failure. When expectancy changed, fear lost authority and action followed. Expectation governs gratitude. Men who expect improvement recognize progress. Recognition strengthens confidence. Confidence supports persistence. As sleep deepens, the mind rehearses its anticipation. What is rehearsed now will guide tomorrow's reactions without effort. Men who expect order do not complain of chance. They understand law. Law responds consistently to thought held steadily. Repetition strengthens this understanding. Each calm statement of expectancy deepens belief without argument. The subconscious accepts expectation as instruction. Instruction becomes habit. Habit becomes character. You are not asked to deny past difficulty. You are asked to anticipate future order. Anticipation prepares the way. Expectation also influences generosity. Men who expect shortage cling. Men who expect growth share wisely. Wise sharing signals confidence. Others trust those who share wisely. Trust multiplies opportunity. As sleep deepens, the mind accepts a broader anticipation. Scarcity loses power when it is no longer rehearsed. Men who train expectation do not depend upon excitement. Expectation works when emotion fades. Others may remark that you appear more settled. Settlement signals readiness. I have known men whose fortunes changed because they stopped preparing for failure and began preparing for success. Preparation begins in thought. Rest now in this calm anticipation. Allow repetition to continue quietly. The deeper mind knows how to expect order. What is anticipated here will guide tomorrow's conduct naturally. This is how confidence becomes steady rather than emotional. Sleep now under this new expectancy. The rebuilding continues faithfully. No man ever rises higher in life than the level of respect he quietly holds for himself. This respect is not spoken, it is assumed. It governs what a man allows, what he accepts, and what he rejects. Wealth, responsibility, and leadership respond to this inner measure with exact obedience. Many men desire success while secretly questioning their right to possess it. This doubt does not speak loudly. It whispers through hesitation, underpricing of effort, and withdrawal at moments of opportunity. The mind obeys this whisper faithfully, mistaking it for caution. I have observed that men who sustain achievement carry themselves with dignity long before success appears. This dignity is not pride. It is calm acceptance of responsibility. Others sense it instinctively and respond with trust. Self-respect is not built through praise or approval. It is built through repetition of inner statements that affirm capability and responsibility. What is repeated calmly becomes familiar. Familiarity removes discomfort. Men who lack this self-respect often sabotage themselves without knowing why. They delay action. They shrink from authority. They explain instead of decide. These acts are not weakness of will, but obedience to an inner estimate of worth. Autosuggestion replaces this estimate by rehearsing a broader permission. Permission to decide. Permission to receive. Permission to stand without apology. The subconscious accepts permission when it is repeated without contradiction. Wealth does not remain with those who feel unworthy of it. It passes through their hands and seeks those prepared to hold it. Preparation begins inwardly, with respect for one's own ability to direct and manage. Others notice when this respect is present. They sense steadiness. They trust judgment. They offer responsibility more readily. Responsibility is the doorway through which opportunity enters. I have known men who worked faithfully yet remained unseen because they carried themselves as servants rather than stewards. When they accepted stewardship inwardly, their manner changed and recognition followed. Self-respect also governs how mistakes are interpreted. Men without it see error as proof of inadequacy. Men with it see error as instruction. Instruction strengthens judgment rather than weakening it. The subconscious does not measure merit. It measures belief. Belief repeated becomes law. Night after night, the mind rehearses its estimate of worth. If it rehearses doubt, doubt governs conduct. If it rehearses dignity, dignity directs action. As you rest now, the deeper mind is receptive to a broader self-acceptance. This acceptance does not exaggerate. It simply assumes capability and responsibility as natural conditions. Men who accept this condition do not seek approval. They act from alignment. Approval follows alignment naturally. Others respond differently to such men. They listen more carefully. They defer more readily. They trust more fully. These responses appear unearned, yet they are drawn by inner certainty. Self-respect also restores patience. Men who respect themselves do not rush recognition. They trust their direction. Trust steadies persistence. Autosuggestion installs this trust through repetition. Each calm statement of worth strengthens the foundation upon which achievement rests. I have often said that money responds to definiteness of purpose. Purpose requires self-respect to sustain it. Without respect, purpose wavers under pressure. As this respect strengthens, guilt around success dissolves. Guilt repels opportunity. Acceptance attracts it. You may notice that thoughts of receiving feel less uncomfortable. Comfort with responsibility is essential. What is resisted inwardly will be avoided outwardly. Self-respect also governs generosity. Men who respect themselves give wisely without fear. Giving signals confidence in renewal. Others trust those who give wisely. Trust multiplies opportunity. As sleep deepens, the subconscious continues shaping this inner estimate. It records tone and repetition. These impressions guide tomorrow's conduct without effort. You are not asked to deny past errors. You are asked to stop rehearsing them. Rehearsal sustains identity. Men who rise do so when they release loyalty to an old estimate and adopt a broader one through repetition. This adoption does not require struggle. It requires consistency. Others will sense that you carry yourself differently. They will respond accordingly. Self-respect, once established, guards success automatically. It guides choice, restraint, and direction without supervision. Rest now in this acceptance. Allow repetition to continue quietly. The deeper mind understands its task. What is accepted here will express itself tomorrow as steadiness, dignity, and confidence. This is how success becomes sustainable rather than temporary. Sleep now under this inner permission. The rebuilding nears completion. All rebuilding reaches a moment when the hand must be withdrawn and the structure allowed to stand on its own. Effort completes its task when habit assumes command. From this point forward, the work belongs not to intention, but to law. Law operates without supervision, without strain, and without interruption. Many men weaken progress by returning to inspect what has already been secured. They reopen settled matters, question installed habits, and disturb arrangements that repetition had made firm. Wisdom lies in knowing when direction has been given sufficiently, and trust must replace control. The subconscious mind, once impressed calmly and repeatedly, proceeds with exact obedience. It does not argue. It does not forget. It executes instruction according to frequency and tone. Sleep is not a pause in this execution. It is the period in which execution deepens and becomes permanent. I have observed that men who understand this principle awaken with clarity they cannot explain. Decisions feel simpler. Judgment feels steadier. Confidence feels quieter. These changes appear subtle, yet they are the unmistakable signs of inner order now governing conduct. When the conscious mind releases its grip, harmony advances, anxiety withdraws, habit assumes authority. The deeper faculties perform their work most effectively when undisturbed by impatience or fear. As sleep approaches fully, awareness drifts. This drifting is not weakness, it is cooperation. The subconscious does not require attention to perform its duty. It requires only that instruction be consistent and undisturbed. You may fade in and out of awareness. This does not interrupt the work. It assists it. The deeper mind remains alert even when consciousness loosens. It records rhythm, tone, and assumption, shaping tomorrow's reactions quietly. The impressions formed during these hours now belong to habit. Habit does not depend upon memory. It operates automatically. Automatic conduct is the reward of disciplined repetition. Men who sustain achievement do not rely upon constant vigilance. They rely upon trained habits of thought. These habits guard direction, even when attention wanders. This is their greatest strength. Others often describe such men as fortunate. Their fortune is merely the visible effect of invisible order operating without interference. From this point forward, the mind will continue selecting what aligns with its rebuilt structure. It will notice opportunity where confusion once stood. It will ignore distraction that once demanded attention. This selection is natural and dependable. I have long taught that the subconscious is impartial. It executes orders whether they serve or hinder. Tonight, constructive orders have been impressed calmly and repeatedly. The law now proceeds. The work has moved from formation to expression. Expression does not announce itself. It appears quietly through steadier conduct, clearer judgment, and calm persistence. You are not required to observe this process. Observation invites doubt. Trust allows completion. Completion belongs to habit, not effort. As the body rests deeply, the subconscious continues arranging thought, strengthening useful patterns and dissolving those no longer reinforced. This process is exact and reliable. Men who interfere at this stage often do so from impatience. Patience is the companion of confidence. Confidence trusts law to complete what repetition has begun. Others will notice changes before you do. They may remark upon composure, clarity, or assurance. These qualities are signs that the inner structure is now supporting life rather than opposing it. From this point forward, progress no longer depends upon encouragement. It depends upon continuity. Continuity has been secured through repetition. The mind has accepted a new standard. Standards, once accepted, govern behavior automatically. What feels normal directs action more powerfully than what feels inspiring. As sleep deepens, urgency dissolves. Urgency belongs to uncertainty. Order proceeds without haste. I have known men whose greatest advances came after they ceased forcing progress and allowed habit to rule. Their restraint permitted law to operate fully. Rest is essential to achievement. Rest permits the deeper faculties to function without obstruction. This is why sleep completes the work that effort begins. You may awaken with no clear memory of these words. That is of no importance. Memory is not the instrument of change. Impression is. Impression shapes expectation. Expectation shapes conduct. Conduct shapes result. This sequence is now in motion. The mind, once ordered, seeks order everywhere. It arranges time wisely. It chooses effort carefully. It persists steadily. Others respond to this order instinctively. They cooperate. They trust. They offer opportunity. Order invites these responses without request. From this point forward, growth is not something to chase. It is something to allow. Allowance replaces struggle. I have often said that success is the result of laws applied, not wishes expressed. Those laws are now at work quietly and faithfully. Rest now without concern. The mind has been instructed. It will continue its work without attention. Sleep carries this instruction deeper, where it becomes habit. Habit becomes character. Character determines destiny. When morning comes, action will follow naturally. Decisions will feel steadier. Persistence will feel easier. Confidence will feel calmer. This is not chance. It is order. The rebuilding is complete for now. Nothing more is required. Release control and rest. What has been planted will grow. Sleep now and allow the law to finish its work. Settle the body before attempting to direct the mind. The mind obeys most willingly when the body is at ease. Sit or lie in a position that requires no adjustment. Let the hands rest. Let the breathing slow. Nothing is to be forced. Order begins with allowance. This exercise is not an act of strain. It is an act of arrangement. You are not here to wrestle with thought, but to place it. Thought that is placed correctly ceases to trouble the mind. Begin by allowing the attention to withdraw from the outer world. Sounds may remain, but they need not be followed. They pass without instruction. The mind is learning to choose what it attends to. Now bring awareness inward, not to any single thought, but to the condition of the mind itself. Notice whether it feels crowded or open, hurried or calm. Do not judge this condition. Observation without judgment removes resistance. I have long taught that the mind must be directed deliberately if it is to serve with precision. This exercise is the deliberate direction of thought, carried out calmly, without haste and without argument. First, acknowledge silently that the mind you have carried was built through repetition. It was not built by fate, nor by chance, nor by circumstance alone. It was built by what you accepted often enough to become familiar. Say inwardly, without emotion, that what was built through repetition can be rebuilt through repetition. This is not hope, it is law. Allow that statement to settle. Do not repeat it hurriedly. One clear acceptance is worth more than many hurried words. Now begin the first phase of rebuilding, release. Release does not mean denial, it means withdrawal of attention. Whatever no longer receives attention loses authority. Bring to mind, gently, the patterns of thought that have weakened you. Not specific events, but patterns. Hesitation, doubt, confusion, fear of judgment, delay. Do not analyze them. Simply recognize that they existed because they were repeated. Say inwardly that these patterns were learned, not born. What is learned can be unlearned. Do not argue with these patterns. Argument feeds them. Simply remove your consent to continue repeating them. Consent is the source of their power. Now state inwardly, calmly and firmly, that you no longer give repetition to thoughts that weaken clarity, discipline, or direction. This is not a promise. It is a decision. Decision ends debate. Pause here. Let the mind rest in this pause. Pauses are powerful. They allow rearrangement. Now begin the second phase, placement. Every structure requires beams before decoration. The beams of the mind are principles, not moods. You are now placing principles where confusion once lived. Bring to mind the idea of order, not order imposed from outside, but order arising from within. Order is the natural state of a directed mind. Say inwardly that your mind is learning to prefer order to confusion, simplicity to excess, direction to drift. Do not hurry these words. Let them fall into place. Now imagine, not vividly but calmly, that your thoughts are being arranged, as one might arrange papers upon a desk. Only those that belong remain. Those that do not belong are set aside without struggle. This image is not fantasy, it is instruction. The subconscious understands arrangement. Remain with this sense of arrangement for several slow breaths. Now proceed to the third phase. Identity alignment. Every action proceeds from an inner agreement about who you are. This agreement has been revised through this work, and now it must be affirmed quietly. Say inwardly that you are the kind of person who finishes what is begun, who decides without retreat, who persists without drama, and who thinks with clarity rather than haste. Do not attempt to feel these statements. Feeling will follow familiarity. For now, repetition is sufficient. I have observed that men become what they repeatedly describe themselves to be. This description, when delivered calmly and without contradiction, becomes identity. Repeat inwardly that you are aligned with growth, order, and steady progress. These words are not decoration. They are instruction. Pause again. Let silence do its work. Now begin the fourth phase, authority restoration. Every mind is governed by a voice. If you do not establish your own, you will obey one borrowed from fear, habit, or opinion. Say inwardly that your thoughts now obey direction rather than impulse, that you choose which thoughts remain and which pass. This is not control through force. It is control through authority. Authority grows through repetition, not emotion. Allow yourself to feel the quiet firmness of this authority, not pride, not tension. Simply firmness. Now proceed to the fifth phase, expectation reset. Expectation is preparation. The mind prepares for what it expects. Say inwardly that you expect clarity to guide your decisions, steadiness to guide your actions, and order to guide your results. Expectation does not require excitement. Calm assumption is stronger. State that growth is natural, progress is orderly, and persistence is reliable. Do not demand proof. Expectation prepares the way for proof. Pause again. Now begin the sixth phase, habit instruction. Habits are formed when thought repeats without resistance. Resistance has been removed. Instruction may now be given. Say inwardly that your habits are aligning with discipline, focus, and follow-through. That you act when action is required and rest when rest serves purpose. State that you return to direction easily when distracted, and that distraction loses power through neglect. Habit does not require effort. It requires consistency. Let these instructions settle. Now proceed to the seventh phase, self-respect installation. Self-respect is the acceptance of responsibility without apology. Say inwardly that you respect your ability to think, decide, and persist. That you accept responsibility for your direction without fear. State that you are comfortable with progress, prepared for responsibility, and steady in your conduct. Self-respect does not shout. It stands. Pause again. Notice the absence of urgency. Now begin the eighth phase, release of supervision. The work of rebuilding does not require monitoring. Monitoring invites doubt. Say inwardly that the subconscious now carries these instructions forward without assistance. That habit will enforce what repetition has installed. State that you trust the law of repetition to complete its work. Trust removes interference. Now allow the mind to rest in silence for several moments. Silence is not emptiness. It is integration. If thoughts arise, let them pass without engagement. Engagement strengthens. Passing weakens. Remain here. Now conclude the exercise with a final instruction, spoken inwardly as a statement of present fact, that your mind is rebuilding itself through order, repetition, and direction. That confusion is dissolving through neglect. That clarity is strengthening through use. That persistence is becoming natural. That discipline is becoming automatic. That identity is aligning with purpose. Do not repeat these hurriedly. One calm cycle is sufficient. This exercise is complete when effort ceases. End it not with strain but with rest. Sleep if sleep follows. Rise if waking follows. The work continues either way. What has been instructed will be executed. Law does not forget. Every constructive effort reaches a moment when instruction must yield to trust. To continue directing after the work has been done is to interfere with the very laws that make results inevitable. The mind, once properly impressed, does not require supervision. It requires freedom to operate. I have spent a lifetime observing men who succeeded not by strain, but by alignment. Their greatest strength was not force of will, but obedience to principle. They learned when to act and when to release. This epilogue belongs to release. Nothing more is required of you now. The rebuilding you have allowed did not occur through struggle. It occurred through repetition, calmness, and order. These are the tools the subconscious understands. What the subconscious understands, it enforces without effort. Many men fail because they never allow the deeper faculties to complete their work. They interrupt progress with anxiety, inspection, and doubt. They reopen questions already settled and weaken habits already forming. Wisdom lies in restraint. The mind, when left undisturbed, arranges itself around the strongest impressions it has received. Those impressions have been supplied here with care and consistency. They now belong to habit. Habit is the servant of destiny. You may not feel different in any dramatic sense. That is as it should be. Lasting change is quiet. It does not announce itself. It expresses itself through steadier action, clearer judgment, and calmer persistence. I have observed that men who undergo real inner change often describe it as relief rather than excitement. Relief signals that conflict has ended. Conflict drains energy. Its removal restores strength. From this point forward, your mind will continue doing what it has been trained to do. It will select thoughts more carefully. It will dismiss distractions more quickly. It will return to direction without effort. You are not required to remember every idea that has passed through your awareness. Memory is not the agent of transformation. Impression is. The subconscious remembers tone, rhythm, and repetition long after words fade. The impressions formed here are orderly. They are steady. They are free of urgency. These qualities ensure permanence. Men who achieve much often appear unhurried. This is not because they lack ambition, but because their minds are not divided. Division creates haste. Unity creates calm. Your thinking has been guided toward unity. From unity comes clarity. From clarity comes intelligent action. From intelligent action comes result. This sequence is law, not theory. I have often said that success is the result of laws applied, not wishes expressed. Those laws are impartial. They respond to whoever applies them consistently. You have applied them here by allowing repetition to do its work. Allowance is more powerful than effort. Effort belongs to the surface of life. Law governs its depths. You are now operating at depth. As days pass, you may notice that decisions feel simpler. You may notice that hesitation pauses before speaking. You may notice that persistence feels less emotional and more natural. These are signs that habit has assumed command. Others may notice changes before you do. They may remark upon your calm, your steadiness, your clarity. They may trust your judgment more readily. These responses are not accidental. They are drawn by inner order. The world responds to what a man is inwardly, not what he claims to be outwardly. Your inner structure has been strengthened. Strength does not require display. It requires consistency. Consistency has been installed through repetition. From this point forward, growth is not something you must chase. It is something you permit. Permission removes resistance. Resistance delays results. Many men exhaust themselves trying to become something they already are capable of being. They add pressure where allowance would suffice. This work has removed pressure. When pressure dissolves, clarity emerges. When clarity emerges, action becomes confident. When action becomes confident, persistence is assured. You may find that old fears attempt to revisit. This is natural. Habit does not surrender without testing its former territory. When this happens, do not argue. Do not engage. Simply return attention to direction. What is ignored loses strength. What is practiced gains authority. Authority governs habit. Habit governs destiny. This is the order of things. I have known men who ruined progress by watching it too closely. They doubted what was already working. They mistook silence for absence. In truth, silence often marks the most productive stages of growth. Seeds grow in silence. So does character, so does discipline, so does confidence. Your work now is not to interfere. Your work is to live. Live according to the direction that has been installed. Take action when action is required. Rest when rest serves purpose. Trust that the deeper faculties are arranging details beyond conscious awareness. Trust is not blind belief. It is understanding law well enough to step aside. You have done what is required. Nothing further needs to be added. Nothing needs to be forced. Nothing needs to be proven. From this point forward, the law of habit force carries you. Habit force responds to repetition. Repetition has been supplied. The law of attraction responds to harmony. Harmony has been restored. The law of success responds to definiteness. Direction has been settled. The law of persistence responds to loyalty. Loyalty has been trained. These laws do not reverse themselves. They proceed. As time unfolds, you will find that you return to center more easily. Distraction passes more quickly. Purpose feels steadier. These are the quiet marks of rebuilding completed. The mind you now carry is not perfect. Perfection is not required. It is ordered. Order is sufficient. An ordered mind improves itself naturally. This improvement does not depend upon circumstance. Circumstance bends to order. I have seen it too many times to doubt it. Men who align inwardly eventually align outwardly. Opportunity, cooperation, and recognition follow as naturally as shadow follows form. Do not measure progress daily. Measurement invites impatience. Let progress reveal itself through results. Results are the language of law. Sleep when sleep comes. Act when action is required. Think when thought serves purpose. Release when release is called for. This is the rhythm of a directed life. The rebuilding is complete. The foundation is firm. The structure is sound. From this foundation, you will build naturally. There is nothing further to add. There is nothing further to seek. The work is done. Rest now and allow the law to continue its work. What has been planted will grow, and what has been built will endure. There is a moment in every serious undertaking when the mind must cease instruction and accept continuity. At that moment, growth passes beyond conscious effort and becomes a matter of direction sustained by habit. This epilogue belongs to continuity. I have learned through long observation that men do not fail because they lack knowledge. They fail because they interrupt processes already set in motion. They doubt what repetition has begun to establish and weaken what patience would have completed. The mind, once properly guided, seeks stability. It prefers order to confusion, direction to drift, and consistency to excitement. When these preferences are established, progress follows without command. What you have permitted to occur through this work is not a momentary adjustment, but a change in the manner by which your mind conducts itself. Conduct, once altered, reshapes circumstance quietly and persistently. You may not recognize this change immediately. That is not a defect. It is a sign that the change has gone deep enough to operate without display. The most powerful forces in nature work without noise. I have observed that men who achieve enduring success rarely speak of transformation. They speak of steadiness. They feel less pressure, not more ambition. This is because their inner life has become organized. Organization removes waste. Waste of thought is the greatest thief of progress. Your thinking is now less wasteful. When thought ceases to scatter, energy accumulates. Accumulated energy expresses itself as confidence, patience, and sound judgment. These qualities attract opportunity more reliably than desire alone. Many men chase opportunity while repelling it inwardly. Their thoughts contradict their aims. You have removed this contradiction through alignment. Alignment is not tension, it is agreement. Agreement within the mind ends argument. Where argument ends, power begins. From this point forward, you will find that you return to purpose more easily after distraction. Distraction is inevitable. Return is the measure of discipline. Discipline, once habitual, requires no struggle. It is enforced by preference. Preference has been trained here through repetition. I have long taught that habits of thought determine habits of action. Habits of action determine the quality of one's life. This chain has now been strengthened at its source. You are not required to guard this chain anxiously. Anxiety weakens continuity. Continuity strengthens itself when left undisturbed. There will be moments when the old patterns attempt to reassert themselves. This is natural. Habit force tests its former territory. When this occurs, do not resist. Resistance acknowledges authority. Simply proceed. What is no longer rehearsed cannot regain strength. You may notice that your thinking grows simpler. Simplicity is not reduction of capacity. It is concentration of power. A simple direction, held steadily, accomplishes more than many competing desires. Men who live by simple direction are often mistaken for being slow. In truth, they are economical. They waste little motion. They waste little thought. Others respond to this economy instinctively. They trust it. They cooperate with it. They invest in it. Your life will increasingly reflect this economy. Time will be used more wisely, not because you force it, but because distraction has lost authority. I have known men who doubled their effectiveness not by adding hours, but by removing inner conflict. Conflict wastes more time than idleness. That conflict has been reduced. From reduction comes clarity. From clarity comes intelligent choice. From intelligent choice comes momentum. Momentum does not need to be pushed. It rolls forward when direction is steady. You may find that ambition now feels calmer. Calm ambition is more reliable than excited ambition. Excitement fades. Calm persists. Persistence has been trained. It will express itself when you least expect it. Men who possess this quality are often surprised by their own steadiness. They wonder why quitting no longer appeals. The reason is simple. Retreat has lost familiarity. Familiarity governs preference. Preference governs action. This is the quiet mathematics of success. As days pass, you may notice that others treat you differently. Not dramatically, but subtly. They listen longer. They question less. They trust more. This response does not come from what you say. It comes from what you are inwardly. The world is sensitive to inner order. It responds to it. I have seen this law operate in the lives of men from every station. Those who align inwardly eventually command respect outwardly, whether they seek it or not. Respect is drawn, not demanded. You are now positioned to draw it. This does not mean life will become free of difficulty. Difficulty is instruction. What changes is your response to it. Difficulty will no longer disorganize your thinking. It will inform it. Informed thinking strengthens judgment. Judgment refines direction. Direction sustains progress. This sequence, once established, is self-reinforcing. You may find that you require less reassurance. Reassurance is sought only when direction is uncertain. Certainty removes the need for constant confirmation. Certainty has been trained. It does not shout. It remains. This remaining quality is what sustains achievement long after novelty fades. Men who rely upon novelty are always beginning again. Men who rely upon continuity build. You are now building. Building is patient work. Patience has been restored. The mind that is patient is powerful. It is not hurried by appearances. It is not discouraged by delay. It is not distracted by opinion. Opinion loses power when identity is settled. Your identity has been aligned with direction, not reaction. This alignment will guide you even when you are unaware of it. That is its greatest strength. As you move forward, remember this principle, though you need not repeat it. The mind works best when trusted. Trust does not mean neglect. It means understanding law well enough to step aside. You have done the work required. Repetition has impressed the instruction. Habit has accepted it. Law now proceeds. There is nothing further to add, nothing further to chase, nothing further to force. Live, act, rest, return. These are the movements of a directed life. The rebuilding is complete. The continuity is established. From this point forward, your task is not to become, but to allow. Allow direction to guide you. Allow habit to support you. Allow time to cooperate with you. The rest will unfold according to law, and law does not fail. Rest now in this understanding. The work continues without you, and that is as it should be. There is a stage in all sound achievement where the mind no longer asks whether progress will come, but only allows time to perform its office. That stage has now been reached. What has been impressed upon the deeper faculties is no longer fragile. It has passed beyond suggestion and entered the domain of cause. Causes do not hurry. They proceed. I have observed that men often fail not because they choose wrongly, but because they doubt the operation of forces already set in motion. They look too closely at the soil after planting and disturb what would have grown naturally. This epilogue belongs to patience born of understanding. The mind, once corrected in its habitual thinking, does not revert easily. It may wander, but it returns. It may encounter old impressions, but it does not obey them. Obedience belongs to familiarity, and familiarity has been replaced. Time is now your ally. Time cooperates with order. It resists confusion. When thought is aligned, time becomes an assistant rather than an adversary. Many men spend their lives racing against time because their thinking is disordered. Order removes this race. You will notice this first in small ways. Decisions will require less debate. Recovery from error will be quicker. Distraction will lose its grip sooner. These signs appear before results because results require time to assemble. Do not mistake this delay for absence. Nature never reveals her work while it is being done. I have seen men abandon sound efforts because they expected immediate confirmation. Confirmation is always delayed. The law of cause and effect is exact, but it is not theatrical. It does not announce progress until progress is secure. Your progress is now secure. Security does not mean immunity from difficulty. It means difficulty no longer alters direction. Direction, once established, becomes the governing factor in all experience. Events rearrange themselves around it. Opportunities emerge that could not be seen before because the mind was not prepared to recognize them. Preparation has been accomplished. You may notice that chance encounters take on new significance. Conversations yield ideas. Ordinary circumstances present openings. This is not coincidence. It is recognition sharpened by ordered thought. Men who live in confusion overlook what is obvious. Men who live in order recognize what is useful. Usefulness attracts reward. Reward follows direction. I have long taught that riches come in response to a definite purpose backed by faith. Faith, in its highest form, is not excitement. It is expectancy without anxiety. That expectancy has been trained here. Anxiety was the signal of uncertainty. Uncertainty has been removed. What remains is quiet anticipation. Quiet anticipation does not strain the nerves. It steadies them. It allows the body and mind to work in cooperation rather than conflict. This cooperation extends beyond the individual. Other minds respond to it. They sense clarity. They sense dependability. They sense readiness. Readiness is the condition opportunity seeks. Opportunity does not announce itself to the frantic. It presents itself to the prepared. You are now prepared. Preparation does not require constant alertness. It requires consistency. Consistency has been installed through habit. Habit is the carrier of destiny. You may find that the future feels less threatening. This is not because danger has disappeared, but because you are no longer disorganized within. Organization reduces fear. Fear thrives in confusion. Confidence thrives in order. Confidence does not demand proof. It allows proof to appear. I have observed that men who succeed over long periods develop a particular calm. That calm is not indifference. It is assurance rooted in experience of law. They have seen enough cause-produce effect that doubt no longer troubles them. You are now entering that experience. Experience begins quietly. It accumulates. It strengthens. Do not look for sudden transformation. Sudden change belongs to emotion. Lasting change belongs to habit. Habit has been rebuilt. The structure now supporting your life is sound. It will not collapse under pressure because it was not built hastily. It was formed through repetition, patience, and allowance. Allowance is the highest form of control. Control through strain breaks, control through order endures. You may encounter moments when effort seems unnecessary. This is not laziness. It is efficiency. Efficiency arises when resistance has been removed. Resistance has been removed inwardly. Outward resistance will follow. This is not speculation. It is law. The law that governs the mind governs the life. As you move forward, allow yourself to trust the process you have initiated. Trust does not require belief. It requires understanding that repetition has already done its work. You do not need to remind yourself of this daily. Reminding suggests doubt. Let behavior reveal the change instead. Behavior is the most honest evidence of inner condition. Watch behavior, not thought. Thought has already been corrected. When behavior changes, results follow. When results follow, confidence deepens. Confidence deepens silently. You may find that ambition now feels steadier and less restless. Restlessness belongs to uncertainty. Steadiness belongs to direction. Direction has been secured. You are no longer wandering mentally, even when circumstances feel unclear. Inner direction guides you through outer uncertainty. This is the mark of a disciplined mind. Discipline does not shout, it remains. Others will notice this remaining quality. They may not name it, but they will feel it. They will trust it. Trust multiplies influence. Influence multiplies opportunity. Opportunity rewards preparation. Preparation has been completed. You may find that you are less impressed by noise and more attentive to substance. This shift marks maturity of thought. Substance endures. Noise fades. Men who chase noise remain unsettled. Men who value substance build steadily. You are now building steadily. Building requires time. Time cooperates. Do not measure progress in days. Measure it in direction maintained. Direction maintained always produces result. Always. I have never seen an exception. Those who claim exception abandon direction before time could reward it. You will not abandon direction because retreat has lost. Familiarity. Familiarity governs behavior more than desire. Your familiarity has changed. This change is irreversible so long as repetition remains unchallenged. You have learned not to challenge progress unnecessarily. That learning alone protects you. From this point forward, life will present its usual demands. Work will be required. Decisions will arise. Obstacles will appear. The difference lies in your response. Response is now guided by order. Order produces intelligent response. Intelligent response produces advantage. Advantage compounds. Compounding is slow at first. Then it becomes noticeable. Then it becomes undeniable. This is the arc you have entered. Do not rush it. Allow it. The night has done its work. The mind has accepted instruction. Habit has assumed command. Law is operating. There is nothing further to add, nothing further to correct, nothing further to force. Live. Proceed. Allow time to cooperate. The end has already been secured by the beginning. Rest now in this. Understanding. What you have become inwardly will express itself outwardly, and it will do so in its own time. That time will be right. Always, you are not listening to this by chance. Long before you pressed play, a quiet decision was forming inside you, a decision to stop drifting and begin moving with purpose. Tonight is not about dreaming. It is about locking in certainty, the kind that reshapes what tomorrow can no longer deny. Most people fall asleep carrying unanswered questions. They wonder if life will change, if things will ever align, if they are truly meant for more. But the mind does not respond to questions in sleep. It responds to assumptions, to what you accept as already decided. As the body relaxes, the conscious guard lowers. This is the moment when ideas slip past resistance and take residence at the core of identity. Whatever the mind repeatedly hears and feels at this hour does not fade by morning. It becomes the standard by which life is interpreted. Think of how often effort has failed you. How many times motivation burned bright, only to disappear days later. Effort is fragile. Willpower is temporary. But certainty is different. Certainty does not push, it pulls reality toward it. When you fall asleep knowing who you are becoming, hesitation loses its grip. Doubt has nothing to argue with. The mind stops asking if and begins organizing around how. This is how inner alignment quietly rearranges the outer world. Night after night, most people rehearse the same limitations before sleep. They replay worries, regrets, unfinished conversations. Without realizing it, they instruct the mind to preserve the very conditions they wish to escape. Tonight, that pattern ends. You are no longer feeding confusion into the deepest levels of thought. You are planting a single, stable idea: my direction is decided. And once direction is fixed, movement becomes automatic. The mind is a faithful servant. It does not judge the quality of instructions, it follows them. When you give it certainty instead of fear, clarity instead of chaos, it begins filtering choices, impulses, and opportunities to match that command. This is why some people seem guided, while others feel lost. The guided are not luckier, they are more definite. Their inner world has already agreed on the destination, so the outer world cooperates without explanation. You don't need to see the entire path tonight. You only need to know that there is one and that it belongs to you. Certainty does not require details. It requires decision. And decision, once impressed upon the mind in rest, becomes permanent. As you listen, notice how the need to struggle softens. You are not trying to become someone else. You are allowing what is already forming within you to settle into place. This is alignment, not effort. When morning comes, nothing dramatic needs to happen. No sudden revelation, no burst of energy. Certainty works quietly. It changes how you interpret events, how you respond to setbacks, how long you persist when results delay. Opportunities reveal themselves to the mind that expects them. Guidance appears to the one who assumes it exists. What once felt invisible becomes obvious not because the world changed, but because perception did. This is how destiny feels when it is accepted rather than chased. Calm, stable, unshakable. You stop asking others for permission. You stop negotiating with fear. You begin moving as someone who already knows. While you sleep, the mind rehearses identity, and identity dictates behavior long before logic has a voice. This is why tonight matters more than 1,000 daytime affirmations spoken with tension. Let the words sink below thought. Let them become familiar. Familiar ideas feel true. True ideas become beliefs. And beliefs, once fixed, command action without force. You are not here to wander indefinitely. You are here to express something specific, something necessary. That knowing has been waiting for agreement, and agreement is what you are giving it now. Rest in this certainty, not as hope, not as imagination, but as instruction. The mind will take it from here, and it will not forget. When you awaken, you will not need proof. Certainty does not ask for evidence, it creates it. And from this night forward, your life begins responding to a mind that has finally decided. There is a vast difference between wishing for direction and deciding upon it. Most men live their entire lives wishing, believing that desire alone will carry them forward. Yet desire without decision wanders, and wandering produces nothing but movement without arrival. Tonight is not about wishing, it is about settling. Drifting does not announce itself as failure. It disguises itself as waiting, preparing, or gathering strength. The drifter tells himself that clarity will come later, that certainty must be earned through proof. In truth, certainty is the cause, not the reward. I have observed that the moment a man decides inwardly, life begins arranging itself around that decision. This arrangement does not shout, it whispers. Opportunities shift quietly. Attention sharpens. Choices narrow. What once seemed confusing begins to organize itself without effort. Most men believe they are undecided because circumstances are unclear. The truth is the reverse. Circumstances remain unclear because the mind has not decided. Life mirrors the inner condition faithfully, without judgment. When a man settles direction while the mind is relaxed, the decision passes beneath debate and enters identity. Identity governs behavior more powerfully than reason ever could. This is why decisions made in calm rest endure longer than those made in urgency. I recall the story of a young man of no special position, no wealth, and no influence. He did not begin with a plan that impressed others. He began with a quiet decision that impressed his own mind. He decided that he would align his life with a particular purpose, even though no evidence supported it at the time. That man carried himself differently from that moment forward. Others could not name the change, yet they felt it. His speech was calmer, his actions were firmer, he did not rush to explain himself. Life responded accordingly. In time, the world would know him as Edwin C. Barnes, partner to Thomas A. Edison. The decision preceded the partnership. The partnership did not produce the decision. This order never reverses. When direction is decided inwardly, hesitation loses its footing. Doubt requires uncertainty to survive. Once the mind agrees upon a direction, doubt has nothing to argue against. It fades through irrelevance rather than defeat. Many men attempt to silence doubt through effort. They argue with themselves, pile reasons upon reasons, and exhaust their strength. A single decision, accepted calmly, does more than years of argument. Certainty is not excitement. Excitement is unstable. Certainty is quiet. It feels like knowing rather than hoping. When certainty is present, the mind stops scanning for alternatives. Energy once wasted in comparison becomes available for action. Others sense certainty instinctively. They trust men who appear settled within themselves. They offer assistance, information, and cooperation without being asked. This is not kindness alone. It is response to inner order. I have seen men with fewer talents advance faster than men of great ability simply because they decided sooner. Talent scattered by indecision produces little. Modest ability, guided by certainty, produces results steadily. Destiny does not reveal itself to the undecided. It waits. Life does not chase men who hesitate. It responds to those who move with direction. This is why tonight matters. The hours before sleep are when the mind is least resistant. The conscious guard lowers, and the deeper faculties listen. Whatever is accepted as decided at this hour becomes the standard by which tomorrow is interpreted. Most men unknowingly instruct their minds to preserve confusion by replaying worries before sleep. They revisit unfinished conversations, imagined failures, and unanswered questions. The subconscious accepts these repetitions as instructions and obeys faithfully. Tonight, a different instruction is being given. You are not being asked to know every detail of your path. Details belong to planning. Direction belongs to decision. Direction must come first. A man who knows where he is going adjusts his route naturally. A man who does not know wanders even on a straight road. Direction is not imposed by force. It is accepted. Acceptance feels like relief, not tension. When direction is accepted, the mind no longer strains to figure everything out. It begins organizing automatically. This organization appears first as clarity of thought, then as steadiness of action, then as improved timing. These changes do not require observation. They occur as a matter of law. I have often said that definiteness of purpose is the starting point of all achievement. Yet many misunderstand this teaching. They believe definiteness requires elaborate planning. In truth, it requires agreement. Agreement between desire and identity. When desire and identity disagree, effort collapses. When they agree, effort becomes efficient. As you listen now, the mind is being guided gently toward agreement. There is no demand placed upon belief. Belief forms naturally through familiarity. Familiar ideas feel true. True ideas guide conduct. Conduct repeated becomes habit. Habit governs destiny. This sequence is exact. Certainty, once accepted, does not need constant reinforcement. It reinforces itself through behavior. Each aligned action strengthens identity. Each aligned identity strengthens certainty. You may notice that the need to explain yourself diminishes. Explanation is a sign of uncertainty. Certainty does not require defense. It proceeds. Others will notice this change before you do. They may describe you as focused, steady, or resolved. They may not know why they feel more confident in your presence. They respond to what is settled within you. Settled minds invite cooperation. I have seen men waste years waiting for a sign before deciding. They believed direction would arrive as revelation. In truth, revelation follows decision. The sign appears after the step is taken, not before. Life rewards movement guided by certainty, not waiting guided by fear. Certainty does not eliminate challenge. It removes confusion about response. When a man knows who he is becoming, obstacles become instruction rather than judgment. Judgment paralyzes. Instruction refines. The drifter fears making the wrong decision. The decisive man understands that indecision is the only wrong decision. Any chosen direction provides feedback. No direction provides none. As the body relaxes further, the mind becomes more receptive. Receptivity is not weakness, it is readiness. Readiness allows decision to pass deeply. You are not forcing anything tonight. You are allowing what has already been forming to settle. Many men sense their direction long before they accept it. They feel it quietly, yet avoid commitment out of fear of responsibility. Responsibility feels heavy to the undecided mind. To the decided mind, it feels appropriate. Appropriateness signals alignment. Alignment removes resistance. Resistance wastes energy. Energy conserved strengthens persistence. Persistence moves destiny forward. This movement does not feel dramatic. It feels natural. As certainty settles, urgency fades. Urgency belongs to fear of loss. Certainty expects sequence. Sequence reassures. Reassurance steadies action. Steady action accumulates results. Others will observe that you do not rush to prove yourself. Proof-seeking signals doubt. Certainty allows time to work. Time cooperates with the decided. I have known men who rebuilt entire lives from a single inner verdict reached in quiet hours. No audience witnessed the moment. No applause followed. Yet everything that came afterward traced back to that decision. Destiny is not loud at its birth. It is quiet, firm, and private. This is why sleep is such a powerful gateway. The mind listens most closely when effort rests. What is impressed now will guide thought tomorrow without strain. You are not here to drift indefinitely. Drifting is not neutral. It is a habit. Habits can be broken only by replacement, not resistance. Certainty replaces drifting. Once replaced, drifting feels uncomfortable. Familiarity has shifted. As familiarity shifts, behavior follows. This shift may feel subtle at first. Subtle changes endure. Dramatic ones fade. By morning, you may not remember every word spoken here. Memory is not required. Impression is. The subconscious remembers tone, rhythm, and assumption. Assumption governs expectation. Expectation guides action. Action produces result. Result reinforces belief. Belief stabilizes identity. Identity shapes destiny. This order has been set in. Motion. Rest now in this certainty. You do not need to repeat anything aloud. You do not need to strain. Allow the mind to accept the idea that direction is decided, not someday. Now, life will respond accordingly. Once direction is settled, the next work is agreement. A mind may choose a direction and yet carry conflict within it. This conflict weakens movement, not because the direction is wrong, but because the thoughts have not learned to march together. Where thoughts disagree, power leaks away. Doubt is not the absence of belief. It is the presence of divided belief. One part of the mind moves forward, while another holds back. This division exhausts effort and confuses judgment. Harmony restores strength. I have observed that men of great intelligence often suffer more from doubt than men of simpler thought. Intelligence multiplies alternatives. Without agreement, alternatives become obstacles. Faith, as I use the word, is not blind acceptance. It is mental harmony. It is the condition in which thought no longer argues with itself. When thought agrees, action becomes natural. Most men attempt to conquer doubt by opposing it. They argue, suppress, or condemn it. This only strengthens the conflict. Doubt fades not when attacked, but when it is outnumbered by agreement. Agreement grows through repetition, not intensity. A calm idea repeated often gains authority. A loud idea spoken once fades quickly. As the body rests, the mind listens without resistance. This is when agreement forms most easily. There is no need to convince. Familiarity does the work. I recall an inventor who was told repeatedly that his idea could not succeed. He listened politely, then returned to his workshop and continued. He did not argue with criticism. He did not internalize it. He simply maintained agreement with his purpose. That man, whom the world later called Thomas A. Edison, was not stubborn by temperament. He was harmonious by discipline. His thoughts did not quarrel with his direction. Agreement does not mean certainty of method. It means certainty of outcome. Methods adjust. Outcomes remain fixed. When the mind agrees upon outcome, it tolerates delay without panic. Panic is the voice of divided thought. Calm persistence belongs to harmony. Others sense this harmony. They feel at ease around men whose thoughts agree. They trust them without knowing why. Trust flows toward order instinctively. I have seen men persuade entire groups simply by being inwardly aligned. Their words carried weight because they were not undermined by contradiction within. When thought is aligned, speech gains power. Power does not come from volume. It comes from unity. As you listen now, the mind is being guided toward unity. There is no command here, only invitation. The subconscious does not resist invitations offered calmly. Agreement begins when the mind stops entertaining every passing objection. Objections lose influence when they are no longer rehearsed. Most men rehearse doubt unconsciously. They repeat inner questions without answering them. Questions repeated become habits. Habits shape belief. Belief governs conduct. Tonight, the habit of unanswered questioning is being replaced by agreement. Agreement does not answer every question. It renders many unnecessary. When outcome is settled, details arrange themselves in time. I have often said that faith is a state of mind that can be cultivated by autosuggestion. This cultivation requires patience. Seeds do not sprout the moment they are planted. The subconscious accepts ideas through rhythm and repetition. It learns what is true by what is repeated without contradiction. Contradiction weakens impression. Harmony strengthens it. As these ideas repeat gently, the subconscious is learning to treat agreement as normal. What is normal governs behavior automatically. You may notice that inner debate slows. Silence appears where argument once lived. This silence is not emptiness. It is alignment. Alignment conserves strength. Strength conserved steadies action. Steady action produces results. Results reinforce belief. Belief deepens agreement. This sequence is lawful. Men who lack agreement often seek reassurance from others. They ask opinions repeatedly, hoping someone else will settle their conflict. No opinion can replace inner harmony. Agreement must occur within. Once it does, outside opinions lose their power to disturb. This does not make a man closed-minded. It makes him directed. Directed men listen without being pulled off course. As sleep deepens, the conscious mind loosens its grip. This loosening allows agreement to settle without challenge. What enters now does not encounter debate. You are not being asked to silence all doubt forever. Doubt may still appear. What changes is its authority. Doubt without authority cannot govern action. Action follows agreement. I have known men who advanced far simply because they stopped revisiting settled decisions. They did not need courage every day. They needed only continuity. Continuity arises naturally from agreement. When thought agrees, persistence is effortless. Effortlessness does not mean ease. It means absence of inner resistance. Resistance consumes more energy than work. Removing resistance multiplies capacity. Others will observe that you appear calmer when faced with difficulty. Calm does not signal indifference. It signals preparation. Prepared minds respond. Unprepared minds react. Reaction scatters effort. Response concentrates it. Agreement enables response. As you rest now, the mind is learning to respond rather than react. This learning takes place beneath awareness. The subconscious does not reason. It obeys the strongest pattern impressed upon it. Strong patterns are those repeated calmly and consistently. That repetition is occurring now. Faith, in its highest form, is simply agreement sustained over time. It does not require emotion. It requires consistency. Consistency has been provided. You may awaken tomorrow with fewer questions pressing for attention. This is not because answers appeared, but because agreement reduced the need for them. When the mind agrees upon direction, it tolerates uncertainty without distress. Distress belongs to divided thought. Harmony restores peace. Peace does not slow progress. It accelerates it by conserving strength. Men who are at peace inwardly are rarely hurried. Hurry belongs to fear of loss. Agreement expects gain. Expectation steadies patience. Patience supports persistence. Persistence sustains growth. Growth unfolds according to law. Others may describe such men as confident. Confidence here is not boldness. It is quiet trust in sequence. Sequence has been accepted. You are not required to watch this process. Watching introduces interference. Allow the mind to work without inspection. Inspection invites doubt. Trust allows completion. As the hours pass, agreement strengthens simply by remaining unchallenged. What is not challenged becomes assumed. Assumption governs behavior. Behavior shapes circumstance. Circumstance reflects identity. Identity is now aligning with direction. This alignment will express itself through choices made without hesitation, through actions taken without debate, and through persistence that feels natural rather than forced. These are the signs of agreement complete. Rest now in this harmony. There is nothing to defend, nothing to argue, nothing to prove. The mind has agreed. Life will respond accordingly. When agreement has been reached within the mind, the next and final requirement is fixation. An idea not fixed remains optional. An idea fixed becomes law. Fixation does not occur through effort. It occurs through repetition, accepted without resistance, until the idea no longer feels new. Identity is nothing more than the collection of ideas a man has accepted as true about himself. These ideas operate quietly, shaping choice long before reason is consulted. Whatever is fixed in identity governs conduct without instruction. Most men attempt to change conduct directly. They struggle with habits, force themselves to act differently, and condemn themselves when effort fails. This struggle continues because identity has not yet been addressed. Conduct follows identity as shadow follows form. When identity changes, conduct adjusts automatically. Autosuggestion is the instrument by which identity is shaped. It is not suggestion shouted with emotion. It is suggestion repeated calmly until familiarity removes resistance. The subconscious does not respond to force. It responds to rhythm. Rhythm carries ideas deeper than argument ever could. I have observed that the most powerful changes in men occurred when they stopped trying to believe and began allowing ideas to become familiar. Familiarity breeds acceptance. Acceptance breeds identity. The subconscious mind does not ask whether an idea is true. It asks only whether it is repeated. What is repeated becomes its instruction. This is why the hours before sleep are so valuable. The conscious guard relaxes. Judgment rests. The deeper mind listens without challenge. Whatever is accepted at this hour does not fade by morning. It becomes part of the standard by which life is interpreted. Many men unknowingly instruct their minds nightly to remain uncertain. They rehearse regrets, replay fears, and revisit indecision. The subconscious obeys faithfully and preserves the pattern. Tonight, a different pattern is being impressed. Certainty is being spoken calmly, without excitement, without urgency. This calmness signals safety. The subconscious accepts what feels safe. I have known men who attempted to transform themselves through emotional outbursts of determination. Their efforts burned bright and faded quickly. Emotion fluctuates. Identity remains. Identity is shaped by repetition, not passion. As these words continue, the mind is becoming accustomed to a new description of self. Not a future self, but a present one. The description is simple. I am decided. This description does not demand proof. It supplies instruction. Instruction guides behavior. Behavior repeated becomes habit. Habit expresses destiny. This order is exact. I recall the experience of my own son, born without the power of hearing. Physicians advised acceptance of limitation, yet I refused to fix that limitation in identity. Instead, I repeated to him the idea that his mind was capable, that his condition was temporary, that hearing would come. This repetition was calm, steady, and persistent. Over time, the idea became familiar. Familiarity dissolved resistance. Identity adjusted. What the world later witnessed as a miracle was simply the subconscious obeying instruction. The same law operates here. Identity does not shift all at once. It settles gradually, like earth around a seed. Once settled, it supports growth naturally. You may notice that thoughts about who you are feel less fluid, less negotiable. This is fixation taking place. Fixation removes the need to decide again. Men who decide repeatedly never decide fully. Men who fix an identity do not revisit it daily. As sleep deepens, the mind becomes more receptive. Receptivity allows identity to settle without debate. What settles now will guide tomorrow's choices quietly. You are not asked to imagine greatness. Imagination without fixation produces fantasy. Fixation produces reality. Identity fixed through autosuggestion expresses itself through tone, posture, timing, and choice. Others sense it without explanation. They trust it. They respond to it. They follow it. I have seen men rise in responsibility not because they sought leadership, but because they carried themselves as though leadership were natural. This naturalness is identity at work. Identity communicates itself constantly, even in silence. As identity stabilizes, the need to seek validation diminishes. Validation is sought only when identity is uncertain. Certainty removes the hunger for approval. Approval seeking weakens destiny. Self-acceptance strengthens it. As these ideas repeat, the subconscious is learning to accept certainty as normal. What is normal governs behavior effortlessly. Effort decreases as identity strengthens. Effort is required only when conduct conflicts with identity. When they agree, action flows. This flow feels like ease, not laziness. Ease is the absence of resistance. Resistance consumes more energy than labor. By removing resistance, capacity increases. Others may notice that you appear more composed. Composition is not stiffness, it is alignment. Aligned men move efficiently. Efficiency attracts opportunity. Opportunity responds to readiness. Readiness is identity accepted. As the night progresses, the mind is learning to treat certainty as a permanent condition rather than a temporary mood. Mood fluctuates. Identity remains. Men who live by mood drift. Men who live by identity advance. This advancement does not require constant thought. Thought becomes servant rather than master. You may notice that inner dialogue quiets. Quiet is not emptiness, it is order. Order allows the subconscious to operate freely. Free operation produces adjustment without awareness. These adjustments will appear as steadier decisions, firmer boundaries, and persistence that feels natural rather than forced. Others will sense this firmness. They will test it less. They will trust it more. Trust invites cooperation. Cooperation multiplies effort. Effort guided by identity produces result. This chain has been established. You are not asked to monitor identity. Monitoring introduces doubt. Allow it to settle. The deeper mind understands how to fix ideas through repetition. It does not need encouragement. As sleep approaches fully, the idea of certainty is being impressed one last time in this cycle. Not as a goal, but as a description. You are a person whose direction is decided. This idea does not need emphasis. It needs familiarity. Familiarity has been supplied. From this point forward, conduct will begin aligning itself quietly. You may act differently without knowing why. You may choose differently without deliberation. This is identity at work. Identity does not announce itself. It expresses itself. Destiny responds to expression, not intention. As the mind rests, identity settles. What is settled will remain. Rest now in this fixation. There is nothing further to do. The subconscious has accepted its instruction. Life will respond accordingly. Fear does not exist as an enemy outside the mind. It exists as a habit of thought repeated until it feels reasonable. Most men believe fear must be fought, overcome, or resisted. This belief strengthens it. Fear dissolves only when it loses its usefulness. Fear survives by questioning direction. When direction is uncertain, fear offers itself as protection. When direction is settled, fear has no function. It fades through neglect rather than force. I have observed that men who fix identity do not become fearless. They become undisturbed. Disturbance is the true power of fear. When disturbance is removed, fear loses its voice. The greatest fears of men are not fears of danger, but fears of judgment, loss, and inadequacy. These fears arise from dependence upon opinion rather than upon identity. When identity is fixed, opinion loses its weight. Fear of criticism dissolves when a man no longer seeks permission to proceed. Permission is sought only when direction is undecided. Decision removes the need for approval. I have known men who delayed their purpose for years, not from lack of ability, but from fear of being misunderstood. They waited for agreement that never came. When they finally moved without asking, resistance lost its power. The world does not guide the decided. It follows them. Fear of failure survives where outcome is uncertain. When identity is fixed, failure becomes instruction rather than threat. Instruction refines. Threat paralyzes. Men who fear failure attempt to protect themselves from error. Men who accept direction protect themselves from stagnation. Stagnation is the only true defeat. I have often said that every adversity carries with it the seed of an equal or greater benefit. This is not comfort offered to the defeated. It is law observed in operation. Men who fear adversity never remain long enough to claim its benefit. Fear instructs retreat. Certainty instructs continuation. Continuation dissolves fear by exposure. Fear fades when action proceeds calmly in its presence. Fear of poverty is not fear of lack. It is fear of uncertainty. Men fear not having because they have not decided who they are without possessions. When identity is fixed, possessions become tools rather than measures of worth. Worth anchored in possession is fragile. Worth anchored in identity is stable. Stability weakens fear. As these ideas repeat, the subconscious is learning to treat fear as unnecessary noise rather than instruction. Noise loses influence when it is ignored. Many men unknowingly rehearse fear nightly. They replay imagined losses, anticipate rejection, and prepare excuses. The subconscious accepts these rehearsals as commands and obeys faithfully. Tonight, rehearsal has changed. Certainty is being rehearsed instead. Rehearsal determines habit. Habit determines response. Response determines destiny. This chain is now being altered. Fear also appears as hesitation. Hesitation is fear in motion. When identity is fixed, hesitation feels uncomfortable. Familiarity has shifted. The mind begins to prefer action over delay. This preference does not require courage. It requires alignment. Alignment removes inner debate. Debate feeds fear. As the body rests and the mind quiets, fear loses the tension it requires to remain convincing. Tension gives fear substance. Relaxation dissolves it. You may notice that thoughts which once carried urgency now feel distant. Distance reduces influence. Influence fades through neglect. Fear does not leave dramatically. It weakens gradually as it is no longer consulted. Men who conquer fear do not announce victory. They simply proceed. Proceeding is the opposite of fear. I have observed that men who accept responsibility early in life rarely fear later opportunities. Responsibility trains identity. Identity trains courage. Courage here is not boldness. It is steadiness. Steadiness remains when emotion fluctuates. Fear feeds upon emotion. Certainty quiets it. Fear of loss also dissolves when continuity is accepted. Loss feels final only to those who expect endings. Men who expect sequence treat loss as passage rather than termination. Sequence reassures. Reassurance steadies action. Steady action weakens fear. Fear also survives through imagination misused. Imagination that dwells upon disaster magnifies fear. Imagination directed toward purpose neutralizes it. Imagination obeys direction. Direction has been fixed. As sleep deepens, imagination quiets. Quiet imagination ceases to frighten. It begins to serve. Serving imagination strengthens confidence. Confidence stabilizes identity. Identity dissolves fear. Others sense this stability. They respond with trust. Trust invites opportunity. Opportunity encountered without fear strengthens identity further. This cycle reinforces itself. I have seen men whose fear of criticism vanished the moment they stopped explaining themselves. Explanation is offered to win approval. Direction requires none. Men who move with certainty rarely need defense. Defense signals doubt. Fear dissolves fastest when the mind stops asking permission to exist as it is. As repetition continues, the subconscious is learning that fear is no longer required for safety. Safety now comes from direction, not avoidance. Avoidance strengthens fear. Engagement weakens it. Engagement here does not mean confrontation. It means movement. Movement guided by certainty dissolves fear without attention. You may notice that inner excuses appear less persuasive. Excuses are fear's language. When fear weakens, excuses lose authority. Authority now belongs to identity. Identity governs behavior more faithfully than intention. As identity stabilizes, fear becomes informational at most. It may alert, but it no longer commands. Command belongs to certainty. Men who live by certainty do not deny danger. They simply do not obey fear. This distinction is critical. As sleep approaches more fully, fear loses its final opportunity to impress itself. The subconscious records calm, not alarm. What is recorded now will guide reaction tomorrow. You may awaken with a sense of quiet readiness. Readiness is the absence of fear. It does not feel brave. It feels normal. Normalcy is the final defeat of fear. What feels normal governs behavior effortlessly. Others may comment that you seem untroubled by matters that once disturbed you. This is not indifference. It is alignment. Alignment dissolves fear. As fear dissolves, energy is released. Energy once spent on worry becomes available for action. Action guided by identity produces result. Result reinforces certainty. Certainty stabilizes destiny. This sequence now operates without supervision. Rest now in this calm. Fear has no work to do here. The mind has accepted its direction. Identity has been fixed. Fear is no longer required. Life will proceed accordingly. When fear withdraws, the mind does not remain empty. It begins to expect. Expectation is the silent architect of experience. It prepares the mind for what it believes will arrive and organizes conduct accordingly. Men rarely understand how faithfully life obeys expectation. Expectation is not desire. Desire reaches forward. Expectation stands ready. The subconscious responds to readiness more quickly than to longing. What the mind prepares for, it recognizes. What it recognizes, it accepts. I have observed that men who expect little rarely notice much. Opportunity passes unnoticed because the mind was not prepared to receive it. Men who expect progress see openings where others see delay. Their expectation sharpens perception. Most men unconsciously expect struggle. They rehearse difficulty so often that ease feels unfamiliar. This rehearsal instructs the subconscious to prepare for resistance rather than reception. Life responds by supplying exactly what is expected. Expectation works regardless of its direction. The decided mind no longer expects confusion. Confusion belonged to indecision. With direction fixed, expectation shifts naturally toward order. Order reassures. Reassurance steadies action. When a man expects favorable sequence, he does not rush events. He allows time to serve him. Allowance improves timing. Improved timing multiplies result without additional effort. I have known men who appeared fortunate simply because they expected things to work out and behaved accordingly. Their calm expectation guided their choices and speech. Others trusted them instinctively. Trust opened doors that force never could. Expectation governs patience. Men who expect growth tolerate delay without distress. Distress belongs to doubt. Expectation removes doubt by assuming outcome rather than questioning it. As the body rests now, expectation is being trained quietly. There is no excitement here. Excitement disrupts expectation. Calmness stabilizes it. The subconscious does not respond to what is hoped for. It responds to what is assumed. Assumption repeated becomes belief. Belief directs action automatically. I have often said that faith is belief backed by repetition. Expectation is belief in motion. It prepares the mind to act in ways that make belief visible. Men who expect failure hedge their actions. They prepare excuses, soften commitment, and withdraw early. Men who expect success commit fully and remain engaged long enough for results to appear. This difference alone explains many outcomes. Expectation also governs how setbacks are interpreted. Men who expect success treat setbacks as adjustment. Men who expect failure treat them as confirmation. The same event produces opposite results based on expectation. As repetition continues, the subconscious is learning to expect continuity rather than interruption. This expectation reduces the impulse to abandon effort prematurely. Premature abandonment is the chief enemy of destiny. Expectation also shapes emotional tone. Men who expect gain remain calm under pressure. Calm preserves judgment. Judgment guides wise action. Wise action sustains growth. I recall the story of a miner who labored long and abandoned his claim just short of reward. He expected exhaustion to mean failure. Another man purchased the same claim, consulted experts, and expected success. His expectation guided preparation. Gold followed. The gold was present before expectation changed. Expectation determined who received it. Life responds not to effort alone, but to effort guided by expectation. As you listen now, expectation is being installed without force. The mind is becoming familiar with the idea that direction leads somewhere definite. Familiarity removes anxiety. Anxiety weakens expectation. Expectation stabilizes patience. Patience supports persistence. Persistence assures accumulation. This sequence is exact. Men who expect favorable outcomes speak differently. Their tone carries assurance rather than apology. Others respond to tone more than words. Tone communicates expectation. Expectation attracts cooperation. Cooperation multiplies effort. This multiplication allows destiny to unfold without strain. I have seen men whose expectation of rejection caused others to hesitate. I have seen men whose expectation of cooperation invited assistance from unlikely sources. Expectation shapes interaction. As fear dissolves, expectation rises naturally. Fear and expectation cannot occupy the same space. One excludes the other. Fear anticipates loss. Expectation anticipates sequence. Sequence reassures the subconscious. Reassurance stabilizes behavior. Stable behavior produces consistent results. You may notice that. Thoughts of the future feel less heavy. Weight belongs to uncertainty. Expectation lightens it. Lightness does not mean carelessness. It means trust in order. Order has been established. As sleep deepens, the subconscious accepts expectation without challenge. What is accepted now will guide reaction tomorrow. You are not asked to predict outcomes. Prediction invites strain. Expectation prepares readiness. Readiness improves timing. Timing determines opportunity. Opportunity met with readiness becomes destiny expressed. Others will notice that you no longer appear surprised by progress. Surprise belongs to those who did not expect it. Expectation treats progress as natural. Natural outcomes endure. Men who normalize expectation do not overreact to success or failure. They maintain direction. Direction carries them forward. Expectation also governs how men speak to themselves. Men who expect success speak inwardly with assurance. Men who expect failure speak with caution. Inner speech instructs the subconscious. The subconscious obeys. As repetition continues, inner speech is being reordered. Assurance replaces caution. Calm replaces doubt. This change does not require attention. It requires exposure. Exposure is occurring now. You may awaken with a sense that things will work out without knowing why. This sense is expectation embodied. Embodied expectation guides conduct effortlessly. Others may comment that you seem optimistic. Optimism here is not hope. It is assumption of order. Assumption of order invites cooperation. Cooperation speeds progress. Progress reinforces expectation. Expectation stabilizes identity. Identity governs destiny. This chain is now active. Men who expect destiny to unfold do not look constantly for proof. Proof arrives later. Expectation precedes evidence. Evidence follows expectation, not the reverse. As sleep approaches fully, allow expectation to settle without inspection. Inspection introduces doubt. Trust allows completion. The deeper mind understands how to prepare for what is expected. What is expected will be recognized. What is recognized will be accepted. What is accepted will be acted upon. Action guided by expectation produces result. Result confirms belief. Belief stabilizes destiny. Rest. Now, in this readiness, expectation has been set. Life will respond accordingly. Expectation, once established, seeks expression through continuation. Continuation is the proof of expectation. When a man expects an outcome, he continues toward it without the need for constant encouragement. Persistence, in its highest form, is simply refusal to retreat inwardly. Most men misunderstand persistence. They imagine it as force applied repeatedly, as pressure exerted against resistance. This misunderstanding exhausts them. True persistence is quieter. It is the absence of mental withdrawal. Where the mind does not retreat, action follows naturally. Retreat always begins inwardly. A man withdraws in thought before he withdraws in deed. When expectation weakens, retreat appears. When expectation remains steady, retreat finds no place to stand. I have observed that men who achieve lasting results rarely speak of persistence. They speak of direction. Direction held firmly removes the need for struggle. The mind proceeds because it sees no alternative worthy of attention. Expectation supplies the reason to continue. Persistence supplies the movement. Together they form continuity. Continuity is the great secret of destiny fulfilled. Many men experience brief moments of success because they persist in spurts. They advance, then pause, then question, then retreat. Each retreat breaks continuity. Destiny cannot unfold through interruption. Interruption teaches the subconscious that direction is optional. Continuity teaches it that direction is law. Law obeyed repeatedly becomes habit. Habit carries effort forward, even when attention wanders. This is why persistence trained through repetition is more reliable than persistence driven by emotion. Emotion fluctuates. Habit remains. As you rest now, the subconscious is learning to continue without force. This learning does not require effort. It requires repetition without contradiction. Repetition is taking place now. Each calm cycle strengthens the idea that progress continues regardless of mood, circumstance, or temporary appearance. Men who understand continuity do not panic at delay. Delay does not suggest failure to them. It suggests sequence. Sequence reassures. Reassurance preserves energy. Preserved energy sharpens judgment. Judgment improves timing. Timing enhances result. Others sense this steadiness and respond with trust. Trust invites cooperation. Cooperation multiplies effort. This multiplication allows destiny to unfold without strain. I have known men who labored fiercely for short periods and achieved little. I have known others who worked steadily with moderate effort and achieved much. The difference lay not in talent, but in continuity. Continuity removes the need for repeated beginnings. Repeated beginnings waste strength. Men who persist steadily rarely feel as though they are starting over. Even after error or delay, they feel as though they are continuing. This feeling protects confidence. Confidence steadies persistence. Steady persistence produces accumulation. Accumulation requires time. Time cooperates with continuity. Men who rush time break continuity. Men who trust time preserve it. Expectation prepares the mind to trust. Time. As expectation and persistence join, impatience fades. Impatience is the signal of doubt. Doubt suggests that continuity is uncertain. Continuity, once assumed, removes impatience. As these hours continue, the subconscious is being trained to assume continuation. This assumption guides behavior automatically. You may notice that thoughts of quitting feel less persuasive. This is not willpower, it is habit forming. Habit does not argue. It proceeds. Proceeding is the essence of persistence. Proceeding quietly conserves strength. Strength conserved sustains long effort. Long effort produces lasting results. Others will observe that you are less reactive to temporary setbacks. Reaction interrupts continuity. Response preserves it. Response is guided by expectation. Expectation assures that progress continues beyond momentary difficulty. I have often said that failure is a temporary defeat. It becomes permanent only when persistence dissolves. Continuity prevents dissolution. Men who persist calmly treat difficulty as instruction rather than judgment. Instruction refines effort. Judgment weakens it. This distinction is vital. As persistence becomes habitual, the mind no longer dramatizes obstacles. Drama drains energy. Calm evaluation conserves it. Others sense this calm and are willing to align with it. People prefer to invest their effort where direction appears stable. Stability attracts resources. Resources enable growth. Growth sustained through continuity becomes destiny realized. Destiny maintained through continuity becomes security. Security strengthens confidence. Confidence reinforces expectation. This cycle sustains itself once established. As sleep deepens, the subconscious continues arranging this cycle. It does not require supervision. It requires consistency. Consistency is being supplied now. You are not asked to push forward. Pushing implies resistance. You are invited to continue. Continuation implies alignment. Alignment removes friction. Friction wastes effort. Effort conserved increases endurance. Endurance supports persistence. Persistence ensures continuity. Continuity produces accumulation. This order is exact. I have observed that men who align with this order often feel relief. Relief signals that inner conflict has ended. Conflict consumes more energy than labor. Energy freed by relief becomes available for productive effort. Productive effort yields return. Return reinforces expectation. Expectation stabilizes persistence. This sequence repeats itself naturally when continuity is assumed. You may notice that goals feel less urgent, yet more attainable. Urgency belongs to fear of loss. Attainability belongs to expectation of gain. Expectation stabilizes persistence. Persistence stabilizes behavior. Behavior stabilizes result. Others notice stability and respond accordingly. Men who live by continuity rarely exhaust themselves emotionally. They conserve emotion for decision and allow habit to carry routine. Routine carried by habit does not drain strength. Strength preserved allows endurance. Endurance assures accumulation. Accumulation, guided by judgment, produces destiny expressed. This destiny is not dramatic. It is dependable. Dependability is the true measure of fulfillment. As repetition continues, the subconscious accepts continuity as normal. What is normal governs behavior automatically. This acceptance reduces the impulse to abandon effort prematurely. Premature abandonment is the chief cause of failure. Continuity eliminates it. You may find that persistence no longer feels like effort. It feels like direction maintained. Direction maintained requires no motivation. Motivation fades. Habit remains. Habit is now being formed. As sleep deepens, allow this habit to take root without inspection. Inspection introduces doubt. Trust allows completion. Men who trust habit allow law to operate fully. Law responds to repetition. Repetition is occurring now. Nothing further is required. Continuity has been established. Destiny unfolds best where continuity is protected. Rest now in this continuation. Let repetition continue quietly. The deeper mind understands how to persist without strain. What is being formed here will carry forward naturally, supporting the next stages of destiny without effort. No man fulfills destiny alone, though many imagine that independence is the mark of strength. True power is multiplied through harmony. Harmony does not weaken purpose, it enlarges it. When thought aligns with other capable thought, effort increases without strain and direction gains momentum. I have observed that men who resist cooperation often do so from fear of losing control. This fear reveals inner uncertainty. The decided mind does not fear alignment. It welcomes it, knowing that purpose remains sovereign while methods may adjust. Harmony begins inwardly. A mind divided against itself cannot align with others. Once inner agreement is secured, cooperation follows naturally. Others sense when a man's thoughts move in one direction. They respond with trust. Trust is the gateway of cooperation. Men who live in harmony do not seek conflict. They do not waste strength opposing every idea. They listen, weigh, and select. Selection guided by purpose is the first act of leadership. I have known men of modest means who built great enterprises by gathering capable minds around a single direction. They did not attempt to know everything. They chose harmony over pride. This choice multiplied their power. I recall the habit of Andrew Carnegie, who surrounded himself with men of greater technical skill than his own. He did not fear being overshadowed. He feared only disunity. Harmony made his enterprises unstoppable. Harmony is not agreement on every detail. It is agreement on direction. Direction anchors cooperation. Without it, effort scatters. When men share direction, ideas flow freely. Ideas are the most valuable form of capital. Capital responds to organization. Organization requires harmony. Many men block destiny by isolating themselves mentally. They trust no counsel, accept no aid, and resent the success of others. This resentment fractures harmony and starves opportunity. Admiration restores harmony. When admiration replaces envy, the mind opens to instruction. Instruction accelerates growth. I have advised men to study successful individuals not with jealousy, but with appreciation. Appreciation aligns thought with achievement. Jealousy repels it. As repetition continues, the subconscious is learning to expect cooperation rather than opposition. Expectation shapes perception. Perception reveals opportunity. Men who expect resistance encounter it faithfully. Men who expect harmony discover it just as surely. Expectation governs experience. Harmony also governs tone. Men who are inwardly aligned speak without tension. Their words carry ease rather than strain. Ease invites response. Others feel safe contributing ideas to men who are harmonized. Safety encourages sharing. Sharing produces insight. Insight improves judgment. Judgment guides action. Action guided by harmony proceeds efficiently. Efficiency attracts success. As sleep deepens, the mind relaxes its defenses. Defenses belong to fear. Harmony belongs to confidence. Confidence trusts that alignment strengthens rather than weakens purpose. I have observed that men who argue often do so to protect fragile identity. Identity fixed does not require defense, it proceeds. Proceeding quietly invites cooperation. Men prefer to invest effort where direction appears stable. Stability is sensed inwardly before it is demonstrated outwardly. Harmony also governs how disagreement is handled. Men who are harmonized do not fear opposing views. They extract value without surrendering direction. Fear of disagreement restricts cooperation. Comfort with discussion expands it. As harmony deepens, impatience fades. Impatience disrupts cooperation. Patience invites it. Patience listens. Listening reveals opportunity. Opportunity shared multiplies. This multiplication depends upon harmony. I have seen leaders rise because they unified effort rather than dominating it. They assumed responsibility when error occurred and shared credit when success followed. This conduct strengthened harmony. Harmony rewards such leadership with loyalty. Loyalty sustains effort. Sustained effort produces destiny fulfilled. Inner harmony also governs self-talk. Men who condemn themselves fracture inner cooperation. Inner condemnation weakens confidence and clouds judgment. Firm self-direction preserves harmony. Preserved harmony sustains persistence. Persistence supported by cooperation accelerates progress. As repetition continues, the subconscious is learning to align with success rather than resist it. Resistance weakens connection. Alignment strengthens it. You may notice that opposition feels less compelling. The need to prove diminishes. Proving is required only when direction is uncertain. Certainty allows collaboration without fear. Collaboration multiplies capacity. Capacity expanded expresses destiny more fully. Others may observe that you appear agreeable without being weak. Agreeableness here is alignment, not concession. Direction remains intact. Alignment allows movement without friction. Friction wastes effort. Effort conserved multiplies result. Harmony also governs how opportunity arrives. Men aligned with others often receive information early, assistance freely, and timing advantageously. These advantages appear accidental only to those who do not understand the law of harmony. As sleep approaches more fully, the subconscious absorbs the tone of cooperation. It records calm agreement rather than defensive posture. Old habits of isolation weaken through neglect. New habits of alignment strengthen through repetition. This strengthening does not require conscious effort. It occurs beneath awareness. Men who cultivate harmony inwardly are seldom alone in their efforts. Assistance arrives naturally. Advice appears timely. Support emerges unexpectedly. These are not coincidences. They are responses to alignment. Abundance expands through channels of cooperation. Closed channels restrict flow. Flow increases when resistance is absent. Resistance often disguises itself as independence. True independence is the ability to cooperate without losing direction. Direction is not surrendered through harmony. It is reinforced. I have known men who built enduring success by harmonizing strong personalities rather than suppressing them. Harmony multiplied strength. Suppression breeds resentment. Resentment blocks cooperation. Cooperation fuels growth. As repetition continues, the mind is learning to move with life rather than against it. Movement with life conserves energy. Energy conserved strengthens endurance. Endurance supports continuity. Continuity guided by harmony produces destiny realized. Others will notice that you appear easier to work with, yet firmer in purpose. This balance attracts capable allies. Allies multiply power. Power expressed harmoniously fulfills destiny. As sleep deepens, allow this alignment to settle. There is no need to analyze. Analysis reintroduces division. Division weakens harmony. Harmony strengthens flow. Flow carries destiny forward naturally. The mind is now being trained to expect cooperation, to welcome alignment, and to move in accord with law and with other minds. What is trained here will guide interaction tomorrow without effort. This guidance will appear as ease, timing, and support. Support sustains growth. Growth sustained becomes destiny fulfilled. Rest now in this harmony. Let repetition continue quietly. The deeper mind understands how to align. What is being formed here will expand destiny through cooperation, without force or struggle. That which feels extraordinary is handled with caution. That which feels ordinary is handled with ease. This simple distinction explains why destiny often approaches men briefly and then withdraws. The subconscious preserves what it considers normal and resists what feels unusual or unsafe. Most men imagine destiny as something dramatic, something that arrives with noise or excitement. This belief unsettles the mind. Excitement signals disturbance. Disturbance instructs the subconscious that balance has been broken. Destiny that endures feels natural. Natural things remain. I have observed that men who sustain success rarely speak of it with emotion. They treat progress as routine. They incorporate responsibility into daily conduct without ceremony. This manner signals stability, and stability invites continuation. Stability must exist before destiny can remain. Men who react strongly to gain often lose it. Their reaction instructs the subconscious to restore equilibrium by reducing what feels excessive. Loss is often the mind's attempt to regain balance, not punishment. Balance preserves what excitement expels. This is not indifference, it is mastery. Mastery handles growth without alarm. Others sense this mastery instinctively. They feel steadiness rather than tension. Steadiness invites trust. Trust extends responsibility. Responsibility enlarges destiny. As repetition continues, the subconscious is learning that destiny does not require celebration or defense. It requires direction and calm acceptance. Acceptance does not mean complacency. It means readiness. Readiness feels like familiarity. Familiarity removes fear. Fear disrupts continuity. Continuity sustains destiny. I have known men who achieved sudden advancement and felt uneasy. Their unease signaled danger to the subconscious. Their conduct changed subtly, and opportunity withdrew. When they learned to treat growth as normal, stability returned. Routine preserves what excitement endangers. Men who normalize destiny do not diminish ambition. They remove fear from it. Fear distorts handling. Handling determines outcome. As these ideas repeat calmly, the mind adjusts its scale of what feels acceptable. What once seemed distant begins to feel appropriate. Appropriateness creates comfort. Comfort allows holding. Holding allows building. Building allows expansion. Men who grow gradually rarely lose what they gain. Their inner sense of normal expands in step with circumstance. Sudden leaps without inner adjustment create instability. Stability must precede scale. Destiny unfolds best where the mind feels at home with increase. As you rest now, notice how the idea of destiny feels less charged. This neutrality is essential. Neutrality allows familiarity to form. Familiarity governs behavior more strongly than desire. The mind acts comfortably around what it knows. As destiny becomes familiar inwardly, actions adjust automatically. Choices become steadier. Risks become measured. Planning becomes clearer. These adjustments do not feel forced. They feel natural. Others sense this naturalness and respond with confidence. They trust men who appear settled in their direction. Trust invites cooperation. Cooperation multiplies result. Normalization also governs how setbacks are handled. Men who normalize destiny do not panic at interruption. They expect movement and adjust calmly. Panic repels opportunity. Calm preserves it. I have observed that men who survive temporary loss often do so because they never treated destiny as fragile. Fragility invites fear. Fear instructs retreat. Destiny treated as stable behaves as such. Stability is communicated inwardly through repetition without emphasis. You are not asked to deny the value of destiny. You are asked to remove emotional extremes around it. Extremes disrupt balance. Balance preserves growth. As these hours continue, the subconscious is adjusting its expectations quietly. It is learning that direction, responsibility, and progress are manageable and appropriate. This learning expands capacity. Capacity invites stewardship. Stewardship attracts further responsibility. Responsibility accepted calmly leads to influence. Influence expands destiny. Men who normalize destiny do not speak constantly of future triumph. They focus on present direction. Direction keeps attention where it belongs. Attention guided by direction avoids distraction. Distraction weakens continuity. Normalization reduces distraction by removing emotional noise. Noise clouds judgment. Silence clarifies it. As sleep deepens, the mind becomes quieter. Quiet allows normalization to settle without resistance. Resistance arises when the mind feels overwhelmed. Overwhelm fades when expectations are adjusted gradually. Gradual adjustment endures. This is why repetition is essential. Not repetition to persuade, but repetition to familiarize. Familiarity removes shock. Shock disrupts balance. Balance supports continuity. Continuity sustains destiny. Others may notice that you appear composed regardless of circumstance. This composure is not detachment. It is normalization at work. Men who normalize destiny do not cling to outcomes. Clinging signals fear. They direct outcomes. Direction signals confidence. Confidence attracts return. Return reinforces expectation. Expectation normalizes further growth. This cycle strengthens itself. I have often said that success comes to those prepared to handle it. Preparation includes emotional preparation. Emotional preparation is not excitement. It is neutrality. Neutrality allows clear thought. Clear thought guides wise action. Wise action sustains gain. As repetition continues, the subconscious is adopting neutrality around destiny. This adoption feels like ease. Ease does not reduce ambition. It removes friction. Friction wastes energy. Energy conserved allows expansion. Expansion, normalized, becomes permanence. Others will sense that you do not appear hurried by success, nor threatened by challenge. They will describe you as steady. Steadiness is rare. Rarity attracts value. Value invites reward. Reward remains when treated as ordinary. As sleep approaches fully, allow this neutrality to deepen. There is nothing to watch, nothing to manage. The deeper mind understands how to normalize through repetition. What is being formed here will guide behavior tomorrow without effort. Destiny will feel less like a promise and more like a condition. Conditions endure. Events pass. This distinction determines permanence. Rest now in this condition. Let repetition continue quietly. The work is proceeding lawfully. Every man lives according to an identity he has accepted, whether he chose it deliberately or inherited it unconsciously. Identity is not declared. It is assumed. It answers quietly the question of what is possible, appropriate, and expected. Life responds to this answer with unfailing accuracy. Destiny cannot remain external to identity. What stands outside may be admired, feared, or postponed. What is accepted as part of identity governs conduct without effort. This is why lasting change never begins with circumstance. It begins with self-definition. I have observed that many men approach destiny as though it were permission to be granted. They wait for assurance, approval, or evidence before accepting responsibility. In doing so, they postpone identity. Destiny waits for no man who delays self-acceptance. The subconscious defends identity more fiercely than desire. It will abandon opportunity rather than allow a man to live beyond the image he holds of himself. This defense is automatic and unreasoned. When identity expands, opportunity remains. When identity remains narrow, opportunity departs. Men who experience brief success followed by retreat often blame fortune. In truth, their identity never adjusted to receive continuity. They accepted success as an event rather than as a reflection of who they had become. Events pass. Identity remains. I have known men who declined opportunity without realizing it. They spoke politely, acted cautiously, and withdrew quietly. Their withdrawal did not arise from reason, but from an inner voice saying, "This is not for me." That voice was identity speaking. Identity does not shout. It guides. As repetition continues, identity is being revised gently. Not through argument, not through aspiration, but through familiarity. Familiarity removes resistance. Resistance blocks acceptance. You are not being asked to become someone else. You are being asked to remove the limits placed upon who you already are capable of being. Identity shifts when the mind stops rehearsing former definitions. Rehearsal sustains identity. Neglect dissolves it. New identity forms through exposure to new descriptions, accepted calmly. These descriptions are now settling. Men whose identity aligns with destiny do not ask whether they are worthy. Worthiness implies judgment. They accept responsibility instead. Responsibility signals readiness. Others sense readiness instinctively. They trust men who appear prepared to direct outcomes rather than receive them. Preparedness is felt before it is proven. Identity also governs self-respect. Men who lack self-respect sabotage opportunity unconsciously. They hesitate, understate their value, or retreat from responsibility. These actions are not errors. They are identity, expressing itself faithfully. As identity stabilizes, self-respect increases naturally. Self-respect does not require praise. It requires alignment. Alignment has been established. Men who accept destiny as identity do not apologize for success. Apology signals guilt. Guilt repels continuity. Acceptance preserves it. Acceptance here is not arrogance. It is calm ownership of direction. Ownership guides behavior. Behavior shapes result. Others respond to ownership by offering trust. Trust expands responsibility. Responsibility fulfilled expands destiny. Identity also governs how adversity is interpreted. Men who identify with destiny treat adversity as adjustment rather than threat. Threat exists only where identity feels fragile. Fragility dissolves when identity expands. As repetition continues, the subconscious is associating self with steadiness, direction, and capability. These associations guide action without debate. You may notice that thoughts about the future feel less distant. Distance is created by unfamiliarity. Familiarity removes it. Identity grows familiar through repetition. Repetition does not require belief. It creates belief. Belief directs conduct. Conduct shapes circumstance. This sequence is now active. Men who identify with destiny do not rush outcomes. They trust sequence. Sequence reassures. Reassurance preserves patience. Patience supports persistence. Persistence sustains growth. Growth becomes accumulation. Accumulation integrated into identity becomes permanence. Others will. Notice that you appear less reactive to praise or criticism. Identity stabilizes emotion. Stabilized emotion improves judgment. Judgment guides wise action. Wise action sustains gain. As sleep deepens, identity instruction settles more deeply. The subconscious records tone and assumption rather than words. Assumptions repeated become facts inwardly. Facts inwardly become results outwardly. You are not asked to deny your past identity. You are asked to stop feeding it. What is not fed weakens. New identity strengthens through exposure. Exposure is occurring now. Men who adopt a broader identity often feel relief. Relief signals the end of inner contradiction. Contradiction drains energy. Energy freed strengthens purpose. Purpose directs effort. Effort aligned produces result. Others sense this alignment and respond with trust. Trust invites opportunity. Opportunity remains when identity supports it. As repetition continues, the mind is learning to accept destiny as a condition consistent with its direction. This acceptance removes inner debate. Debate wastes energy. Energy conserved supports expansion. Expansion integrated into identity becomes permanence. Men who achieve permanence rarely speak of it. They live it. Living expresses identity. Identity guides life. This guidance does not require vigilance. It operates automatically. As sleep approaches fully, allow this identity to settle without inspection. Inspection invites doubt. Trust allows completion. The deeper mind understands how to integrate identity through repetition. What is being formed here will express itself tomorrow through steadier conduct, clearer judgment, and natural confidence. Destiny will no longer feel like something to reach for. It will feel like something to direct. Direction belongs to identity. Identity has been aligned. Rest now in this alignment. Let repetition continue quietly. The work is proceeding lawfully. There comes a moment in every sound undertaking when effort must yield to trust. Beyond this point, further direction becomes interference. What has been impressed through repetition now belongs to habit, and habit governs conduct more faithfully than intention ever could. The mind, once aligned, does not require supervision. It requires freedom to operate. Freedom allows law to complete its work without obstruction. From this moment forward, what has been set in motion proceeds on its own. I have observed that many men weaken progress by returning repeatedly to examine what has already been decided. They question whether change has occurred, whether it will last, whether more effort is required. These questions reopen doors that repetition had already closed. Wisdom lies in restraint. When the subconscious has accepted a pattern, it enforces it automatically. It does not argue. It does not forget. It proceeds according to frequency and tone. Sleep does not interrupt this process. It strengthens it. As awareness loosens, the deeper faculties assume command. They arrange thought, expectation, and conduct without debate. What has been repeated calmly becomes law. Men who understand this awaken with clarity they cannot explain. Decisions feel simpler. Direction feels steadier. Confidence feels quieter. These are the signs of order operating beneath awareness. Order does not announce itself. It expresses itself. From this point forward, the mind will continue selecting what aligns with its rebuilt identity. Distraction will lose its appeal. Doubt will hesitate before speaking. Old habits will find no welcome. This selection will feel natural, not forced. I have long taught that habit is the servant of destiny. Habit formed through repetition does not require will. It operates faithfully, even when attention wanders. That is its strength. The habits formed here now belong to identity. Identity governs choice. Choice guides action. Action produces result. This sequence is now active. There is nothing further to add. Men who attempt to add after this point often do so from impatience. Impatience belongs to uncertainty. Certainty allows release. Release permits law to operate fully. Law works best when undisturbed. As sleep deepens, the conscious mind releases control. This release is not loss. It is cooperation. Cooperation allows the deeper mind to perform its work without resistance. You may drift in and out of awareness. This does not interrupt the process. It assists it. The subconscious remains alert even when consciousness rests. It records rhythm, tone, and assumption. Assumption governs expectation. Expectation governs behavior. Behavior shapes circumstance. This order does not require supervision. I have observed that men who sustain destiny often appear unhurried. Their calm is not indifference. It is assurance born of experience with law. They have learned to trust sequence. Sequence rewards patience. Patience preserves continuity. Continuity sustains growth. Growth integrated into identity becomes permanence. You have reached the stage where growth no longer needs encouragement. It needs allowance. Allowance removes friction. Friction wastes energy. Energy conserved strengthens judgment. Judgment improves timing. Timing enhances result. These improvements will appear quietly. Others may notice them before you do. They may comment on composure, steadiness, or clarity. They may trust your judgment more readily. These responses are drawn by inner order. From this point forward, destiny is no longer something to pursue. It is something to direct. Direction belongs to identity. Identity has been aligned. You are not required to remember every word spoken here. Memory is not the instrument of change. Impression is. Impression remains long after words fade. The impressions formed here are calm, steady, and lawful. They will guide conduct automatically. Men who attempt to force remembrance often weaken impression. Forgetting is not failure. It is integration. Integration allows habit to operate. Habit operates without effort. As the body rests more deeply, the subconscious continues arranging priorities, strengthening useful patterns, and dissolving those no longer reinforced. This arrangement is exact. The mind seeks order naturally when not disturbed. Disturbance has been removed. Old patterns may attempt to revisit. This is natural. Habit force tests former territory. When this occurs, do not engage. Engagement strengthens. Neglect weakens. Proceed as though direction were already settled. It is. Men who proceed without inner debate conserve strength. Strength conserved supports endurance. Endurance assures accumulation. Accumulation directed produces destiny expressed. Destiny maintained becomes stability. Stability allows freedom. Freedom does not feel wild. It feels settled. Settlement is the final reward of discipline. Discipline has been established quietly. Quiet discipline is the strongest kind. You may forget many of the words spoken here. That is as it should be. Words are vehicles, not destinations. What matters is what has been impressed. Impression endures. Endurance shapes character. Character determines outcome. This is the law that governs all human achievement. There is nothing mystical in it. There is nothing uncertain. It operates always. You have aligned with it. Alignment produces result as surely as cause produces effect. From this point forward, do not look for signs. Signs follow. They do not precede. Live your days according to direction rather than mood. Mood fluctuates. Direction remains. When direction remains, results arrive in their proper time. Proper time cannot be hurried, nor can it be delayed by doubt once alignment is complete. Alignment is complete. Rest now in this understanding. Allow the mind to remain still. Allow the body to rest. Allow the law to proceed. Nothing more is required of you. The work continues faithfully, and it does so whether you watch it or not. This is the final truth. Sleep if sleep comes. Rest if rest remains. Wake when waking arrives. In all cases, the law continues, and it does so without fail. You don't lose strength in a single day. You lose it gradually. Each time doubt is rehearsed. Each time fear is allowed the final word before sleep. Tonight is not about becoming someone new. It is about restoring what has quietly been slipping away. Faith is not loud. It does not announce itself with excitement or demand proof before it appears. Faith settles in quietly when the mind stops arguing with tomorrow and starts agreeing with possibility instead. Most people try to build strength while awake, battling the world head-on, exhausting themselves with effort and resistance. But the deepest kind of strength is formed when the mind is calm, when it receives instruction without conflict. As the day fades, the conscious guard lowers. This is when beliefs pass through without interrogation. Whatever is accepted now does not remain a thought. It becomes posture. It becomes tone. It becomes how you meet the world when morning comes. Think of how many nights ended with worry instead of rest. How many times fear was allowed to speak uninterrupted in the quiet. Those moments did more shaping than all the effort made during the day. Faith weakens not because it disappears, but because it is drowned out. It is replaced by repetition of what might go wrong, what hasn't worked yet, what could be lost. The mind listens carefully and obeys. Tonight, that pattern shifts. You are not here to fight doubt. You are here to starve it. Doubt survives on attention. Faith grows on agreement. You do not need to force belief. Forced belief collapses under pressure. Real faith settles gently, without urgency. until it feels familiar and familiar ideas feel true. As your body relaxes, notice how the need to stay alert softens. This is not vulnerability, this is access. The mind becomes receptive when it no longer feels the need to defend. Strength does not come from bracing against life. It comes from knowing quietly that you can meet whatever arrives. This knowing does not shout. It steadies. Faith is the assumption that you are supported, even when outcomes are not yet visible. And assumptions made in rest become expectations carried into action. Most people wake up with yesterday's fears already loaded. They face the day reacting instead of directing. But when faith is impressed upon the mind during sleep, the morning feels different, calmer, grounded, prepared. You don't need certainty about the path. Faith is certainty about yourself, about your ability to persist, adapt, and continue moving forward without panic. This is why a few minutes of proper mental instruction outweigh hours of anxious thought. The mind does not measure time, it measures repetition and emotion. When faith is repeated calmly, without tension, it settles into identity. You stop asking if you can endure. You begin assuming that you will. Notice how strength feels when it is quiet. No rushing, no proving, just steadiness. This is the strength that lasts beyond motivation. Fear asks you to anticipate loss. Faith teaches you to anticipate growth. What you anticipate shapes how you interpret every event that follows. Tonight, you are not rehearsing problems, you are rehearsing resilience. You are training the mind to expect support instead of strain. The subconscious accepts whatever is presented with consistency. It does not argue. It does not analyze. It organizes behavior around what it believes to be true. As these ideas repeat, they lose novelty and gain authority. Authority does not persuade, it commands. And the mind responds accordingly. This is how faith becomes strength, not through emotional peaks, but through quiet nights where the mind is reminded of its capacity. You may not feel dramatic change when you awaken. That is how real strength forms without announcement. But you will notice it in how you respond when challenged. You will pause instead of panic. You will persist instead of retreat. You will trust instead of rush. These are the signs of faith taking root. Faith does not remove obstacles. It removes the inner resistance that makes obstacles overwhelming. And once resistance fades, movement becomes natural. Let the mind rest in this knowing. You are not alone in your efforts. You are not fragile. You are not behind. You are becoming steadier than yesterday. While you sleep, the mind continues to organize itself around this agreement. It prepares you to meet tomorrow with composure instead of fear. This is the quiet power of faith impressed in rest. It does not fade with circumstances. It strengthens you regardless of them. So release the day now. Let the body sink into stillness. The instruction has already begun. When morning comes, you will not need to search for strength. You will move as someone who expects to endure an expectation, once fixed, becomes reality. Rest here. Faith is doing its work. Faith is not lost in a single moment. It slips away quietly, unnoticed, through repetition of doubt accepted without correction. Each time fear is given the final word before sleep, strength weakens slightly. Not because strength has vanished, but because it has been denied its voice. The mind does not measure belief by intensity. It measures belief by frequency. What is repeated most often becomes dominant, regardless of whether it is true. This is why a man may believe in his potential during the day, yet awaken weaker each morning. Night has been instructing the mind differently. I have observed that faith does not require effort to exist. It requires agreement. When the mind stops arguing with possibility, faith settles naturally. Argument exhausts strength. Agreement restores it. Most men imagine faith as something they must summon during trial. In truth, faith must be installed before trial appears. Once difficulty arrives, the mind responds according to what it has already accepted. Acceptance precedes reaction. Reaction reveals belief. Belief determines strength. Each night, as the body rests, the conscious guard relaxes. This guard, so active during the day, prevents ideas from entering without examination. At night, it loosens. Whatever is allowed in at this hour sinks deeper than thought spoken in effort. This is why fear whispered at night shapes behavior more than courage shouted by day. Faith is not loud enough to compete with fear when fear is rehearsed repeatedly. Faith grows only when fear is neglected and agreement is restored. You are not here to fight doubt. Fighting feeds it. You are here to withdraw attention from it. What is unattended weakens. What weakens disappears. Strength returns when faith is no longer opposed. I recall a man who endured repeated failure, ridicule, and loss, yet rose steadily because he refused to abandon his inward agreement. He did not appear powerful. He appeared patient. That patience was faith without noise. The world later knew him as Abraham Lincoln. Lincoln did not speak of belief often. He lived as though endurance were expected of him. Expectation prepared his mind for burden rather than collapse. Strength that expects endurance does not panic. Panic is the sound of unprepared belief. As you rest now, the idea being restored is simple. You are capable of enduring what arrives. This is not optimism. It is acknowledgement of inner capacity. Capacity accepted becomes strength expressed. Most men weaken because they expect exhaustion. Expectation instructs the mind to conserve prematurely. Premature conservation appears as hesitation, doubt, and retreat. Faith instructs continuation. Continuation conserves strength rather than wasting it. As repetition continues, the mind is learning to accept endurance as natural. What feels natural does not drain effort. Effort drains only when resistance is present. Resistance is argument. Argument invites doubt. Doubt consumes strength. Agreement restores it. Others sense this agreement instinctively. They trust men who appear inwardly settled. They rely on their steadiness. They offer responsibility more readily. Responsibility accepted strengthens faith further. Faith grows through use. Use follows acceptance. I have observed that men who regain strength do not feel excited. They feel calm. Calm signals that inner conflict has ended. Where conflict ends, power returns. Power does not shout, it steadies. As the body relaxes, notice how the urge to brace against tomorrow softens. Bracing assumes threat. Faith assumes support. Support may not remove challenge, but it removes panic. Panic weakens judgment. Judgment guides action. Action sustained builds strength. Most men attempt to build strength through resistance. Resistance exhausts. Strength grows through alignment. Alignment allows effort to flow without friction. Faith is alignment between expectation and conduct. As this alignment settles, the mind no longer rehearses loss before sleep. Instead, it allows rest without debate. Debate at night weakens resolve by morning. Resolve does not require reinforcement when faith is present. Others may later remark that you seem steadier than before. This steadiness will not feel new to you. It will feel restored. What was lost was not power, but agreement. Agreement is returning now. You are not being asked to believe anything dramatic. Drama unsettles the mind. You are being asked to allow the idea of strength to feel appropriate. Appropriate strength endures. Unfamiliar strength fades. As repetition continues, the subconscious accepts that you are not fragile. Fragility is a habit of thought, not a fact of being. When fragility is no longer rehearsed, resilience appears naturally. Resilience is faith in motion. I have often said that the subconscious mind is the connecting link between finite thought and infinite power. When faith is restored, that link clears. Strength flows without obstruction. Obstruction was doubt. Doubt has been starved. As sleep deepens, the deeper mind continues this work without supervision. It reinforces calm agreement. It dissolves inner contradiction. It prepares you to meet tomorrow without bracing. You may awaken without remembering these words. That is of no importance. The subconscious remembers tone, rhythm, and assumption. Assumption governs reaction. Reaction reveals strength. This is how faith restores power quietly, without effort, without announcement. Rest now in this agreement. Let faith remain unchallenged. What is unchallenged grows, and strength, once restored, does not easily leave again. Faith weakens not because it is fragile, but because it is often opposed by the same mind that seeks to rely upon it. Men give faith instruction, then quietly revoke it through hesitation, caution, and divided thought. The subconscious obeys the stronger signal, not the more hopeful one. Division drains strength. Strength requires unity. When the mind issues two commands, advance and prepare for retreat, it creates inner friction. Friction consumes power. This is why many men feel tired without physical labor. Their energy is spent resolving inner disagreement rather than moving forward. Faith cannot operate where it is constantly questioned. Questioning invites delay. Delay feeds doubt. Doubt weakens resolve. I have observed that most men do not openly deny faith. They undermine it politely. They say, "I believe," but that single word cancels instruction. The subconscious hears the cancellation more clearly than the belief. Faith must be given without conditions. Conditions invite fear. Fear contradicts faith. As you rest now, the mind is learning to issue one instruction only. Not belief followed by caution. Not confidence followed by retreat. One direction. One expectation. Unity restores strength. Strength follows unity, as effect follows cause. I recall the years Thomas Edison endured repeated failure while perfecting his work. He did not entertain divided instruction. He did not prepare for defeat while advancing. He acted as one who expected results, even when results delayed. Expectation preserved his energy. Energy sustained his effort. Effort guided by unity produced success. Men who weaken under pressure often do so because they negotiate with fear. Negotiation gives fear authority. Authority once granted is difficult to revoke. Faith does not negotiate, it proceeds. The subconscious responds immediately when inner negotiation ends. Energy returns. Clarity sharpens. Action simplifies. None of this feels dramatic. It feels orderly. Order is strength. As repetition continues, resistance to faith dissolves without confrontation. Resistance is not attacked, it is replaced. Replacement is permanent. When the mind stops entertaining opposing possibilities, it conserves power. Conserved power becomes endurance. Endurance strengthens faith further. This cycle reinforces itself. Others sense when a man has stopped negotiating with doubt. His words grow fewer. His tone steadies. His presence reassures. They trust his judgment because it is no longer divided. Trust follows unity. Unity attracts responsibility. Responsibility accepted reinforces identity. As sleep deepens, the subconscious is withdrawing permission from doubt. Doubt survives only where it is consulted. Consultation has ended. Fear may still attempt to speak, but it will no longer be asked for advice. Without consultation, fear weakens. You may notice that inner dialogue becomes quieter. Quiet does not mean emptiness. It means agreement has been reached. Agreement ends argument. Argument drains strength. Strength returns when argument ends. I have often said that faith is a state of mind that may be cultivated deliberately. Cultivation does not require force. It requires consistency. Consistency is now being restored. The mind accepts what it hears calmly and repeatedly. Calm repetition carries authority. Authority directs behavior. Behavior sustained becomes habit. Habit governs destiny. As repetition continues, faith becomes the default instruction rather than a temporary mood. Mood fades. Instruction remains. Others may observe that you appear less reactive. Reaction belongs to divided thought. Response belongs to unified direction. Response preserves energy. Energy sustains action. Action guided by faith builds strength quietly. As sleep approaches more fully, allow the idea of inner unity to settle. You are not required to analyze it. Analysis invites division. Acceptance completes instruction. The subconscious understands unity instinctively. Once unity is restored, faith no longer drains strength. It supplies it. Rest now in this single direction. Let divided instruction dissolve. What remains is steadiness, and steadiness is the foundation of enduring strength. No man can rise stronger than the idea he holds of himself. Strength does not fail first in the body. It fails first in self-concept. When a man secretly believes himself fragile, he behaves accordingly, regardless of the faith he speaks aloud. The subconscious obeys identity more faithfully than desire. Identity is the mold into which faith must be poured. When faith does not match self-concept, it leaks away unnoticed. Most men attempt to borrow strength from circumstance. They feel strong when conditions favor them and weak when resistance appears. This dependence reveals a deeper issue. Strength that relies on condition is not strength at all. It is reaction. True strength is expectation of endurance. Expectation settles in identity. I have observed that men who appear unshakable do not speak often of courage. They assume it. Their assumption guides conduct long before fear has a chance to speak. This assumption was not inherited. It was installed through repetition accepted quietly. Repetition shapes identity. Identity governs response. Response reveals strength. As you rest now, the deeper mind is receiving a correction. You are not being asked to become invincible. You are being asked to accept that you are capable of standing without collapse. This acceptance alone restores more strength than effort ever could. Effort strains identity. Acceptance stabilizes it. Many men weaken because they rehearse failure inwardly, even while hoping for success. They imagine themselves overwhelmed, embarrassed, or defeated. These rehearsals impress the subconscious. The subconscious prepares the body and mind to match the picture it has been shown. Pictures repeated become instruction. Instruction becomes behavior. Behavior confirms belief. As repetition continues, new images are forming quietly. Not images of triumph, but images of steadiness. Steadiness endures longer than excitement. Excitement fades. Steadiness remains. I recall a young man who accepted responsibility beyond his position and carried it calmly, without complaint. Others assumed he was suited for leadership because he behaved as though pressure were normal. That man was Charles M. Schwab. Long before the world knew his name, Schwab's strength was not noise, it was composure. Composure reveals identity. Identity attracts responsibility. Responsibility strengthens faith. As you rest, the idea settling now is simple and sufficient. You are the kind of person who endures. Endurance does not require proof. It requires agreement. Agreement installs identity. Identity governs reaction. When difficulty appears, the mind will respond according to identity, not intention. This is why effort fails when identity is weak. Effort cannot override self-concept for long. Self-concept must be corrected at rest. Rest is the hour of correction. Others will sense this shift gradually. They will feel less need to reassure you. They will trust your stability. Stability invites confidence from others. Confidence offered strengthens resolve. Resolve reinforces identity. This cycle deepens quietly. Many men attempt to motivate themselves into strength. Motivation fades. Identity persists. What you accept yourself to be requires no encouragement. Encouragement belongs to doubt. As repetition continues, the subconscious is learning to describe you differently. Not as one who hopes to endure, but as one who expects to. Expectation guides posture. Posture influences action. Action sustained builds result. Fear loses authority when identity no longer includes fragility. Fear speaks to those who believe they might break. It grows silent before those who expect to stand. Silence is the end of fear's influence. I have often said that the subconscious mind will translate into physical reality whatever thought is held consistently with emotion. Calm acceptance carries more authority than excited desire. Calm acceptance is occurring now. As sleep deepens, the conscious mind releases its need to supervise. This release allows identity to settle without interference. Interference delays installation. Installation completes now. You may awaken feeling no different. That is the sign of success. Identity shifts do not feel dramatic. They feel familiar. Familiar strength does not call attention to itself. It simply remains. When tomorrow brings challenge, response will feel steadier. You will pause rather than panic. This pause is not hesitation. It is self-trust expressing itself. Self-trust is faith made visible. Faith grounded in identity cannot be shaken easily. It does not rise and fall with mood. It stands. Rest now in this acceptance of who you are becoming. The work is quiet, but it is exact. And strength, once rooted in identity, does not fade with circumstance. Fear does not enter the mind through experience alone. It enters through anticipation. Long before an event arrives, the mind prepares for what it expects. Preparation shapes reaction more powerfully than the event itself. A man is weakened not by what happens, but by what he rehearses in advance. Anticipation is instruction. Instruction becomes posture. Posture governs strength. Most men believe fear is a response to danger. In truth, fear is a rehearsal of imagined loss. The body tightens, judgment narrows, and strength drains before action is required. By the time difficulty appears, the man is already exhausted from preparation. Preparation without cause wastes power. Faith corrects anticipation. I have observed that men who remain strong under pressure do not deny difficulty. They deny catastrophe. They do not imagine collapse. They imagine sequence. Sequence reassures the subconscious. Reassurance preserves strength. The mind endures what it expects to endure. Expectation precedes endurance. As you rest now, the habit of anticipating harm is being corrected. Not by argument, but by replacement. Replacement is the only permanent cure for fear. What replaces fear here is calm expectation of continuity. Continuity dissolves alarm. Alarm feeds fear. Fear drains strength. Most fear is not felt consciously. It is held quietly as tension. The shoulders tighten, breath shortens, thought accelerates. These signals are messages sent from anticipation to the body. The body obeys anticipation faithfully. Correct anticipation restores ease. Ease preserves strength. I recall the story of R.U. Darby, who abandoned his gold mine just 3 feet from fortune. His effort did not fail him. His anticipation did. He expected exhaustion to mean defeat. Another man expected order to reveal itself and consulted knowledge. Wealth followed expectation. Expectation shapes outcome. Fear expects loss. Faith expects sequence. As repetition continues, the mind is learning to expect sequence rather than collapse. Sequence does not require certainty of result. It requires certainty of continuation. Continuation sustains strength. Others sense this shift instinctively. They notice you are less reactive, less startled by uncertainty. This steadiness invites confidence from those around you. Confidence offered multiplies resolve. Resolve strengthens faith. Fear thrives on unanswered questions. What if it fails? What if it ends? What if I am not enough? These questions are never meant to be answered. They are meant to drain strength. Faith does not answer fear's questions. It replaces them with assumption. Assumption ends debate. As sleep deepens, the subconscious is withdrawing energy from these fearful questions. Energy no longer feeds them. Without energy, they fade. Fade does not mean struggle. Fade means neglect. Neglect is occurring now. You may notice that thoughts of tomorrow feel less heavy. Heaviness belongs to anticipation of harm. Lightness signals expectation of manageability. Manageability restores confidence. Confidence steadies action. I have often said that every adversity carries with it the seed of an equal or greater benefit. Fear blinds men to this truth by insisting on catastrophe. Faith allows benefit to be discovered because it assumes continuity. Discovery strengthens belief. Belief stabilizes identity. Identity sustains strength. As repetition continues, anticipation itself is changing character. It no longer searches for threat. It prepares for response. Response is different from reaction. Reaction is panic. Response is strength. Others will observe that you appear composed even when matters are uncertain. This composure is not indifference. It is preparedness. Prepared men do not exhaust themselves prematurely. As sleep approaches more fully, allow anticipation to rest. You are not required to foresee tomorrow. Foreseeing invites fear. Expecting endurance is sufficient. Endurance accepted becomes real. The subconscious now holds a different picture. Not a picture of victory, but a picture of standing calmly while events unfold. Standing calmly preserves strength. Fear cannot survive where anticipation no longer feeds it. Rest now in this corrected anticipation. The work is quiet, but exact, and strength, once freed from premature fear, returns naturally. Strength that fades overnight was never anchored in expectation. It depended upon mood, circumstance, or effort. True strength renews itself quietly because the mind expects renewal to occur. Expectation instructs the subconscious to restore energy rather than drain it. The body follows the mind's forecast. Forecast determines condition. Most men awaken each day already tired because they expected exhaustion before. Sleep. They carried the weight of yesterday into rest. Rest under burden does not restore. Rest under faith renews. Renewal begins with expectation. I have observed that men who grow stronger with time do not measure themselves daily. Measurement invites judgment. Judgment invites doubt. Doubt interrupts renewal. These men assume improvement and proceed accordingly. Assumption governs recovery. Recovery restores strength. As you rest now, the idea being impressed is simple. Tomorrow will find you steadier than today. This is not prediction. It is instruction. The subconscious responds by arranging energy, attention, and outlook to match the command. Instruction given in rest becomes reality in action. Most weakness is not loss of power. It is failure to renew power. Renewal is blocked when the mind anticipates depletion. Anticipation shapes physiology as faithfully as belief shapes behavior. Faith instructs replenishment. Fear instructs conservation. Conservation under fear feels like weakness. Replenishment under faith feels like strength. I recall the manner of Theodore Roosevelt, whose physical challenges did not weaken him because his mind expected growth through adversity. He did not ask whether he could endure. He assumed it. His body followed that assumption. The mind sets the ceiling. As repetition continues, the mind is learning to expect recovery rather than fatigue. Fatigue rehearsed becomes habit. Recovery rehearsed becomes renewal. Renewal compounds quietly. Others will sense this change. They will notice that you do not speak often of being tired. You do not dwell on strain. Your presence carries steadiness. This steadiness reassures and attracts confidence. Confidence offered reinforces resolve. Resolve renews strength further. Many men attempt to rest by escape. Escape does not restore strength. Escape avoids reality without correcting expectation. Faith restores by teaching the mind that it is supported. Support removes urgency. Urgency drains energy. As sleep deepens, the subconscious is learning to treat rest as restoration rather than pause. Pause without faith preserves fatigue. Restoration removes it. Removal occurs without effort. Effort interferes. I have often said that faith is the state of mind which enables a man to endure temporary defeat without losing confidence. This endurance does not exhaust. It strengthens because it assumes continuation beyond difficulty. Assumption directs recovery. Recovery strengthens identity. Identity sustains power. As repetition continues, the mind releases the habit of carrying yesterday forward. Yesterday no longer instructs today. Today stands on its own foundation. Foundation rooted in faith does not crumble. Others may observe that you seem refreshed by challenge rather than drained. This is not because challenge has changed, but because expectation has. Expectation shapes response. Response determines effect. Effect influences condition. This cycle now works in your favor. Weakness once appeared because renewal was never expected. Strength now appears because renewal is assumed. Assumption does not argue, it commands. As sleep approaches more fully, allow the idea of daily strengthening to settle. There is nothing to force. The law responds to expectation quietly. Tomorrow's strength is already being arranged. The mind has accepted the instruction. Rest now in this renewal. Let the subconscious complete what faith has begun. And strength, once expected, continues to return. Strength that must be renewed through struggle is always at risk. Strength that is preserved through persistence endures, because it does not question its own direction. Persistence is not force. It is loyalty to a decision already made. When loyalty replaces debate, strength is conserved rather than spent. Most men believe persistence is an act of will. Will tires quickly. Persistence continues because it does not argue. The mind that has removed retreat as an option does not waste energy weighing alternatives. It proceeds quietly. Proceeding preserves power. Power sustained becomes strength. I have observed that men weaken most at the moment they reconsider. Reconsideration invites fear. Fear multiplies possibilities of failure. Possibilities drain energy. Energy lost weakens resolve before action even begins. Faith eliminates reconsideration. Elimination restores strength. As you rest now, the subconscious is being instructed that direction has already been chosen. This instruction removes the need for daily recommitment. Recommitment suggests doubt. Loyalty implies certainty. Certainty steadies effort. Steady effort compounds. Most retreat begins inwardly, long before action changes. The mind imagines escape, rest, or relief through withdrawal. Withdrawal feels protective, but it teaches the subconscious that difficulty signals danger. Danger anticipated drains strength. Faith teaches endurance. Endurance preserves power. I recall the long persistence of King Gillette, who carried his idea through years of delay without resentment. He did not dramatize difficulty. He accepted continuation as normal. This acceptance preserved his strength while others exhausted theirs through impatience. Impatience wastes energy. Persistence conserves it. As repetition continues, the idea of continuing without review is becoming familiar. Familiarity removes strain. Strain belongs to indecision. Indecision invites fear. Fear erodes strength. Removal of fear restores it. Others will sense this persistence in you without explanation. They will notice that you do not retreat at the first sign of resistance. They will feel secure placing responsibility in your hands. Responsibility accepted calmly reinforces endurance. Endurance strengthens identity. Identity sustains faith. Many men weaken because they negotiate with themselves. They debate whether effort is still worth it. Debate consumes strength. The strongest men do not debate continuation. They adjust method without questioning direction. Adjustment preserves momentum. Momentum sustains strength. As sleep deepens, the subconscious is withdrawing permission from inner negotiation. Negotiation fed fatigue. Fatigue justified retreat. Retreat weakened confidence. This chain is now broken. You may notice that thoughts of stopping feel less convincing. This is not discipline. It is habit forming. Habit does not argue. Argument belongs to doubt. I have often said that persistence is to the character of man what carbon is to steel. It tempers strength, so it does not break under pressure. This tempering occurs through repetition accepted without protest. Protest wastes energy. Acceptance conserves it. As repetition continues, continuation feels ordinary. Ordinary actions do not drain will. They sustain themselves. Sustained effort builds result. Result reinforces belief. Belief stabilizes identity. This cycle deepens quietly. Others may remark that you appear reliable. Reliability is persistence made visible. Reliable men are entrusted with greater responsibility. Responsibility strengthens endurance further. As sleep approaches more fully, allow the idea of loyalty to direction to settle without inspection. Inspection invites doubt. Doubt reopens negotiation. Negotiation has ended. The mind now proceeds according to decision already made. Decision removes fear. Fear removal restores strength. Rest now in this persistence. Let the deeper mind carry continuation forward without effort. Strength preserved through loyalty does not fade, and what does not fade grows. No man grows strong by standing alone in thought, regardless of how solitary his labor may appear. Strength multiplies through harmony. Where thought is isolated, fear speaks louder. Where thought is shared in purpose, fear loses authority. Harmony steadies the mind in ways effort cannot. Isolation magnifies doubt. Harmony corrects it. I have observed that men who feel weak often carry their burdens silently, believing strength requires secrecy. In truth, secrecy breeds tension. Tension drains power. The mind that refuses counsel carries weight unnecessarily. Weight carried alone exhausts. Weight shared steadies. The principle of the master mind is not merely a business method. It is a law of mental reinforcement. When two or more minds unite in harmony toward a definite purpose, each mind gains strength from the others. Faith shared multiplies itself. Shared conviction steadies belief. Steady belief sustains strength. I recall the method by which Andrew Carnegie assembled men of ability greater than his own in specific fields. He did not fear their knowledge. He welcomed it. Their combined thought produced confidence beyond any one man's capacity. Confidence multiplied by harmony endures. Fear cannot thrive where minds agree. Many men weaken because they insist on self-reliance alone. True self-reliance includes the wisdom to cooperate. Cooperation does not surrender direction. It strengthens it. Direction clarified through harmony conserves energy. Conserved energy builds strength. As you rest now, the subconscious is learning that cooperation is safe. Safety relaxes vigilance. Vigilance drains strength. Relaxation restores it. The mind thrives in support of agreement. Agreement reinforces faith. Faith strengthens identity. Identity sustains power. Others sense harmony instinctively. They trust men who appear supported rather than strained. They offer assistance, information, and opportunity naturally. Opportunity offered multiplies strength further. Strength shared grows. Strength isolated diminishes. I have known men who regained endurance once they ceased trying to carry everything alone. Their calm returned. Their judgment improved. Their faith steadied. Harmony relieved the hidden strain that effort could not remove. Relief restores strength. Strain depletes it. As repetition continues, the habit of isolation weakens. The mind opens to alignment without fear of loss of control. Control maintained through tension is fragile. Control maintained through harmony is stable. Stability preserves power. Fear once insisted that dependence was weakness. Faith reveals that alignment is strength. No great achievement is produced by a single mind operating in silence. Silence breeds doubt. Harmony dispels it. As sleep deepens, the subconscious is withdrawing energy from solitary strain. It is redirecting that energy toward cooperation, counsel, and shared purpose. These conditions reinforce faith naturally. Faith reinforced does not require effort. Others may notice that you appear more at ease in discussion, more receptive, more grounded. This ease invites trust. Trust strengthens cooperation. Cooperation accelerates progress. Progress reinforces belief. Belief steadies identity. As repetition continues, harmony becomes familiar. Familiarity removes fear of exposure. Exposure once felt dangerous. Now it feels supportive. Support preserves endurance. I have often said that the invisible counselors of the mind, those great figures we admire, offer guidance when invited. Even imagined harmony strengthens resolve. The mind responds to alignment, whether physical or mental. Alignment stabilizes thought. Stable thought preserves strength. As sleep approaches more fully, allow the idea of harmony to settle. You are not required to seek assistance. Assistance appears naturally when isolation ends inwardly. End of isolation restores strength. Rest now in this alignment. Let repetition continue quietly. The law of harmonious effort is operating, and strength, once reinforced through harmony, does not fade easily. This exercise is not entered with determination. Determination belongs to effort. This exercise is entered with permission. Permission opens the subconscious. What opens is shaped. What is shaped governs conduct. Nothing must be forced here. The mind responds best when it is not challenged. Begin by allowing the body to remain still. Stillness is not rigidity. It is absence of correction. Correction implies danger. Stillness implies safety. Safety invites the deeper mind forward. Do not search for comfort. Comfort appears once stillness is accepted. Allow breathing to continue without guidance. Breath directed becomes strained. Breath observed becomes even. Even breathing quiets the conscious guard. When the guard quiets, instruction passes freely. Now, without speaking aloud and without haste, introduce the first inward statement. Let it arrive gently, as though already familiar. I am capable of enduring what arrives. Do not repeat it quickly. Allow it to exist. Pause. Do not examine its meaning. Examination invites debate. Acceptance installs habit. Allow several breaths to pass. Now introduce the second statement, calmly. Strength returns to me when I allow it. Pause again. Notice that no effort is required to accept this. Effort would signal doubt. Doubt is unnecessary here. Allow silence. Silence is not absence. It is readiness. Now bring attention gently to the idea of faith, not as belief but as agreement. Say inwardly, I agree with my own capacity. Pause. Then, I no longer argue with tomorrow. Do not correct thoughts that appear. Correction feeds resistance. Allow thoughts to pass like distant sounds. Passing thoughts weaken when unchallenged. Now rest again in silence. The subconscious remains attentive even when the conscious mind wanders. Next, address anticipation, the source of much weakness. Say inwardly, I do not prepare for collapse. Pause. Then, I prepare to respond calmly. These statements do not deny difficulty. They deny panic. Panic weakens. Response strengthens. Allow silence again. Now bring attention to identity without pride or display. Say inwardly, I am steady by nature. Pause. Then, steadiness belongs with me. Identity is formed through repetition, not declaration. These words work because they are calm. Calm carries authority. Now allow a longer pause. If sleep approaches, allow it. If wakefulness remains, allow that also. The exercise continues regardless. Now introduce endurance without struggle. Say inwardly, I continue without strain. Pause. Then, persistence is natural to me. These statements remove negotiation from effort. Negotiation wastes strength. Allow silence again. Now bring attention to harmony, the reinforcement of faith. Say inwardly, I am supported in my purpose. Pause. Then, I do not stand alone in thought. Support, once accepted inwardly, dissolves hidden tension. Tension drains strength. Support restores it. Now rest again. The deeper mind is recording tone, not volume. Next, address fear without naming it directly. Say inwardly, I give no instruction to doubt. Pause. Then, I withdraw attention from fear. Attention is the fuel of fear. Fuel removed, fear weakens. Allow silence again. Now bring attention to renewal. Say inwardly, each period of rest restores me. Pause. Then, I awaken steadier than before. These statements instruct the mind to expect renewal. Expectation directs recovery. Now rest again. If thoughts return to the day, do not resist them. Resistance reopens effort. Allow them to pass without involvement. Involvement gives energy. Non-involvement dissolves influence. Now introduce the final strengthening seal, slowly and with certainty. Say inwardly, one at a time. Faith guides my response. Pause. Strength follows faith. Pause. I trust my ability to endure. Do not repeat these often. Once is sufficient when accepted calmly. Now allow silence to remain. This silence may lengthen. The exercise does not end with a command. It ends with allowance. There is no need to do this correctly. Correctness is not required. Exposure is sufficient. Repetition over nights builds habit. Habit governs behavior. Behavior reveals strength. Return to this exercise on future nights without expectation. Expectation invites measurement. Measurement invites doubt. Let familiarity do the work. Familiarity installs identity. Identity sustains faith. Faith restores strength. Sleep may come. Wakefulness may remain. In both cases, the subconscious continues its work. Nothing further is required. The instruction has been given. The mind knows what to do next. There comes a time when the mind no longer benefits from instruction, but from stillness. Instruction prepares the ground. Stillness allows the seed to take root. When faith has been impressed without conflict, the wisest action is to leave it undisturbed. This is that time. Nothing further is required of you now. No effort must be added. No correction is needed. The mind has accepted a new agreement, and agreement, once reached, governs conduct more faithfully than will. Will tires. Agreement endures. I have observed throughout my life that men lose strength not because life overwhelms them, but because they refuse to trust what has already been settled within. They revisit old doubts, re-examine decisions, and measure themselves against yesterday. In doing so, they reopen doors that had already closed. Closed doors preserve strength. Reopened doors invite struggle. Faith does not grow through inspection. It grows through allowance. What is allowed to remain unchallenged becomes permanent. What is questioned repeatedly weakens, even if it is true. Truth does not require defense. It requires acceptance. From this night forward, your faith no longer needs to be proven. Proof belongs to uncertainty. Certainty rests without explanation. You may find that the mind grows quieter in the days ahead. This quiet is not emptiness. It is order. Order conserves strength. Strength conserved becomes resilience. Resilience reveals itself not in dramatic moments, but in ordinary response. You will notice it when difficulty arises and panic does not. You will notice it when delay appears and patience remains. You will notice it when others rush and you do not. These are not coincidences. They are the signs of faith made habitual. I have known men who searched endlessly for courage, unaware that courage is merely faith allowed to stand alone. Once faith is no longer interrupted by fear, courage appears naturally. It does not announce itself. It acts. Action guided by calm faith preserves energy. Energy preserved strengthens character. Character sustains power. You may notice that you no longer rehearse tomorrow with the same tension. This is not neglect. It is trust. Trust does not abandon preparation. It removes anxiety from it. Preparation without anxiety strengthens rather than exhausts. Anxious preparation drains. Calm preparation restores. From this point onward, strength will not feel like something you summon. It will feel like something you return to. This is the mark of restoration rather than creation. You were never without strength. It was simply obscured by divided thought. Division has ended. Unity has been restored. Others will sense this change even if they cannot name it. They will feel steadiness in your presence. They will trust your judgment. They will feel less need to hurry you or reassure you. This response is automatic. Men respond instinctively to inner order. Inner order invites outer cooperation. Cooperation lightens burden. Lightened burden preserves strength. I have often said that faith is the starting point of all achievement, but faith that must be revived daily has not yet settled. Faith that has settled does not require attention. It governs silently. Silence here is not absence. It is authority. Authority does not argue, it directs. As you rest now, allow silence to complete what repetition began. The subconscious mind does not require reminders once agreement has been accepted. It performs its work faithfully, whether observed or not. Observation is unnecessary. Trust is sufficient. You may sleep deeply or lightly. You may drift in and out of awareness. None of this alters the result. The law continues in all states. Sleep does not create faith. Faith has already been installed. Sleep allows it to operate without interference. Interference belonged to doubt. Doubt no longer holds authority. If, in days to come, an old fear attempts to return, do not confront it. Confrontation grants importance. Allow it to pass without response. What receives no response cannot remain. Fear starves without attention. Faith grows without effort. Strength follows faith naturally. You are not required to feel strong at all times. Strength does not require constant sensation. It reveals itself when needed. Expectation prepares it. Calm preserves it. Preservation is now automatic. I have watched men exhaust themselves by trying to remain vigilant over their own progress. Vigilance suggests fear of loss. Fear of loss weakens the very thing it seeks to protect. Release restores balance. Balance sustains endurance. From this night forward, the responsibility of maintaining strength no longer rests on conscious effort. It rests on habit. Habit has been formed through calm repetition and acceptance. Habit governs behavior. Behavior reveals faith. Faith sustains strength. This cycle now turns without supervision. Allow yourself to rest without. Evaluation. Evaluation invites judgment. Judgment invites comparison. Comparison weakens resolve. Resolve does not need reinforcement. Once faith is present, faith stands. It does not lean. You may find that problems no longer feel personal. They appear as tasks rather than threats. This shift is subtle, yet powerful. Threat drains strength. Task invites response. Response strengthens confidence. Confidence steadies identity. Identity sustains faith. This is the quiet power that endures long after emotion fades. It does not depend on circumstance. It does not fluctuate with opinion. It remains because it has been accepted. Acceptance is the final act of faith. From this point forward, tomorrow does not require your worry. Preparation will occur naturally. Strength will appear when called upon. Endurance will reveal itself without announcement. You are not behind. You are not fragile. You are not unprepared. These were conclusions drawn during seasons of divided thought. They no longer instruct the mind. The mind now responds to a different agreement. That agreement is simple, steady, and sufficient. Rest now in that agreement. Let silence hold what words no longer need to carry. The work is complete. Faith has been restored. Strength will follow it wherever you go. There is a form of strength that does not announce itself and does not require reinforcement. It does not rise in moments of excitement nor disappear in moments of strain. It remains because it has been accepted, not because it has been defended. This is the strength that now governs you. Nothing further must be done. The mind has reached the point where agreement replaces effort. Agreement settles the inner world. A settled inner world responds to life with steadiness rather than reaction. Reaction drains power. Steadiness preserves it. I have observed that men often believe they must remain alert to maintain their strength. They fear that if they relax their attention, weakness will return. This belief itself is weakness. True strength does not depend on vigilance. It depends on order. Order sustains itself. Once order is restored, supervision becomes unnecessary. From this night forward, strength will no longer feel like something you hold tightly. Holding invites tension. Tension exhausts. Strength will feel like something that supports you quietly, without demand. Support does not require effort. It carries. You may notice that the mind grows less interested in reviewing the past. Review belongs to doubt. Doubt searches for explanation. Faith does not need explanation. It rests in assumption. Assumption governs behavior more powerfully than analysis. Behavior guided by assumption conserves energy. Energy conserved deepens endurance. Endurance reveals itself only when needed. I have known men who mistook stillness for weakness because they were accustomed to strain. They did not recognize calm as power. Calm is power in reserve. Reserve is what allows a man to meet pressure without collapse. Collapse occurs only when reserve has been spent in advance. Fear spends reserve prematurely. Faith protects it. As you rest now, reserve is being preserved rather than consumed. The subconscious no longer prepares for collapse. It prepares for response. Response is strength in motion. Motion guided by faith is efficient. Efficiency prevents exhaustion. From this point onward, challenges will no longer feel like threats to your stability. They will feel like events to be met. This distinction is subtle, yet decisive. Threat invites panic. Event invites response. Response strengthens confidence. Confidence steadies identity. Identity sustains faith. Others will sense this stability without understanding its source. They may feel calmer in your presence. They may trust your judgment more readily. They may rely on you without explanation. This is not coincidence. Men respond instinctively to inner order. Inner order has been restored. I have often said that faith is the only known antidote for failure. Faith here does not promise ease. It promises continuity. Continuity allows strength to be renewed rather than consumed. Consumption leads to fatigue. Renewal leads to endurance. From now on, rest will feel deeper, not because the body has changed, but because the mind no longer resists it. Resistance prevents restoration. Acceptance allows it. Acceptance is now the governing condition. You are not required to protect this state. Protection implies fear of loss. Fear of loss invites loss. Proceed instead as one who trusts what has been established. Trust allows the law to operate. Law does not require encouragement. It performs faithfully. You may find that moments which once unsettled you now pass without disturbance. This is not indifference. It is mastery. Mastery does not eliminate difficulty. It eliminates panic. Panic is the enemy of strength. Its influence has ended. If, at any time, the mind grows quiet, allow it. Quiet is not emptiness. It is alignment. Alignment is the highest state of mental efficiency. Efficiency preserves strength. Preserved strength accumulates. Accumulated strength becomes character. Character governs destiny. This is the process now unfolding, without effort. I have observed that men who truly possess faith do not speak of it often. Their lives reveal it. Their manner reveals it. Their responses reveal it. Faith, once settled, prefers action to declaration. Action guided by calm faith endures. Endurance outlasts excitement. Excitement fades. Calm remains. As you continue to rest, allow this calm to remain undisturbed. There is no need to return to instruction. Instruction has completed its work. What remains is allowance. Allowance is the final act of faith. From this night forward, you are not required to prove your strength to yourself or to anyone else. Proof belongs to insecurity. Security rests quietly. Quiet security is unshakable. You may awaken with no memory of these words. That is expected. Memory is not the instrument of change. Impression is. Impression has already been made. The subconscious carries it forward. It will guide thought. It will guide reaction. It will guide endurance. And it will do so without asking for attention. This is the condition in which strength lasts beyond circumstance. It is not dramatic. It is dependable. It does not rise and fall. It remains. Remain now in this stillness. Let silence complete what faith has begun. The law is operating, and it will not fail. There is a quiet dignity that comes when the mind no longer argues with its own direction. In that quiet, strength ceases to be something pursued and becomes something relied upon. Reliance is the sign that faith has settled into place and no longer requires defense. This is that quiet. The work of instruction is finished. What remains is allowance. Allowance does not strain, it permits. And what is permitted to remain undisturbed grows into permanence. I have watched many men approach the edge of great inner change only to retreat, not from fear of failure, but from fear of trusting what had already been established. They continued to check, to measure, to question. In doing so, they weakened the very condition they sought to preserve. Strength does not survive inspection, it survives confidence. Confidence here is not display, it is restfulness. It is the absence of inner noise. Noise belongs to conflict. Conflict drains power. Where conflict ends, power returns quietly. You may notice that the mind no longer seeks reassurance in the same way. This is not neglect, it is maturity. The mature mind no longer asks whether it can endure. It assumes endurance as its natural state. Assumption governs reaction. Reaction reveals strength. Faith, once established, prefers silence. Silence allows it to operate without interference. Interference belongs to doubt. Doubt has been dismissed not through argument, but through lack of invitation. What is not invited cannot remain. I have often said that every man must choose between the pain of discipline and the pain of regret. Yet beyond discipline lies something even quieter: order. Order removes the need for discipline. It replaces effort with alignment. Alignment is now present. From this night forward, the mind will respond to challenge with steadiness rather than alarm. Alarm once consumed strength before action began. Steadiness conserves energy until it is needed. Energy conserved becomes reserve. Reserve prevents collapse. Collapse occurs only when strength has been spent in advance. Fear spends strength early. Faith preserves. You are not required to prepare yourself emotionally for what may come. Emotional preparation often exhausts more than it protects. Faith prepares without tension. It assumes response will be sufficient when the moment arrives. Sufficiency expected becomes sufficient. Expectation instructs the subconscious faithfully. The subconscious does not concern itself with possibility. It concerns itself with instruction. Instruction has been given calmly and repeatedly. Calm repetition carries authority. Authority does not need reinforcement. Reinforcement belongs to uncertainty. Uncertainty no longer governs here. Others may sense this change without words. They may feel less need to advise you. They may trust your judgment more readily. They may notice that you do not rush to explain yourself. Explanation belongs to insecurity. Security rests without explanation. Resting security invites trust. Trust attracts cooperation. Cooperation lightens burden. Lightened burden preserves strength. I have seen men endure long seasons of difficulty without losing faith because they had learned to separate circumstance from identity. They did not say, "This is who I am." They said, "This is what is happening." This separation preserves dignity and strength. Dignity is faith expressed quietly. As you rest now, identity remains untouched by circumstance. Circumstance may change. Identity remains stable. Stability is the foundation of endurance. Endurance does not exhaust when identity is firm. From this point onward, strength will reveal itself not in how loudly you resist, but in how calmly you continue. Continuation without drama is the truest sign of faith. Drama seeks witnesses. Faith requires none. You may find that time feels less threatening. Time once felt like pressure because doubt questioned outcome. Faith accepts sequence. Sequence removes urgency. Urgency drains strength. Without urgency, the mind rests more deeply. Deep rest restores power. Restoration now occurs naturally. I have often said that faith is the starting point of all achievement. But faith that remains noisy has not yet completed its work. Faith that has settled becomes quiet. Quiet faith governs behavior more effectively than loud belief ever could. Behavior guided by quiet faith endures. Endurance compounds. Compounding produces results that appear effortless to those who do not understand the law. Law works whether understood or not. It requires only alignment. Alignment has been achieved. You are not required to return to these words for reassurance. Reassurance belongs to transition. Transition has passed. What remains is establishment. Establishment does not shift easily. If, in time, an old thought of weakness attempts to return, allow it to pass without resistance. Resistance grants importance. Importance feeds repetition. Repetition installs habit. Habit governs destiny. You are no longer installing weakness. You are allowing strength to remain. Allowance is the most powerful form of faith. It does not push. It does not plead. It trusts. From this night forward, trust will replace effort. Not trust in circumstance, but trust in your own capacity to respond. Response trusted removes fear of anticipation. Anticipation once rehearsed loss. It now rehearses endurance. Endurance rehearsed becomes real. You may awaken with a sense of calm rather than excitement. Calm is the sign that strength has not been disturbed. Excitement rises and falls. Calm remains. Remain now in this calm. Let the mind stay unoccupied. Let silence finish what repetition began. The law is operating. It does not require attention. It does not require belief renewed daily. It proceeds. And it will continue to proceed, quietly strengthening you, long after words have ceased. There is a moment when the mind no longer seeks reassurance, not because it has been convinced, but because it has settled. In that settlement, faith no longer rises and falls. It stands. And what stands quietly requires no defense. This is that condition. You have arrived at a place beyond effort, beyond instruction, beyond the need to persuade yourself of anything. What has been accepted inwardly now governs outwardly. The mind, once divided, has found agreement. Agreement is the end of struggle. Struggle was never strength. Strength is steadiness. I have observed throughout my life that men mistake intensity for power. Intensity burns brightly, then fades. Steadiness endures because it does not consume itself. What does not consume itself remains available when needed. Availability is the mark of true strength. From this night forward, your strength no longer depends upon how you feel in a given moment. Feeling changes. Identity remains. Identity now includes endurance. Endurance does not ask permission. It responds. Response guided by faith conserves energy. Energy conserved accumulates. Accumulated energy becomes reserve. Reserve prevents collapse. Many men collapse not because life overcomes them, but because they spend their strength in advance through worry, anticipation, and inner argument. Argument has ended. Anticipation has been corrected. What remains is readiness without tension. Readiness without tension is mastery. Mastery does not shout. It waits calmly. You may notice that the mind grows less busy. Busyness belonged to uncertainty. Uncertainty demanded constant checking. Certainty releases the need to monitor. Monitoring exhausts. Trust restores. Trust here is not blind. It is informed by experience and repetition. The mind has been shown, calmly and consistently, that it can endure. It now accepts this as fact. Fact does not require reinforcement. It stands on its own. Others may notice that you no longer rush to defend your position. Defense belongs to insecurity. Security rests quietly. Quiet security commands respect without asking for it. Respect offered strengthens resolve. Resolve steadies action. Action sustained builds result. Result reinforces belief. Belief stabilizes identity. This cycle now operates without interruption. I have known men who feared rest because rest exposed their doubts. Doubt spoke loudly in silence. That fear is gone now. Silence no longer threatens. Silence confirms. Confirmation does not speak, it remains. As you rest, the mind is not idle, it is ordered. Order directs thought automatically. Thought ordered properly does not wander toward fear. It returns to center without effort. Centering restores balance. Balance preserves strength. From this point onward, challenges will not feel like tests of worth. They will feel like situations to be met. Worth is no longer in question. When worth is settled, energy is no longer spent defending it. Defense wastes strength. Acceptance preserves it. You may awaken tomorrow without any dramatic sense of change. This is the sign of success. Dramatic shifts belong to unstable foundations. Stable foundations feel familiar. Familiar strength does not announce itself. It simply remains present. I have often said that faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. But faith that has matured becomes less about hope and more about knowing. Knowing does not speculate. It expects response when response is required. Expectation directs behavior quietly. Quiet behavior conserves power. Power conserved strengthens character. Character sustains destiny. This is how strength carries. Forward through years rather than moments. From this night forward, you are not required to remember these words. Memory fades. Impression remains. The subconscious carries impression forward without effort. Effort is no longer necessary. If at times you find yourself doing less, yet accomplishing more, do not question it. Questioning invites doubt. Doubt invites division. Division drains strength. Allow effectiveness to remain unexplained. Explanation is unnecessary when results appear. I have seen men undo their own progress by demanding proof too soon. Proof arrives in sequence, not on demand. Faith allows sequence to complete itself. Sequence never fails when uninterrupted. Interruption belongs to impatience. Impatience has lost its voice. From now on, rest will feel deeper because resistance has been removed. Resistance kept the mind alert even in sleep. Alertness drained renewal. Renewal now proceeds naturally. Natural renewal restores strength without awareness. This is the highest form of efficiency. Efficiency allows a man to give more without depletion. Giving without depletion is power. Power expressed calmly attracts trust, responsibility, and opportunity. Opportunity responds to steadiness. Steadiness now defines you. You are not becoming stronger through effort. You are allowing strength to remain. Remaining strength grows. Growth does not require supervision. It requires allowance. Allowance has been given. Remain now in this stillness. Let the mind rest where it no longer needs to work. The law is operating. It will continue to operate, and it will strengthen you quietly, faithfully, and without end. There is a version of you the world has never met, stronger, clearer, bolder, decisive, and tonight, while you sleep, I intend to bring that version forward. Identity is not fixed. It is not fate. It is a construct built by repeated thought. And tonight, we rebuild it into something unstoppable. You've carried an identity shaped by past mistakes, old fears, and the quiet criticism of others. Without realizing it, you've accepted labels that shrank your potential. I'm inconsistent. I'm not disciplined. I never follow through. These beliefs have ruled your decisions as if they were law. But they are not law. They are choices. Choices you no longer have to obey. Pause and think about this. Everything you've ever achieved, every success, every step forward came from moments when you saw yourself differently, even if only for a second. Moments when you believed you could, so you did. But those moments were rare because your identity has been built on doubt instead of conviction. Tonight we change the foundation. Identity is formed in the subconscious, and the subconscious is most open, most malleable while you sleep. This is why the same man can live two entirely different lives depending on what he repeats to himself before drifting off. Tonight, you will give your deeper mind a new blueprint, the identity of a man who does not hesitate, does not shrink, does not break. Imagine waking tomorrow with a feeling you haven't known in years. You open your eyes and there is no heaviness, no dread, no negotiation with yourself. Instead, you feel purpose rise in you like heat. You move toward the day with an inner certainty you didn't have the night before. That shift is not magic, it is identity realignment. Consider how often your identity has sabotaged you. Think of the times you intended to change, wake up earlier, pursue a goal, commit to discipline, yet your old identity pulled you backward like a chain. You weren't failing in action, you were failing in identity. A man cannot act consistently in a way that contradicts who he believes himself to be. Tonight we remove that contradiction. But listen closely. Identity is not changed by wishing. It is changed by installation, by suggestion, by repetition, by emotion, by the quiet hours when the conscious mind sleeps and the subconscious absorbs without resistance. That is why these next hours matter more than anything you will do tomorrow. You may think identity is shaped by circumstance, but that is the illusion most men die believing. Circumstance reflects identity, not the other way around. A man who sees himself as a leader is treated as one. A man who believes he is capable attracts capability. A man who believes he is strong becomes strong. The universe responds not to desire but to identity. Let me show you a simple example. Picture a man who decides he will get in shape. He buys equipment, plans routines, sets goals, but deep down, he still sees himself as someone who quits. Within weeks, the identity defeats the plan. But if that same man accepts a new identity, I am disciplined. I finish what I start. The plan becomes unnecessary. The identity produces the action effortlessly. Identity dictates behavior. And tonight we build the identity that matches the life you want. Think back to moments when you felt unstoppable, moments when something inside you knew you were meant for more than the life you were living. Those moments were glimpses of your true identity trying to break through. But glimpses are not enough. They must become your dominant state. You must sleep as that man, rise as that man, act as that man. Tonight you begin the greatest shift of your life, identity reconstruction. But first, you must release the identity built by fear. Fear has convinced you that you are smaller than your potential. Fear has whispered lies until they felt familiar. Fear has shaped your habits, your posture, your decisions. But fear can only shape a man who accepts it. Tonight, your subconscious will reject it. As you drift toward sleep, your mind will soften. The old beliefs, I'm not good enough, I'm too late, I can't change, will lose their grip. The subconscious does not defend them, it merely repeats what has been fed. Feed it something stronger, something definite, and it will obey. Let me paint a scene. Tomorrow morning, you sit at the edge of your bed. Normally, you would hesitate, scrolling, distracting yourself, delaying the day. But not this time. You stand up with a sense of direction you cannot explain. Your mind feels sharper. Your decisions feel easier. You feel aligned with something you once only imagined. This is identity installation. Do not underestimate this process. The conscious mind is loud, but the subconscious is powerful. It governs your habits, your instincts, your reactions. If your subconscious accepts a new identity tonight, your life will begin changing without effort. You will make decisions that old versions of you would not dare make. You will act with a confidence that surprises even you. But there is a warning. If you listen to these words casually, nothing will happen. Identity shifts require presence, attention, emotional surrender. You must allow these truths to settle deeper than your doubts. Identity collapses when a man chooses passivity. Identity sharpens when a man chooses intention. Tonight, choose intention. Imagine yourself 12 months from now, unrecognizable in the best possible way. Your life expanded, your opportunities multiplied, your circle elevated, your confidence undeniable. People will ask, what changed? and you will know. Your identity changed first, and everything else rearranged itself around it. You are not broken. You are simply misidentified. And a misidentified man lives below his potential, no matter how great that potential is. But once you identify as the man you are meant to become, the world begins treating you accordingly. Let yourself sink into this truth. The greatest limits in your life have never come from the outside. They came from the story you accepted about who you were. Change the story, and the limits vanish. You are not rebuilding your life, you are rebuilding the person who lives it. So breathe slowly. Let your tension dissolve. Let your body grow heavy. These next hours will not merely soothe you, they will reshape you. What you hear tonight will plant new identity commands deep within your subconscious until they become your natural state. And when you rise in the morning, something inside you will declare, I am unstoppable. Not because you pushed yourself, not because you forced anything, but because your identity finally matches your destiny. Sleep now and wake as the man you were always meant to be. As you drift toward the stillness of night, allow your mind to recall the truth it has long forgotten. Within you lives a greater likeness than the one you have shown the world, a likeness formed before fear smudged its outline. This likeness has slept beneath layers of doubt, yet it remained whole, waiting only for your recognition. You have lived many years under the weight of borrowed impressions. Teachers, companions, failures, and careless words painted images upon your mind that never belonged to you. These impressions gathered like dust upon a mirror, dimming the reflection of your rightful nature. Tonight, as your body grows heavy with rest, that dust begins to fall away. Identity is not the sum of your mistakes. It is not the shadow cast by fear. It is the inward figure you hold of yourself. And as this figure shifts, your entire world bends to its new outline. Men rise or fall according to this inward likeness. They succeed or fail according to the picture they habitually contemplate. Within you exists the rightful heir, your stronger nature. This heir has waited patiently behind the noise of your doubts. It has spoken through moments when you acted bravely, though you believed yourself timid. It guided you in hours when you solved problems others feared to touch. It whispered through victories you dismissed as luck. Tonight, that heir steps quietly into view. Let your breath ease. Let your thoughts lengthen. As the conscious mind grows faint, the deeper mind awakens to receive truth without resistance. And the truth is this: the greater self within you has never been touched by fear, never weakened by failure, never diminished by criticism. It remains whole, steady, and prepared to lead your life with dignity. Consider the young messenger boy who once believed himself insignificant. His steps were timid because his inward likeness was timid. Yet one day he pictured himself as capable, and this new picture altered his bearing. His employer sensed the change and entrusted him with greater tasks. Others later claimed he possessed natural authority, unaware that authority began as a quiet thought in a quiet mind. Tonight, similar thoughts take root within you. Your higher nature rises the way dawn approaches the horizon, not suddenly, but inevitably. As fear's mist thins from the inward mirror, clarity returns. Your true likeness is revealed not by effort, but by remembrance. You are not creating a new identity. You are recognizing the one that has always belonged to you. Repeat within gently, I recall the strength that lives within me. Allow the words to settle upon your deeper mind like warm light upon cold stone. Again, my true likeness grows clearer in silence. Again, the rightful heir within me steps forward. Each repetition removes another grain of dust from the inward mirror. The subconscious accepts truth as readily as it once accepted doubt. It resists nothing repeated with calm conviction. Tonight, remembrance becomes the sculptor of your identity. Every phrase you hear becomes another brushstroke, revealing the figure beneath. Think now of the schoolteacher who believed her voice held no weight. She carried the likeness of a timid guide, and so her life reflected that likeness. But in one still evening, she imagined herself as a leader of minds. Her manner changed first. Her tone gained clarity. Her step gained steadiness. Within months, she became a figure her peers relied upon. Her rise did not begin with skill. It began with identity. So it shall be with you. Others will sense a quiet strength in your presence. They will speak to you as though you have always possessed certainty. They will treat you according to the likeness you now allow to rise. Without effort, without strain, your life begins to align with the truth of who you are. Now breathe and release. Repeat silently. Within me rests a power I have long ignored. Allow the phrase to settle deep. I welcome the rise of my rightful self. Your true identity awakens as you sleep, and the world you meet tomorrow will reflect the man who rises from this night. As you drift more deeply into rest, notice how the thoughts of the day begin to loosen their grip. The conscious mind, with all its hurried judgments, recedes like a tide withdrawing from shore. In this retreat, your deeper mind rises. And with its rising comes the opportunity to dissolve the identity you once obeyed but never chose. For years, you have worn a mask, not out of dishonesty, but out of habit. The mask was shaped by early criticism, by the careless opinions of those who did not understand your nature, by failures that left their mark upon a young mind unprepared to question them. Over time, you accepted these impressions as truth, and the mask became familiar. But familiarity is not destiny. As your breath grows steady, imagine this mask resting lightly upon your features, not fused, not permanent, merely placed there long ago. It has grown heavy, not because it belongs to you, but because you have carried it for so long. Tonight, we loosen its ties. Think of the timid clerk who believed his thoughts held no weight. For years, he shrank from offering suggestions, fearing his judgment lacked worth. Yet one day, he recognized that this fear did not originate within him. It had been installed by a stern superior whose voice echoed long after the man had departed. The moment the clerk understood the mask was borrowed, it began to slip. His manner changed quietly. His employer sensed new steadiness. Responsibility increased. And soon, those around him spoke of his natural insight, unaware that the insight had always been present, concealed only by the mask he finally removed. Allow your own mask to loosen. Feel the threads that once held it firm begin to unravel. You do not tear it away. You simply stop holding it in place. A man becomes free not by force, but by recognition. And recognition dawns now. The beliefs that weakened you were never yours. The false identity speaks in the voice of hesitation. I must not fail. It speaks in the voice of retreat. I am not ready. It speaks in the voice of unworthiness. Others are stronger than I. These phrases were repeated so often that your mind assumed they were your own. But repetition alone gives an idea its claim, not truth. And tonight, a stronger truth comes forward to dissolve the lesser claims. As sleep deepens, picture your old beliefs not as commands, but as fog drifting across the landscape of your mind. Fog cannot resist the rising sun. It cannot argue. It cannot hold its position once light grows strong. The light is growing now. Repeat softly in your mind. These beliefs were borrowed. I return them. Feel the weight ease. Feel the fog lift. You are not at war with your old identity. You are allowing it to melt. Consider the apprentice carpenter who believed his hands were clumsy. He had accepted this impression in youth when a teacher mocked his early attempts. For years he moved uncertainly, shrinking from finer work. Then one evening he pictured himself as a craftsman of precision. The picture was faint at first, but he held it with gentle persistence. Soon his touch grew steadier. His master trusted him with delicate tasks. Others called him a born craftsman, unaware that the belief shaping his movements had changed in silence long before skill appeared. You too are shaped by the beliefs you hold while the world sleeps. The false identity weakens now. It loses its foundation. It cannot stand when you no longer support it with thought. Identity is sustained by attention. Withdraw attention, and the structure folds quietly. Repeat inwardly, I release the thoughts that never belonged to me. Let the phrase echo softly, like a stone sinking into deep water. The old mask loosens and falls away. Now, turn your attention to the space beneath the mask. There is no emptiness there. There is clarity. There is space for the likeness of your rightful self to appear. The moment the mask begins to slip, the true face of your nature comes forward. Do not rush. Identity does not need force. It needs surrender. You are not tearing down anything real. You are allowing illusion to fade. Imagine now a quiet table inside the workshop of your mind. Upon this table rests every belief you once accepted, some placed there by fear, some by exhaustion, some by voices long gone from your life. See them clearly. I cannot change. I am late. I am ordinary. I never follow through. Now take one belief in your hand. Examine it. Does it carry the weight of truth or merely the weight of repetition? Hold it to the light of your deeper knowing. Watch as its edges soften. Watch as its form dissolves. Watch as it melts like wax before flame. Your deeper mind accepts only what aligns with your true nature. Anything contrary to that nature cannot survive once seen clearly. For years, the false identity guided your actions like a weak compass pointing nowhere. Each time you tried to rise, the needle wavered. Each time you attempted change, the needle spun. But now, as you release the mask and dissolve the borrowed beliefs, the compass steadies. A man guided by a steady compass cannot drift. Repeat within, I no longer act from borrowed weakness. My deeper mind awakens to truth. Your false identity has held you back, not because it was strong, but because you believed it was you. Identity cannot control a man once he recognizes it as false. The moment recognition occurs, the illusion collapses. And collapse is occurring now, softly, silently, without struggle. Think of the shopkeeper who, after years of timid conduct, discovered that his uncertainty originated from a childhood rebuke. The belief was not his, it belonged to the memory of one unwise voice. When he recognized the source, the belief lost its power. His bearing changed. His shop prospered. His neighbors claimed he found confidence, but he had merely stopped believing a lie. So too will others interpret your transformation. They will assume you gained confidence. They will assume you strengthened your will. But the truth is simpler. You stopped supporting the false identity with thought. Your subconscious is listening closely now, free from the noise of daytime concerns. It hears truth clearly. It accepts truth willingly. It obeys truth faithfully. Let these words fall into it like seeds into prepared soil. The identity shaped by fear dissolves. The likeness I carried in error fades. I return to the self that matches my nature. Breathe deeply, slowly. Identity melts, the same way the winter frost melts beneath the morning sun gradually, yet inevitably. When the frost disappears, the ground beneath is revealed fresh, ready to bear new growth. You are now in that state of readiness. As your body sinks deeper into rest, feel the inward shift, subtle but unmistakable. You are becoming empty of false impressions. And in this emptiness, strength quietly enters. The higher self moves forward, not as a stranger, but as a long unseen friend returning home. Others will witness a change in you that they cannot name. They will hear greater firmness in your voice. They will observe new steadiness in your decisions. They will respond to you with respect that once seemed withheld. They will feel the presence of a man no longer governed by borrowed doubts. For now, simply allow the old identity to fade. There is nothing for you to do. There is only truth to receive. Let the final words of this part anchor themselves within you. I welcome the unveiling of my true identity. That which was false returns to nothing. The likeness of my stronger nature comes forward. Sink deeper, and let the mask fall away. Your true self approaches. As the night deepens and your conscious thoughts fall away, the quiet chambers of your inner mind open. In this stillness, the stronger part of your nature rises, not loudly, not suddenly, but with a certainty that reveals it has always been there. You are not becoming something new, you are remembering something ancient, something essential, something unmistakably your own. You have glimpsed this higher nature before, in moments when you acted with unusual courage, in moments when clarity seized you without warning, in moments when you solved a challenge others retreated from. Those were not accidents. They were the voice of your true self breaking through the noise. Consider how a sunrise appears. It does not break the sky all at once. First a faint line of light, then an outline, then a quiet glow. Then the full face of the day. So it is with the higher self. It reveals itself gradually until no trace of night remains in the mind. Allow yourself to notice, even now, a faint but growing sense of inward steadiness. This is the higher self taking its rightful place. Its presence has been concealed beneath layers of fear, habit, and borrowed belief, but you have already begun loosening those layers. And now the rightful heir steps forward. Repeat inwardly with calm authority. The greater nature within me rises. Let the words sink like a stone dropped into deep water. Again, I recognize the strength that has waited within me. Feel the gentle awakening, not forceful, not demanding, but steady. Think now of the young stenographer who spent years believing she lacked refinement. She carried herself according to that belief, soft voice, uncertain posture, hesitant manner. Yet the day she pictured herself as a woman of clarity and confidence, something within her stirred. Her tone sharpened, her movements assumed purpose. Her employer sensed dignity before she herself recognized it. And soon she rose into positions once hidden from her view. She did not become someone new. She remembered who she already was. So it is with you. Your higher nature has been waiting for the moment when your inner mind could hear it clearly. And tonight, in the silence of rest, your mind is more receptive than at any waking hour. Imagine now the shape of your true self, not in detail, but in quality. Imagine steadiness. Imagine clarity. Imagine a sense of direction born not of effort but of inward certainty. This is the self that has always guided your best decisions. It is the same self that refused to surrender when you were tested. It is the same self that whispered, "Rise," when the world pushed you down. Let this presence expand. Your deeper mind accepts images more readily than words. So picture the higher self standing behind you, calm and tall, its hand resting lightly upon your shoulder. This is not a figure of fantasy. It is the sum of your potential, your discipline, your purpose, your desires, your will, your courage, all gathered into one form. You have mistaken yourself for the surface for too long. Identity is not built from your mistakes. Identity is revealed from your strengths. Repeat within, slowly, with reverence. I see the stronger self within me. I invite it to take its place. With each repetition, the image sharpens. Consider the apprentice lawyer who doubted his value. He felt he lacked authority, but his doubt was nothing more than a faint picture left by earlier failures. One day, he remembered a single moment when he defended a friend with conviction. That memory became the seed of a new inward likeness. He repeated it, shaped it, strengthened it in the quiet of his mind. In time, he spoke in the courtroom with such certainty that observers believed he had always possessed such mastery. They saw the higher self he had finally allowed to rise. Your higher self is rising now, not with noise, but with inevitability. Picture this. Every time you choose confidence over doubt, you step closer to the rightful heir. Every time you choose decision over hesitation, you stand taller within your own structure. Every time you choose purpose over drifting, you reinforce the foundation of your identity. Identity does not change through sudden effort. Identity changes through continual alignment with truth. And the truth is simple. You are more than the weaknesses you once believed. You are more than the fears you once obeyed. You are more than the limitations you once accepted. Let your deeper mind consider the craftsman who formed a fine instrument from rough wood. He did not impose form by force. He removed what did not belong. The form already existed within the wood. His task was only to reveal it. Tonight, all that does not belong to your true nature continues to fall away. And what remains, what rises, is the self you were meant to express. Notice now a growing calm, a quiet dignity, a sense of inward expansion. These sensations are signs that your higher self steps into the foreground. Repeat in the silence of your deeper mind. My higher nature guides me. I rise into the likeness of my true self. Feel yourself settling into this new identity, not as an aspiration, but as a homecoming. There is nothing unnatural about confidence. There is nothing foreign about clarity. There is nothing extraordinary about purpose. These qualities have lived within you since the beginning. You simply return to them now. Others will recognize this shift before you speak of it. They will sense it in your posture, your tone, your gaze. They will trust you more readily. They will confide in you. They will treat you as a man of steady judgment and strong presence. They will see the higher self you now reveal. You do not force this revelation. You allow it. Now let the following affirmations shape your inward likeness. I welcome the rise of the greater self. I walk in the strength of my true nature. The deeper part of me comes forward with ease. My rightful self becomes my living identity. You are no longer drifting toward this identity, you are inhabiting it. Let the feeling grow. Let the image sharpen. Let the rightful heir sit upon the inward throne. Rest now in the presence of the self you are becoming. It has waited long enough. Tonight, it takes its place. As your body settles deeper into rest and your breath finds its natural rhythm, your mind enters a state where suggestion becomes law. In this quiet chamber, the will is strengthened, sharpened, and installed as the rightful commander of your thoughts. A man does not rise because circumstances favor him. He rises because he governs himself. And tonight, you begin the gentle but definite installation of inward authority. For too long, your thoughts have wandered without direction, responding to moods, fears, and the opinions of others. This wandering was not a fault of your nature. It was simply the result of an untrained will. But the will, like any faculty, grows strong with attention. And tonight, in the stillness of your deeper mind, you place the will upon its throne. Imagine the will as a quiet conductor standing before the orchestra of your mind. Without the conductor, the instruments play out of harmony, each following its own impulses. But when the conductor raises his hand, the scattered sounds gather into purpose. So it is with your thoughts. They do not resist order. They simply await leadership. Repeat inwardly, my will directs my thought with calm certainty. Allow the words to settle into the deeper layers of your consciousness. Again, I command my mind with gentle authority. Feel the shift. It begins subtly as a settling, a quieting. Thoughts that once rushed or tangled now move in orderly lines. Consider the shopkeeper who lived many years in hesitation. His days were marked by indecision, not from weakness but from the absence of inner direction. One morning he resolved to issue a clear inward command before leaving his home. Today I act with strength and clarity. At first the command felt artificial. Yet he repeated it, not with strain, but with steadiness. Within weeks, his hesitation faded. His customers sensed confidence. His employees followed his lead. Business flourished. His rise began not with knowledge, but with inward command. So it shall be with you. For the subconscious does not argue with conviction. It obeys. Your will is not an instrument of force. It is an instrument of order. It gathers your scattered energies and directs them toward a single line of purpose. As you sleep, this inward commander grows clearer, stronger, more defined. Repeat silently, my thoughts follow the course I set. Now picture the mind as a great vessel on open waters. Without a captain, the ship is at the mercy of wind and tide. It drifts, turns, hesitates. But when a captain stands firmly at the helm, even storm winds cannot break the vessel's course. The sea yields to the steady hand. Tonight, you become the captain of your inner vessel. The wheel is placed in your hands. Your will stands firmly behind you, guiding your grip. Feel the steadiness enter. It is calm, not tense. It is confident, not hurried. Think of the accountant who believed himself ordinary. He performed his duties with precision, yet he doubted his worth. One day he resolved to picture himself as a man of sound judgment. This inward image, repeated quietly, altered his conduct. His employer noticed the change. Soon he was entrusted with responsibilities that shaped entire enterprises. His success was not a reward for talent alone, it was the fruit of inner command. When you command yourself gently, you awaken energies that have slept. When you direct your mind with certainty, your actions follow with ease. Identity takes form under the guidance of the will. Repeat softly, I give my will its rightful place. My mind obeys my chosen direction. Notice how these words feel within you, steady, grounding, anchoring. Your deeper mind is accepting them. Every man who has risen to greatness has done so because he governed himself before governing outward affairs. Napoleon Hill learned this truth from captains of industry, from inventors, from statesmen, from builders of empires. Behind every achievement was a will trained to hold a steady course. Your will now receives similar training. Imagine a lantern held by the conductor of your mind. This lantern is the power of controlled attention. Wherever the lantern shines, growth occurs. Wherever it shines, strength accumulates. Tonight, the lantern shines upon your identity, your higher nature, your chosen likeness. Thoughts not aligned with your identity remain in the dark. Thoughts that strengthen you receive light. This is how the will governs. Repeat inwardly, my attention follows my purpose. My will strengthens the self I am becoming. Let these words anchor themselves deeply. Now imagine yourself standing in a quiet chamber. Before you are 3 doors. One labeled fear, one labeled doubt, one labeled delay. Behind you stands your higher self, tall and certain. At your side stands your will, steady and calm. Together, they guide you toward the 4th door, the door without a name, the door of chosen identity. As you walk toward it, the other doors fade. Your mind no longer wanders toward them. Your will does not permit it. This is inward command, not force, but guidance. Not tension, but clarity. Now hear this truth. A man becomes unstoppable when his will and his identity agree. You are entering that agreement tonight. Think again of the machinist who rose to become an engineer. He shaped his identity patiently until his inward likeness became firm. But what sealed his rise was the alignment of that likeness with his will. Once he commanded himself to live as the capable man he envisioned, his actions moved with certainty. His co-workers believed he possessed some rare inner gift. He did. And so do you. Repeat, my will and my identity are united. I walk the course I have chosen. As these words echo softly within you, feel the inner structure forming, a framework of confidence, a foundation of purpose, a spine of quiet authority. Others will sense this change before you speak of it. They will observe a steadiness that was not present before. Your presence will carry weight. Your tone will reveal purpose. Your decisions will appear to arise from deeper conviction. They will see a man who commands himself, and a man who commands himself commands his destiny. Now sink deeper into rest. Let the will hold its place. Let inward command solidify as you sleep. For when you rise, you will act as one who has found his direction. Repeat silently as you drift. I command myself with certainty. My will holds firm. My identity follows the course of my purpose. Rest now. The conductor has lifted his hand. The orchestra of your mind prepares to play in harmony. As the night deepens and your breath settles into its slow and steady rhythm, the mind becomes a workshop in perfect order. The noise of the conscious world fades, leaving only the quiet hum of inner activity. Here, in this stillness, the new identity begins to take shape, not hurriedly, not by force, but with the patient craftsmanship that brings all lasting creations into form. Identity is not born in an instant. It is shaped the way a sculptor shapes stone, by removing what does not belong and refining what remains. The block is already present within you. The figure hidden inside it is your higher nature. And tonight, your deeper mind begins to reveal its outline. Imagine your identity as raw material resting upon the craftsman's bench. The tools of shaping lie before you: imagination, desire, repetition, attention, faith. These tools have been waiting for your command. In the past, fear may have guided your hand. Now the rightful sculptor takes his place. Repeat gently, I shape my identity with purpose. Let the words settle like firm hands upon the inward stone. Again, the man I am becoming is formed by my chosen thought. Consider the apprentice machinist who lived many years believing himself ordinary. Each day he performed tasks mechanically, unaware that a greater pattern slept within him. Yet when he pictured himself as a capable engineer, calm, precise, decisive, the picture stirred something in him. His posture shifted, his tone steadied, his work sharpened, his foreman noticed, responsibility increased. And soon he became the very man he once imagined faintly in the quiet of his mind. This is the law of inward formation. Identity follows imagination. Life follows identity. Tonight, your imagination becomes the master artisan. Picture the qualities you desire to embody, not as distant ideals, but as inward shapes already present beneath the surface. Strength, clarity, decision, dignity, purpose. Let these qualities gather like warm light behind a curtain. As the curtain opens, the likeness takes form. You are not inventing qualities, you are revealing them. Repeat softly, the form of my greater self grows clear. Your subconscious accepts images readily. It does not resist truth when truth is presented with calm focus. Imagine yourself standing with the bearing of a man who knows his direction. Your shoulders are relaxed but firm. Your voice holds quiet certainty. Your thoughts move with order. This is not imagination alone, it is identity taking shape. See the potter at his wheel. The clay is soft beneath his hands. The wheel turns slowly. With each rotation, the form becomes clearer. Repetition is the turning of the wheel. Thought is the shaping hand. So it is with you. Your identity softens beneath the influence of calm, repeated thought. Your higher nature becomes the mold. Your will becomes the guiding touch. Repeat inwardly, my thoughts sculpt the man I am becoming. Consider the seamstress who spent her early life believing she possessed only ordinary skill. But when she envisioned herself as an artist of fabric, her work transformed. Her hands moved with confidence. Her ideas grew bold. Patrons sensed the new quality and sought her out. They saw the identity she shaped inwardly long before she earned outward recognition. Identity precedes expression. Expression precedes recognition. Recognition follows inevitably. Tonight, identity precedes expression. Feel the inward material warming beneath the influence of your desire. Desire is not longing, it is the fire beneath the forge. It softens the metal of your habits, making them bend willingly toward new shape. Repeat within, my desire warms the material of my nature. See the craftsman's chisel, lifted and lowered, lifted and lowered. Each strike is small, each strike is gentle, each strike aligns with purpose. In time, the rough block reveals the figure hidden within. Your repetition serves as the craftsman's chisel. Every thought you accept, every image you hold, every affirmation you repeat, each becomes a stroke, revealing the shape of your true identity. The deeper mind shapes itself around what you dwell upon. If you dwell upon fear, you carve a likeness of fear. If you dwell upon strength, you carve the likeness of strength. Tonight, you dwell upon strength. Repeat silently, strength shapes my inward form. Clarity shapes my inward form. Purpose shapes my inward form. The identity you now sculpt will govern your conduct upon waking. You will rise with a steadier sense of yourself. You will reach decisions with less strain. You will speak with quiet authority. You will move in harmony with your chosen direction. These changes will not feel forced. They will feel natural, as though you have returned to a forgotten pattern. Imagine now that your new identity stands before you like a statue emerging from stone. The outline is clear. The posture is strong. The face carries dignity. This is the self you have always sensed you could become. You now allow it to take full form. Repeat subtly, I welcome the form of my greater self. As you sink deeper into rest, imagine running your hands over the inward sculpture. Feel its firmness. Feel its clarity. Feel the truth of its shape. No rough edges remain from the old identity. They have been carved away. Only the true figure stands. Your new identity is not loud. It does not boast. It does not force itself into the world. It simply is. And because it is, your world begins to rearrange itself around it. Picture someone meeting you tomorrow. Observe how they speak to you. Their tone holds greater respect. Their posture shifts subtly. They recognize something that even you have barely begun to express. They see the inward shape reflected outward. Identity cannot remain hidden. It shines through expression. It shines through bearing. It shines through the smallest choice. Tonight, you shape the identity that will shine through your life. Repeat once more. I shape my identity with purpose and patience. The figure of my stronger nature stands clear within me. Allow these words to settle like a warm weight upon the mind. Notice the calm. Notice the warmth. Notice the steadiness. Your identity is taking form. The sculptor continues his quiet work as you sleep. And when you rise as the man shaped by tonight's intention. Rest now in the workshop of your mind. The chisel moves patiently. The form grows radiant. The figure stands taller with each breath. Your new identity is being shaped with deliberate care, and soon it will guide your every act. As the deeper mind continues its quiet work in the silence of night, a new element enters the shaping of your identity purpose. Identity without purpose is a ship with no destination. Identity with purpose is a vessel guided by a fixed star, steady even when the seas shift. Tonight, your newly formed identity finds its direction. Purpose is not a wish. It is not a fleeting enthusiasm. It is the inward conviction that your life is meant for definite expression. It is the central note in the symphony of your character, the note that holds all others in harmony. Without it, you drift. With it, you advance. Allow your breath to slow. Allow your mind to quiet. Purpose enters not by force, but by recognition. Repeat softly, my life moves in a chosen direction. Now imagine a great compass resting within your chest. Its needle has wavered for years, tugged by doubt, by fear, by the opinions of others. But as your identity grows clearer, the needle begins to steady. And now, with the rise of purpose, it locks into place. This stillness is direction. This steadiness is destiny. Consider the delivery boy who once wandered through life without aim. He passed from one task to another, directed by circumstance rather than choice. Yet one day he formed a quiet but definite inward aim to become the master of his own enterprise. That aim, though faint, became his compass. His actions sharpened. His decisions grew simple. Opportunities seemed to appear without explanation. And within years, he owned the very business he once served in obscurity. His rise was not the product of fortune. It was the result of aligning identity with purpose. Tonight, you enter the same alignment. Repeat inwardly, my purpose guides every step I take. Feel the words sink deeper. Feel the compass settle firmly. Feel your direction stabilize. Purpose does not need to be complicated. Purpose does not need to be grand. It needs only to be definite. It is the quiet pledge you make to yourself in the highest part of your nature. I will become the strongest version of myself. Or, I will serve with excellence and integrity. Or, I will create something worthy of my potential. Whatever form your purpose takes, it becomes the anchor of your identity. Think of the carpenter who once doubted his worth. For years he believed himself unfit for great responsibility. But the day he pledged inwardly to become a master builder, his work changed. He arrived earlier. He focused more keenly. His hands moved with precision. Others noticed. They trusted him with larger projects. Wealth followed. Respect followed. Leadership followed. all because he united identity with purpose. Purpose awakens energy that sleep cannot diminish. Purpose ignites desire that fatigue cannot extinguish. Purpose gives direction to every thought, every action, every breath. Repeat quietly, my purpose strengthens my identity. Identity and purpose move as one within me. You may feel within you a sense of inward expansion. This is the merging of direction with identity. No longer are you a man who acts from habit. You are a man who acts from aim. This distinction separates those who drift through life from those who command their destiny. Imagine yourself walking upon a long road. In the past, the road was hazy. You changed direction often, uncertain which path belonged to you. But now the road is clear. The horizon is steady. You walk with measured steps, with calm pace, with growing certainty. This road symbolizes purpose, and tonight you commit to it. Repeat softly, I walk the path chosen by my deeper nature. The deeper mind obeys purpose with great loyalty. Once it accepts direction, it moves your energy, your imagination, your will, your habits, your decisions, all in alignment with that direction. You do not need to command every action. Purpose commands them for you. This is why men of great achievement often appear calm. They are not without struggle. They are without confusion. Purpose dissolves confusion the way sunlight dissolves shadow. Consider the musician who lived in fear of inadequacy. His heart yearned to compose, yet he saw himself as a hobbyist unworthy of serious pursuit. But when he fixed his purpose inwardly to create works of meaning, his manner changed. He practiced with devotion. Inspiration visited him. Patrons recognized his talent. Soon, he became the man he once believed himself unworthy to be. Purpose unlocked the identity he needed. Let this truth take root in you. A man rises not because of what he does, but because of who he becomes. And who he becomes is determined by the purpose he chooses. Repeat gently with inward authority, my purpose defines the man I am becoming. I unite my identity with my aim. Feel how these words strengthen your inner structure. Identity grows steady. Purpose grows bright. The two begin to fuse. Now imagine a great bow in your hands. Identity is the bow, strong, shaped, prepared. Purpose is the target, clear, fixed, unchanging. Thought is the arrow. When the bow and target align, the arrow flies straight. Even a slight motion of the hand cannot divert it once released with intention. Your identity is the bow being drawn. Your purpose is the target standing firm. Your thought tonight and tomorrow is the arrow. Repeat softly, my aim is clear, and my actions follow. As your deeper mind absorbs this truth, notice a shift in your sense of self. There is greater weight now, not heaviness, but substance. You feel anchored. You feel directed. You feel as though each breath draws you further into the life you were meant to live. Purpose makes a man predictable to himself. Purpose makes a man reliable to others. Purpose makes a man trustworthy to destiny. Tomorrow, those around you will feel this shift. They will see clarity in your eyes. They will hear certainty in your tone. They will assume you have discovered something important about yourself, and you have. You have discovered direction. Repeat inwardly one final time as you drift toward deeper sleep. My purpose leads me. My identity follows. My destiny opens before me. Rest now in the certainty of chosen direction. Your purpose-bound self is emerging with every breath. As the night nears its deepest hour and your mind settles into its quietest state, you enter the final stage of identity reconstruction, the moment when the new self becomes not a hope, not a picture, not a practice, but a living reality. The self you have shaped in silence rises now with a calm and steady triumph. Every thought repeated tonight, every image formed, every truth accepted has brought you to this moment of inner settlement. There is no conflict within you, no tension between old belief and new vision. The identity that once held you in limitation has dissolved. The identity you have chosen stands clear, firm, and complete. Imagine a great bell newly cast. While the metal cools, it holds no sound. But once the mold breaks away, the bell reveals its true shape and tone. Strike it gently and it sings. Your identity is such a bell. The mold of former beliefs has broken. The true tone of your nature rings through. Repeat softly, my identity is whole. My identity is true. Feel the words settle deep, where the subconscious accepts them as fact. No man becomes strong by accident. Strength belongs to he who knows his own nature. Tonight, you have come to know yourself in a way many never do. You have touched the source from which confidence rises. You have met the inner figure from which courage flows. You have discovered the pattern upon which integrity is formed. This is not a new self, it is the rightful self, the self that was buried beneath years of borrowed belief. Now it breathes freely. Consider the once overlooked clerk whose transformation began with a single inward order. Over time, his clarity grew, his judgment sharpened, his presence deepened. Those around him treated him as though he possessed rare authority. Yet the truth was simple. He accepted his deeper identity and let it lead. This same acceptance is taking root within you. Your deeper mind is now steady, calm as still water reflecting the moon. No turbulence from doubt remains. No ripples from fear distort the reflection. You see yourself clearly. And in that clarity, conviction is born. Repeat inwardly, I walk in the likeness of my true self. The deeper self guides my every step. Identity is not a garment you put on. It is the form of your being. When the form is clear, thoughts align with it. Habits align with it. Behavior aligns with it. Destiny aligns with it. All parts of life bend to the inward pattern you now hold. Imagine now a great door within your mind. Behind it rests every quality you have awakened tonight. Strength, clarity, purpose, will, harmony. As your new identity settles, the door opens. These qualities do not rush outward. They flow steadily like warm light filling a room. You do not reach for these qualities. You express them. You do not strive to be this self. You are this self. Repeat softly, my identity expresses itself without effort. Consider the bookbinder who rose quietly to mastery. He shaped his inward likeness with patience. He repeated his vision until it felt natural. Eventually, the world saw him as he saw himself. Patrons trusted him. Students sought him. Opportunity moved toward him. His rise was not sudden. It was the quiet triumph of an identity fully accepted. This quiet triumph now belongs to you. Feel the inward form steady, refined, powerful in its calmness. Feel the shape of your thoughts aligning with this form. Feel your posture, even in sleep, settling into dignity. Feel your breath deepening, as though drawing strength from the very core of your being. Repeat within, my new identity stands firm. I remain true to the self I have chosen. Now imagine your life as a great landscape. Before tonight, parts of this landscape were dim roads, unclear, paths uncertain. But now, with identity complete, the land brightens. You see direction where fog once lay. You see opportunity where confusion once stood. You see capability where self-doubt once lingered. Identity clarifies vision. Vision clarifies action. Action clarifies destiny. Tomorrow, when you rise, you will feel this clarity. You will open your eyes and sense that something in your inner structure has shifted quietly but permanently. You will speak with steady assurance. You will act without hesitation. You will meet challenges with calm mind and firm will. Others will interpret your presence as confidence, but it will be more than that. It will be alignment. Repeat inwardly, I act with inner harmony. My identity and purpose walk as one. Notice how naturally these truths settle now. Earlier in your life, such statements may have felt foreign, but now they feel like returning home. This is the sign of identity completed. Truth feels familiar. Imagine once more the bow and the arrow. Before tonight, the bow bent weakly. The arrow wavered and the target blurred. But now the bow is strong, shaped by identity. The arrow is straight, guided by will. The target is clear, set by purpose. When the arrow is released, Its path is inevitable. This inevitability is the mark of a completed identity. Repeat softly, my path is steady. My aim is true. Think now of the great leaders Hill once studied, men who moved with conviction others could not explain. They possessed an inward certainty, not because circumstances favored them, but because identity governed them. Their thoughts followed their identity. Their habits followed their thoughts, and their achievements followed their habits. You now stand at the threshold of such certainty. Feel the inward throne beneath you, not a throne of dominance, but of rightful authority. The rightful heir, the higher self you awakened earlier, now occupies it fully. There is no rival within you, no conflicting voice, no lingering doubt. The identity that once pulled you backward has dissolved. The identity that leads you forward stands firm. Repeat inwardly, my rightful self governs my life. I follow the authority of my own higher nature. Notice how easily these statements settle. Notice how naturally they feel. This is the sign of completion. Now picture yourself tomorrow waking slowly, rising calmly. You stand from your bed with a steadiness you have not felt in years. You sense in your chest a quiet fire, a warmth, not of excitement alone, but of assurance. You dress with greater order. You walk with greater presence. You speak with greater clarity. Your decisions, once clouded, now appear simple. This is identity in action. Your completed identity now commands the respect of others, not through force, but through presence. People respond differently. They listen. They observe. They trust. They feel drawn to your steadiness, as though to a warm flame on a cold night. They see the man you have become. Repeat softly, I live as the man my identity has shaped. Sink deeper now into rest. Your identity is fully formed. Your purpose guides it. Your will protects it. Your higher nature sustains it. There is nothing more to force. There is nothing more to dissolve. There is only the quiet triumph of a self-made whole. Let the final truths of this night anchor themselves deeply. My identity is complete. My deeper self leads my life. I rise tomorrow as the man I was meant to be. Rest in this triumph. It is yours now. It will remain yours when you wake. As the long hours of this night draw toward their close, let your mind rest upon the quiet truth that now lives within you. You arrived here carrying impressions that once weighed upon your strength, impressions gathered from years of doubt, delay, and inward misjudgment. Yet as you moved through each stage of this night, those impressions loosened their hold, and the rightful likeness of your deeper self rose into view. Your transformation was not an act of force, nor the product of sudden excitement. It came through calm instruction, steady remembrance, and the disciplined acceptance of truth. You have rebuilt the inner structure upon which all purposeful lives are formed. And as you near the dawn, the self you now carry is stronger, clearer, and more firmly established than any you have known before. Consider how the sculptor completes his work. He does not strike wildly at the stone, nor hurry through the final strokes. He moves with patience, knowing that the last refinements determine the grace of the figure. In much the same way, the final hours of this night have added refinement to your identity. What remains now is not merely improvement, but completion. There exists within every man a moment when the work of inward change settles into permanence. The unstable becomes steady, the uncertain becomes sure, the scattered becomes whole. That moment arrives when identity ceases to feel foreign and begins to feel familiar. You have reached such a moment. Repeat within yourself, I am the man my thoughts have shaped. Let the words settle deep, where the mind accepts them not as hope, but as fact. You may sense now a calm strength resting across your being. This is the mark of inward harmony. Identity, will, and purpose stand aligned. No part of you pulls against any other. You are like a ship whose sails, mast, and rudder move in one direction. The winds of life may change, yet the course you steer remains steady. Think of the many moments in your journey when uncertainty clouded your actions. You moved forward with hesitation, not because you lacked ability, but because you lacked identity. Ability follows identity the way fruit follows the seed. Now the seed is planted firmly, and the fruit will appear in due season. Take a breath and feel how naturally confidence rises in you. Confidence is not noise. It is not outward display. It is the quiet recognition of inward capability. You no longer claim your strength, you know it. And the world responds to a man who knows. Consider again the countless individuals whose stories inspired Hill's great writings. Each began as ordinary in the eyes of others. Yet within each lived an identity waiting to be awakened. When they accepted that identity fully, without apology, their outward circumstances reshaped themselves to match the inward form. It will be so with you. Let your mind picture the road ahead. No longer is it clouded, crooked, or dim. It lies before you with a clarity not present before this night, for identity lights the path. A man who knows who he is does not question where he must go. The road is chosen by the nature of the traveler. Repeat softly, "My identity guides my destiny." Again, "The man within shapes the world without." You may begin to notice a subtle change in how your thoughts arise. They flow with greater order, as though drawn from a deeper well. This is the work of inward command. The will, strengthened in the silence of this night, now directs your thought with gentle authority. Confusion fades. Decision becomes simple. Clarity becomes natural. Imagine that you stand upon a high hill at daybreak. The sun has not yet risen, yet the horizon glows with that early warmth that announces its approach. In the distance, you see the land that lies before you open, vast, ready for the imprint of your step. This scene is a picture of your life at this very moment. Your identity is the light that makes the horizon visible. Your purpose is the direction of your gaze. Your will is the strength that carries you forward. Take a long, slow breath. Feel the weight of the past fall from your shoulders, not by effort, but by irrelevance. The past belongs to the man you once were. The future belongs to the man you have become. Consider how the carpenter, the shopkeeper, the messenger boy, and the teacher each transformed the world around them. Their outward rise was not the cause of their inward change, it was the result. They grew in the estimation of others because they grew in the estimation of themselves. As you have grown tonight, others will soon respond to you as though you have stepped into a new frame of being. They will hear in your tone a firmness they cannot name. They will see in your eyes a steadiness they did not expect. They will treat you as a man of purpose, and they will not be mistaken. Repeat within, "The world reflects the man I am." Identity does not shout, it radiates. It does not insist, it expresses. It does not strain, it stands. You will find in the days ahead that your actions follow your identity with surprising ease. Habits that once felt difficult will feel natural. Decisions that once brought doubt will bring clarity. Challenges that once stirred fear will awaken strength. This is because identity precedes behavior. Once identity is set, behavior aligns itself without argument. Let the deeper parts of your mind accept this truth. I remain true to the identity formed tonight. Now imagine a great library. In it are volumes containing every belief, every thought, every memory that shaped your former self. One by one, these volumes close, not in rejection, but in completion. Their lessons served their purpose. Their relevance has ended. A new set of volumes now opens blank pages awaiting the imprint of your new identity. This is not forgetting. It is transformation. Repeat softly, "I write my life from my new identity." Feel how steady the words become in your mind. Identity has a sound, a rhythm, a weight. The new identity you now hold carries the rhythm of calm strength. It carries the weight of purpose and the sound of certainty. Picture yourself in conversation tomorrow. Notice how your voice flows unhurried, measured, confident. Notice how your thoughts arrange themselves easily. Notice how your presence influences the tone of the room. These effects do not arise from performance. They arise from identity. You no longer try to appear confident. You simply are. You no longer try to make decisions. You decide. You no longer try to discipline yourself. You act in harmony with the self you have accepted. Repeat inwardly, I act from identity, not from effort. Allow this truth to become the foundation of your next chapter. Consider again the bell newly cast. It carries its tone within its form. Strike it, and it does not question what sound to produce. It simply reveals the note that belongs to it. Your identity works the same way. Life will strike you opportunity, challenge, uncertainty, victory, and you will respond according to the tone of your identity. Tonight that tone has been set. Pause, breathe deeply, and rest in this realization. My identity is complete and harmonious. If doubt arises in the future, it will not disturb you. Doubt belongs to the old self, and the old self has no authority here. If fear whispers, it will not sway you. Fear thrives only in unshaped minds. Your mind is now shaped with purpose. If hesitation appears, it will pass quickly. Hesitation cannot survive in the presence of a definite identity. The man who wakes tomorrow will stand upon a foundation secured by this night's work, and that foundation will support everything he builds, his habits, his goals, his relationships, his decisions, his achievements. Repeat gently, I rise tomorrow as the man my identity has formed. Let this final truth settle deeply. Identity shapes destiny, and my identity is now aligned with strength, purpose, and certainty. Rest now in the full triumph of your completed self. You have returned to your rightful nature. You have accepted your rightful authority. You have become the man your life has long awaited. Let sleep carry you into the dawn with quiet power. The work is done. The foundation is laid. The new life begins. As the night nears its quiet conclusion and the world sleeps in its dim silence, the deeper chambers of your mind stand open, illuminated by the truths you have accepted. The inner structure you have built through these hours does not tremble, does not shift, does not falter. It stands firm, like a great tower anchored upon bedrock. This tower is your new identity, shaped by thought, strengthened by purpose, and governed by the will that now sits upon its rightful throne. Feel within you the calm certainty that rises only when a man knows himself. Such certainty cannot be borrowed, imitated, or forced. It emerges when the mind ceases to worship its former limitations and bows instead to the truth of its own nature. Tonight, you have bowed to that truth, and the truth has bowed back in recognition. You may notice, even now, a subtle change in the atmosphere of your thoughts. Ideas arise without the old interference. Decisions form without strain. Direction reveals itself without confusion. This ease is not accident, it is the natural result of inward order. When identity, purpose, and will stand in unity, all things bend toward expression. Repeat softly within yourself, my mind rests in its rightful order. Let the phrase echo within the quiet halls of your subconscious. Let it settle into the corners where doubt once hid. Let it anchor itself into the very core of your being. Consider how often men of great success spoke of quiet turning points in their lives. They described moments when the inner veil lifted and they saw themselves differently. Not louder, not grander, but clearer. This clarity marked the birth of their authority. From that moment, the world could no longer treat them as they once were. They had stepped into their rightful stature. Such a moment has come to you now. Think of the unknown farmer who believed himself destined for hardship simply because those before him lived meagerly. Yet when he envisioned himself as capable of abundance, the land responded differently to his labor. His crops flourished, his decisions sharpened, his opportunities widened. Others claimed he received fortune's favor, but the truth is simpler. His identity changed and the land obeyed. Your world will obey your new identity. Not because of luck, but because of law. Repeat silently, life reflects the man I have become. Feel the truth settle deep. It is not a hope, it is a principle. Now envision yourself passing between two great pillars. One pillar bears the marks of the man you once believed yourself to be hesitant, uncertain, divided between desire and doubt. The other pillar bears the marks of the man you have shaped tonight, steady in thought, definite in purpose, firm in inward authority. As you walk between them, The pillar behind you fades from view. Only the pillar before you remains. This image is not symbolic alone. It represents a real shift in the structure of your identity. The old pattern of self-perception has dissolved. The new pattern holds its form with quiet strength. The man who stands at the center of your life from this night forward retains no allegiance to the identity that once held him back. Repeat within yourself, "The man I once was no longer rules me. The man I am now holds rightful command." Feel the words resonate like a steady drumbeat. In the days ahead, you will observe small signs of this transformation. Your posture will straighten without conscious effort. Your voice will hold a tone of quiet certainty. Your thoughts will settle into orderly formation when once they scattered. Tasks that once delayed, you will now invite your attention. Opportunities you once doubted will now feel natural to accept. Identity governs conduct, and your identity has changed. Consider the seamstress who rose from obscurity. Her work had always been skillful, yet she believed herself modest and ordinary. Her identity held her back, not her talent. But the day she pictured herself as a creator of beauty, her entire bearing transformed. Patrons sensed her new inward stature. They sought her work. They honored her craft. And she grew into the life she once thought beyond her reach. Your life expands according to the stature of the man you believe yourself to be. Tonight, that stature grew. Now breathe slowly. Allow the breath to move in steady rhythm. Feel the inward walls of doubt crumble one final time. Repeat in stillness, "My doubts fall silent before the truth of who I am." Now imagine a great hall within your mind, lit by warm gold light. At the far end, upon a raised platform, stands a throne not of royalty, but of rightful authority. Upon it sits the identity you have shaped tonight. The figure upon the throne is calm, composed, certain. This figure is you not as you once feared, but as you now know yourself to be. Approach this figure in your mind. Feel the strength in its presence. Feel the steadiness in its gaze. Feel the recognition between the self that observes and the self that is observed. This is not imagination. This is revelation. Repeat softly, "I accept the authority of my true nature." Your subconscious receives this as instruction. Your identity accepts it as coronation. The old identity does not return. It has no throne to rest upon, no authority to claim, no structure to inhabit. The mental house has been rebuilt. The rooms have been cleared. The foundation has been replaced. Only the rightful tenant remains. Think now of the blacksmith who lived with a shrunken idea of his worth. He forged tools for others, yet believed himself unfit for greater responsibility. But once he imagined himself as a master craftsman, his work changed. His confidence rose. His opportunities multiplied. Those who knew him spoke of his transformation with wonder, unaware that the transformation began with a single thought repeated in the quiet of his mind. Your transformation, too, began with thought repeated, shaped, accepted. But its completion arrives now. Repeat softly, "My identity stands complete and whole. I walk in harmony with the man I have chosen to be." Let the breath deepen. Let the warmth spread across your chest. Let the realization take root. You are no longer a man divided. You are no longer a man torn between who you wish to be and who you fear you are. You stand now as a unified self, directed, purposeful, inwardly steady. The world cannot resist a man who knows himself. It cannot obscure his path. It cannot diminish his rise. It must bend to the shape of his conviction. And your conviction stands clear. Now imagine the dawn approaching not as a bright rush of light, but as a slow, warm unfolding. The horizon glows faintly. The sky lifts. The land awakens. And with it, the man who has reconstructed his identity through the night rises with new strength. You will rise into a world that feels different because you are different. The old self cannot return. The new self cannot be shaken. Repeat inwardly, "My identity endures." Consider again the bell newly cast. When struck, it does not search for its tone. It releases the sound that belongs to it. The tone is not chosen in the moment, it is shaped by the form. Your responses, your actions, your decisions, your habits will follow the form of your identity. And that form is now one of strength and clarity. Listen to the truth as it settles. I respond to life from my new identity. Your tone has changed. Your inner vibration has shifted. Your presence has deepened. Those around you will feel it before you speak it. They will adjust themselves accordingly. They will treat you according to the likeness you now bear. This is the quiet triumph of a completed identity. Take a deep, slow breath. Feel the firmness of the self that now inhabits your life. You are no longer at the mercy of your past. You no longer obey the impressions that once shaped you. You have taken command of your inner kingdom, and the kingdom obeys. Repeat softly one final time. I am the man my identity declares me to be. Let the words echo into the deepest folds of your mind. Let them rest there. Let them become the foundation upon which tomorrow stands. Now sink into the last moments of this night's transformation. The work is done. The structure is complete. The identity is yours. Rest in the triumph of your newly awakened self, for when the dawn breaks, you rise not as the man you were, but as the man you were always meant to be. As the long journey of this night approaches its quiet end, allow your mind to feel the fullness of what has unfolded within you. You did not merely listen to words. You entered a process of inward reconstruction. The beliefs that once governed you have been set aside. The fears that once clouded you have dissolved. The identity you carried into this night is not the identity you will carry into the dawn. Breathe slowly and sense the calm strength that now inhabits your being. This calm is not the absence of thought. It is the presence of inner order. A man whose mind is aligned with his purpose does not need noise to feel alive. He draws power from the clarity that rises in stillness. Your stillness now holds more strength than your former noise. You have undergone a quiet rebirth, not the dramatic kind that fades with morning, but the deep, lasting transformation that arises when truth takes root in the subconscious. You have accepted a likeness of yourself that honors your highest nature. You have dismissed the likeness shaped by old fears. And with that exchange, your destiny pivots. Repeat within, my life now reflects the truth of who I am. The words feel different now, heavier with meaning, steadier in tone. This is the effect of inner alignment. When the mind, the will, and the identity agree, there is no contradiction left to weaken you. You stand as a unified self, and unity is strength. Recall the many individuals, hill-studied men, who rose from low stations to heights unimaginable. They did not rise because circumstances favored them. They rose because they discovered an inward likeness of strength, embraced it, repeated it, lived into it, and refused to betray it. Tonight, you have done the same. You have claimed the likeness of a stronger self, and that likeness now directs your life. Imagine now that you stand before a long corridor lined with mirrors. In each mirror appears a reflection of the self you were at various moments of your life. The boy who doubted, the young man who hesitated, the adult who carried unexamined burdens. But when you step beyond these mirrors, a final reflection appears, the self you have become through this night, strong in bearing, calm in judgment, definite in direction. This final reflection is not a dream. It is your new identity, and the mind accepts what it can see. Repeat gently, I recognize my rightful identity. Let the phrase settle deep. As you breathe, feel the old weakness drain from your being. It no longer holds claim to any part of your character. Weakness survives only where identity permits it. You have withdrawn that permission. You have placed the crown of self-respect upon your own head. See yourself now as a man who knows his place in the world, not through arrogance, but through certainty. A man who understands his worth does not shout it. A man who knows his purpose does not wander. A man who holds his identity firmly does not falter. Identity is not noise, it is direction. Identity is not performance, it is presence. Identity is not hope, it is declaration. Tonight's work has taught your subconscious to declare a new truth about your nature. Consider the tailor who once believed his hands unfit for great work. For years he stitched quietly, shrinking from higher roles. Yet one evening he pictured himself as a master of his craft. The picture strengthened his posture, sharpened his skill, and steadied his will. Soon others trusted him with tasks that required precision and courage. They spoke of his natural talent, unaware that the talent had always lived within him, waiting only for identity to awaken it. Your inner talents, too, rise when your identity rises. Your inner courage strengthens when identity strengthens. Your inner purpose clarifies when identity clarifies. Repeat softly, "My identity calls forth my hidden strength." Feel the truth unfold. Imagine that your life is a vast field awaiting cultivation. Before tonight, you scattered seeds with uncertainty, unsure where growth might appear. Now your field lies under the guidance of a clear and steady hand. Your intentions are deliberate. Your efforts are directed. Your footsteps are purposeful. Growth becomes inevitable when identity governs labor. You may notice that your inner voice has changed. Once it wavered, now it speaks with calm command. Once it questioned your decisions, now it supports them. Once it trembled at adversity, now it meets challenge with inward poise. This shift is not temporary. It is the voice of the man who has reclaimed his place within his own mind. Repeat inwardly, "My inner voice speaks with authority." Let the words deepen your foundation. As you lie in the stillness of this late hour, imagine yourself rising from within your own life, the way a great tree rises from soil, unhurried, inevitable, rooted in its rightful place. The storms of the past no longer frighten you. The winds of doubt no longer shake you. The weight of former mistakes no longer bends you. The tree does not fear the past. It grows from it. So do you. Take a slow breath and allow the truth to shape your posture, even in rest. You are no longer the man shaped by yesterday's fears. You are the man shaped by tonight's identity. Picture a craftsman setting down his tools after completing a long and intricate creation. He studies the form before him, steady, proud, refined. That creation is your identity. Tonight you shaped it with intention, belief, will, and purpose. It stands finished, not in haste, but through careful inward labor. Now see yourself carrying this new identity into the day that awaits you. You rise from your bed, not as a man awakening from sleep, but as a man stepping into a new chapter. You speak words that match your nature. You take steps that honor your purpose. You choose actions that reflect your stature. The world cannot mistake a man who knows himself. Repeat softly, "I know who I am. I act from who I am. I rise as who I am." Feel the unity of those words. Think again of the bell newly cast. When struck, it rings with a note that cannot be mistaken for any other. Your identity carries such a note. The circumstances of life will strike you, yet your tone remains steady. The note of your character does not change with the weather. It is rooted in the form of your identity. Tonight, that form was forged. You are not uncertain. You are not divided. You are not swayed by noise. You are guided by purpose. You are anchored in identity. You are strengthened by will. Repeat in silence, "I rise with the quiet strength of my completed self." Let the phrase settle as truth. Now imagine yourself at the edge of a calm lake at dawn. The water is smooth, reflecting the light of the early sky. This lake symbolizes your inner state. It no longer trembles with fear. It no longer shifts with doubt. It reflects the world clearly because it is clear within itself. Such clarity is the foundation of every great achievement. Men who rise in the world do so because their identity rises first. They act from inward certainty, not outward pressure. They command themselves with dignity. They greet adversity with the composure of those who know that challenge merely sharpens their strength. This composure now belongs to you. Repeat softly, "Nothing external governs my inner state. I remain steady in the likeness of my true nature. Your subconscious accepts these statements with ease. You will find that you no longer chase validation, for a man who knows himself seeks no permission to be strong. You will find that you no longer shrink from responsibility, for a man with identity does not fear weight. You will find that you no longer retreat from opportunity, for a man with purpose moves naturally toward growth. Identity governs everything, and you now govern identity. Let the breath deepen once more. Let the mind soften. Let the truth settle without resistance. You are no longer writing your life from the standpoint of former limitation. You write it from the standpoint of inward certainty, inward dignity, inward strength. Everything that once opposed you inwardly has lost its place. Everything that aligns with your rightful nature has taken root. Repeat once more, my identity endures beyond this night. Now imagine the sun rising not on the horizon but within your very being, a slow, warm glow spreading through your chest, your mind, your thoughts, your breath. This is the dawn of your completed identity. It rises from within you first. It appears in the world second. Such is the law. The man who steps into tomorrow is not the man who entered this night. He is greater, he is clearer, he is steadier, he is whole. Rest now in this quiet triumph. The identity you have built stands firm. The life it will shape awaits you. And you will meet it as the man you were always meant to be. As the long night nears its closing hour and the mind settles into the soft quiet that precedes dawn, you stand at the threshold of a new inward era. The work accomplished within you is not fragile. It is not fleeting. It does not evaporate with morning light. It is the kind of work that endures because it was not imposed from without, but awakened from within. You have not been changed, you have been revealed. Feel the depth of stillness around you, and notice the steady presence within that stillness. That presence is your completed identity. It stands without tremor, without doubt, without hesitation. It does not look backward for instruction, nor sideways for permission. It looks only inward, where its authority resides, and outward, where its destiny calls. Repeat gently within. The identity formed within me stands unshaken. Let this truth settle as though it were carved into the foundation of your being. You began this night carrying impressions that once felt immovable. Impressions formed by voices that did not understand you, moments that did not define you, and beliefs that did not belong to you. Yet through these hours, you have removed those impressions with the care of a craftsman, uncovering the true grain of fine wood. What remains is the natural pattern of your strength. Consider how a tree, pressed by storms, sends its roots deeper into the earth. It is not weakened by the winds, it is strengthened through resistance. In much the same way, the experiences you once interpreted as wounds were preparing you to accept a higher likeness of yourself. They were not obstacles, they were shaping tools. Tonight you have used them with wisdom. Tonight you turned every past struggle into a stone supporting your new identity. Repeat softly, nothing in my past stands against the man I am now. Feel the statement settle with surprising ease. That ease is a sign that the mind accepts what once it resisted. Now picture the mind as a great chamber whose walls once held shadows of fear, doubt, and uncertainty. But through the hours of this night, the higher nature you awakened has illuminated every corner. No shadow remains that can disturb the presence of your new self. The light of identity has filled the chamber, and identity remains where light remains. Imagine that you walk across this chamber. Each footstep is steady. Each breath is calm. You feel your inner stature rising not as pride, but as rightful authority. You are not imagining yourself greater than you are. You are recognizing yourself as you always were. Consider the man who once saw himself as a servant of circumstance. He moved according to the weather of the world, unsure of his own power. Yet the day he accepted a new inward picture, the world ceased to dictate his course. That day he became a leader. Yet leadership did not come from new skill. It came from new self-recognition. Leadership is simply identity expressed, and identity is now your strength. Repeat inwardly, I express the leadership of my true nature. Your subconscious recognizes these words as familiar, for they match the self you shaped through the night. Imagine now that your new identity sits like a stone carved with clear edges, firm, precise, unmistakable. Around it, the winds of doubt that once disturbed you blow harmlessly. They cannot move what has been fixed. They cannot unsettle what has been completed. Feel the firmness of this identity within your chest. Feel it steady your breath. Feel it hold your thoughts in quiet alignment. This is not the identity you wished for. It is the identity you have built, refined, strengthened, and accepted. Picture yourself tomorrow opening your eyes slowly, feeling the unmistakable clarity of a man who carries no contradiction between who he is and who he chooses to be. You rise from your bed as though rising into the role that belongs to your nature. Others will sense the shift before you speak a word. They will see a presence that was not there before. They will be drawn to your steadiness. They will trust your judgment. They will respond to the authority of a man who governs himself. Repeat softly. The world recognizes the strength I now hold. Let the phrase embed itself in your deeper mind. Now recall the craftsman who spent years doubting his worth. He shaped tools with care, yet believed he lacked the right to call himself a master. But once he accepted a new inward likeness, his work transformed, his skill sharpened, his bearing changed. His opportunities expanded. Others spoke of his rise as if it were sudden, but inwardly, the rise was the quiet triumph of identity. You too will awaken into this quiet triumph. It is not loud. It is not dramatic. It is unmistakable. Imagine that you stand upon a tall mountain at dawn. The world below is still dark, yet above you the sky glows with the first light of day. This mountain represents your inner ascent. The years you once believed wasted were the steps that brought you here. The doubts you once believed heavy were the weights that built your strength. The hardships you once considered setbacks were the chisels that shaped your character. Now the summit stands beneath your feet. Your identity has carried you upward, and destiny greets you on this height. Repeat inwardly, I stand upon the summit of my true self. Let the phrase feel like a crown placed upon your head. Breathe deeply and consider the law that governs all lasting change. Identity shapes thought, thought shapes action, action shapes destiny. If identity is weak, the chain collapses. If identity is strong, the chain becomes unbreakable. Your link of identity is now forged with clarity. It will not crack under pressure. It will not yield under challenge. It will not bend under criticism. The man who rises from this night is unshakable because he is unified. Now imagine a great book being closed. This book contains every chapter of your life shaped by the former identity, every hesitation, every misjudgment, every fear accepted as fact. You close the book without regret, for its lessons are written into your wisdom. But the story has turned. A new volume lies before you, its pages unwritten, its potential unbounded. You pick up the pen shaped by identity, and prepare to write the next chapter with the authority of a man who knows his direction. Repeat softly, I write my life from strength, not from fear. The subconscious accepts this as instruction. Let your breath deepen as you feel the final shifts in your inner structure. No part of your old identity remains with power. It has been dismissed from its seat. The throne belongs now to your awakened nature, and this nature commands your future. Think again of the bell that sounds according to its form. Whatever strikes it, joy or adversity, ease or difficulty, it releases only the tone that belongs to its shape. Your identity carries such tone. No matter the burden, your response remains steady. No matter the pressure, your judgment remains clear. No matter the uncertainty, your purpose remains fixed. Repeat inwardly, my identity determines my response. This truth will guide your days. Picture now a lamp placed in the highest room of a tall tower. The lamp does not shine for the room alone, it shines outward, guiding others through the dark. Your identity is such a lamp. As you move through the world, the strength you carry within will lighten the paths of those around you. Men follow certainty. Men trust strength. Men rise beside those who rise first. Your life will now influence the lives of others, not by intention alone, but by the presence you hold. Repeat gently, "My presence carries the strength of my identity." Let the words become part of your breath. Now imagine the dawn breaking fully across the sky. The world awakens, the air shifts, the horizon glows with golden light. This dawn is yours. It symbolizes the end of the night that shaped you and the beginning of the day that will reveal you. You rise not as a seeker of identity, but as its bearer, not as a student of strength, but as its expression, not as a dreamer of purpose, but as its instrument. Your identity has settled. Your purpose stands firm. Your will holds the helm. Your future awaits your command. Repeat softly one final time, "I meet the world as the man I have become." Let the truth ring through your entire being. Now rest in the calm triumph of your completed identity. The night has done its work. The foundation is laid. The structure is strong. The future is open. Sleep now in the dignity of a man reborn. Dawn will reveal what this night created. Most nights, the mind drifts into sleep, carrying unfinished thoughts, quiet fears, and habits formed long ago. What you fall asleep with, you wake up reinforced by. Tonight offers something different. As these words reach you, they are not asking for effort, only permission to enter and gently rearrange what you expect from yourself. Success is rarely blocked by lack of talent. It is blocked by invisible agreements made in the subconscious. Agreements about what is possible, what feels safe, and what feels meant for you. As you listen, those agreements begin to loosen, making room for stronger ones to take their place. You don't need to memorize anything. You don't need to understand every idea consciously. The deeper mind learns through repetition and feeling. When thought slows and resistance fades, new standards are accepted quietly, almost automatically, shaping tomorrow before it arrives. Notice how the body begins to soften first. That is the signal that the subconscious is opening. In this state, instruction sinks deeper and stays longer. What is heard now becomes part of your inner operating system, guiding decisions without debate or strain. Many people chase success through action alone, wondering why effort never seems to compound. The missing link is alignment. When the inner world is ordered, action becomes efficient. Persistence becomes natural. Results stop feeling random and start feeling inevitable. These principles are not being delivered as rules, but as impressions. Each one plants a seed. Seeds do not rush. They settle, take root, and grow in silence. By morning, you may not remember every word, but the direction of your thinking will already be different. You may feel a quiet sense of recognition, as if something familiar is returning. That is because these ideas are not foreign. They reflect a natural order that becomes clear when confusion and doubt are removed. Success begins to feel logical instead of mysterious. As the minutes pass, urgency fades. The need to force outcomes dissolves. In its place comes steadiness, a calm expectation that progress is unfolding even when you are at rest. This expectation is powerful. It changes how you approach challenges without conscious effort. For years, habits may have trained your mind to prepare for disappointment. Preparation became protection. Tonight, that pattern is gently interrupted. The mind is being reminded that growth is safe, that ambition can be balanced, and that achievement does not require constant struggle. Each principle works with the others, reinforcing a single direction. When purpose becomes clear, confidence stabilizes. When confidence stabilizes, persistence strengthens. When persistence strengthens, opportunities are recognized instead of overlooked. This is how momentum is built quietly, from the inside out. You are not being asked to believe blindly. Familiarity does the work. What the subconscious hears repeatedly begins to feel normal. And what feels normal becomes behavior. Behavior, repeated, becomes destiny. This process has always been at work. Now it is simply being guided. As sleep approaches, the conscious mind loosens control. This is the gateway where change becomes lasting. In this state, Impressions bypass argument and become instruction, shaping reactions, habits, and expectations long after the sound fades. You may drift in and out of awareness. Let that happen. The deeper mind remains alert, absorbing patterns even while you rest. It does not need attention to learn. It only needs exposure and consistency. In the days ahead, you may notice subtle shifts. Decisions feel clearer. Distractions lose their pull. Persistence feels quieter but stronger. These are signs that the inner reset has begun expressing itself outwardly. Success does not arrive as a sudden event. It reveals itself through improved judgment, steadier emotion, and consistent action. These qualities are being cultivated now, below the surface, where real change is formed. Stay with the sound as long as you can. Duration strengthens impression. Each moment reinforces a new internal order, one where effort aligns with purpose and ambition feels natural rather than forced. This is not about becoming someone else. It is about removing inner conflict so your natural strengths can operate without interference. When the mind is ordered, results follow without chaos. By the time sleep takes you fully, the work will already be underway. When you wake, you may not feel dramatically different, but you will think differently. And different thinking, repeated, reshapes everything that follows. Let the night do its quiet work. By morning, the reset will already be in motion. I have learned through long years of study that success does not begin in action, nor does it begin in opportunity. It begins in order. When the inner world is confused, effort scatters. When the inner world is arranged, effort concentrates. This arrangement takes place most naturally when the mind is at rest. Most men suppose that sleep is an interruption of progress. They are mistaken. Sleep is instruction. When the body rests and the conscious mind relaxes its guard, the deeper mind continues working without resistance. It reviews impressions, rehearses habits, and fixes expectations that shape the following day. What a man carries into sleep quietly trains his destiny. If his last thoughts are unfinished worries, remembered failures, or imagined dangers, the subconscious accepts these as guidance. It does not question their value. It only repeats them. Repetition creates familiarity, and familiarity becomes belief. Belief governs behavior more faithfully than reason ever could. This is why many capable men struggle without understanding why. Their effort during the day is undone by disorder at night. They labor outwardly while reinforcing confusion inwardly. The result is motion without progress. Success requires harmony between the waking mind and the sleeping mind. Harmony is not excitement, it is agreement. Agreement between thought, expectation, and identity. When this agreement exists, effort compounds naturally. When it does not, effort dissolves. I have observed men of modest education who advanced steadily, while others of greater knowledge stalled. The difference lay not in talent, but in inner order. These men expected progress quietly. Their minds were not divided between hope and fear. Fear consumes energy silently. Order restores it. The night hours reveal this law clearly. In silence, the mind cannot hide from itself. It returns to familiar paths. If those paths are disordered, rest becomes restless. If those paths are orderly, rest becomes renewing. Orderly thought produces calm. Calm produces clarity. Clarity produces correct action. This chain operates whether a man understands it or not. Most people fall asleep, allowing thought to wander without direction. They would not permit a stranger to rearrange their home at night, yet they permit old habits and doubts to rearrange their minds. By morning, they awaken reinforced in patterns they never consciously chose. Tonight, that pattern is interrupted. You are not being asked to force belief or summon effort. Effort belongs to the waking will. What is occurring now is alignment. Alignment does not strain, it settles. As these words continue, they are not arguing with the mind. Argument invites resistance. They are offering impressions calmly, allowing the deeper mind to accept what feels orderly and release what does not. The subconscious responds to calm authority. Calm authority does not hurry. It does not persuade. It remains steady. I have known men who carried this steadiness long before success appeared outwardly. They were not anxious to arrive. They moved deliberately, confident that results would follow correct arrangement. Others sensed this steadiness and responded with trust. Trust follows order instinctively. When the mind is ordered, posture changes without effort. Breath deepens. Movements grow economical. These signs appear before success is visible. They are early indicators that the inner world has aligned. Success then becomes expression rather than pursuit. Many men chase opportunity without realizing that opportunity responds to expectation. When expectation is confused, opportunity passes unnoticed. When expectation is clear, opportunity is recognized immediately. Expectation is shaped at night. This is why these hours matter more than speeches, resolutions, or outward enthusiasm. The mind learns its standards in quiet moments, not in public declarations. As you listen now, notice how urgency fades. There is nothing to prove here. The absence of urgency allows the mind to reorganize naturally. Disorder cannot survive calm attention. You may feel a quiet recognition, as though something familiar is returning. That familiarity is order reclaiming its place. Order feels natural because it belongs. Confusion feels heavy because it does not. I have studied the lives of men who achieved lasting success, and I found no exception to this law. Each had arranged his inner world before mastering the outer one. Some did this knowingly, others did it instinctively, but all did it. They did not retire at night rehearsing fear. They retired rehearsing direction. Direction need not be detailed to be effective. It need only be settled. The mind does not require a full map. It requires agreement about movement. When movement is agreed upon, confidence stabilizes. Confidence is not loud assurance. It is absence of inner contradiction. When contradiction ends, confidence appears without announcement. As these impressions repeat, the mind begins to release old agreements. Agreements that said effort must be painful. Agreements that said success was uncertain. Agreements that said rest was unsafe. These agreements dissolve quietly when they are no longer reinforced. The subconscious does not argue. It replaces. What is repeated calmly becomes familiar. What is familiar becomes normal. What is normal becomes identity. Identity directs destiny without effort. This process is unfolding now without strain. You do not need to watch it. Watching interferes. Allowing completes. As sleep approaches more fully, the conscious mind loosens control. This loosening is not weakness. It is trust. Trust allows instruction to sink deeper and remain longer. The deeper mind is alert even as awareness fades. It records tone, rhythm, and meaning. It recognizes order instinctively and aligns with it. By morning, you may not recall these words clearly. That is of no importance. The conscious mind is not the keeper of standards. The subconscious is. Standards have begun to shift. You may notice small changes first, a steadier mood, clearer judgment, less scattered effort. These are early signs of inner order asserting itself. Success does not announce its arrival. It reveals itself through improved decision and consistent action. These qualities are being cultivated now beneath awareness where they endure. Remain with the sound as long as you can. Duration strengthens impression. Each moment reinforces the quiet understanding that success is lawful, orderly, and safe. Nothing is being forced. Nothing is being rushed. The mind is remembering its natural arrangement. By the time sleep takes you fully, the work will already be underway. When you wake, you will not need to try to succeed. You will think differently, and thinking differently, repeated, reshapes everything that follows. Let the night do its quiet work. Order is returning, and where order exists, success follows naturally. I have observed that the mind grows restless when it does not know where it is going. This restlessness is often mistaken for ambition, yet it is merely uncertainty seeking relief. True progress begins only when the mind settles upon a direction and releases all others. Until that moment, effort wanders and strength is divided. Direction is not the same as urgency. Urgency scatters energy. Direction gathers it. A man may move quickly and yet arrive nowhere, while another moves steadily and arrives without strain. The difference lies not in speed, but in inward agreement about where movement is leading. The subconscious mind responds powerfully to settled direction. When the mind senses agreement, it stops questioning and begins supporting. Thought organizes itself, doubt quiets, action becomes simpler. This support is automatic. It does not require constant attention. Many men labor for years without gaining ground because they have not chosen inwardly. They attempt many paths, hoping one will carry them forward. In doing so, they teach the mind uncertainty. The mind responds by withholding full strength. Strength follows commitment. Commitment begins inwardly. I have known men who advanced with modest means and limited instruction simply because they chose one direction and refused to abandon it. They did not rush. They did not explain themselves constantly. They moved as though the matter were settled. Others sensed this settlement and responded with cooperation. Direction communicates itself without words. When a man knows where he is going, his posture changes, his tone steadies, his movements become deliberate. These signs appear before results are visible. They are the early language of success. The night hours are especially powerful for establishing direction because the conscious mind no longer argues for alternatives. During the day, possibilities distract. At night, simplicity returns. The mind prefers one clear path to many imagined ones. As you listen now, the mind is being introduced gently to the feeling of settled movement. There is no demand to decide immediately. The feeling itself is sufficient. When the feeling becomes familiar, decision follows naturally. Direction does not require detail to be effective. It requires loyalty. The mind does not need a complete map. It needs a destination accepted inwardly. Once accepted, the subconscious begins adjusting behavior to move toward it. This adjustment occurs quietly. You may notice fewer conflicting thoughts. You may notice clearer judgment. These changes indicate that direction is forming. I have studied men whose names became known across the world, and I found that each had settled upon a direction long before the world took notice. They did not wait for permission. They did not demand certainty. They trusted their choice enough to remain loyal to it. Loyalty strengthens belief. Belief steadies action. Action produces result. This sequence does not require force. It requires agreement. The mind resists confusion. It seeks order instinctively. When direction is absent, the mind grows uneasy. When direction appears, even faintly, the mind relaxes. Relaxation allows strength to flow. This is why success feels calmer as it becomes more certain. Many men imagine that clarity arrives after achievement. In truth, achievement arrives after clarity. Clarity does not appear suddenly. It settles through repetition, especially when the mind is at rest. Repetition in calm builds permanence. As these words repeat, the mind becomes accustomed to the idea of moving towards something rather than reacting to everything. Reaction weakens confidence. Direction restores it. The difference is subtle, yet decisive. Reaction responds to circumstance. Direction shapes circumstance. The man who lives by direction no longer feels pulled in many directions. He chooses where to place attention. Attention placed deliberately becomes power. Power does not announce itself. It accumulates quietly. I have known men who spoke little of their intentions yet advanced steadily because their minds were aligned. Others spoke loudly but moved little because their minds remained divided. Division weakens, unity strengthens. Unity begins with direction accepted inwardly. As sleep approaches, the conscious mind loosens its grip on alternatives. The deeper mind listens for what feels stable. Stability is attractive to the subconscious. It associates stability with safety. Safety invites commitment. Commitment invites confidence. Confidence sustains effort. You are not being asked to abandon caution. You are being guided toward steadiness. Steadiness does not reject adjustment. It simply refuses drift. Drift is movement without direction. Direction prevents drift. This prevention occurs naturally once direction feels familiar. You may notice that the mind no longer chases every thought. Thoughts pass more easily. Attention settles more quickly. These are signs that direction is becoming the background of awareness. When direction is background, decision becomes foreground. Decision feels simpler. Simplicity restores confidence. Others will sense this change without explanation. They may describe it as certainty, or calm purpose, or quiet ambition. They respond differently to those who know where they are going, even when the destination is not named. The world cooperates with clarity. As repetition continues during rest, the idea of settled direction is being impressed without urgency. The mind is learning that movement does not require anxiety. Progress does not require force. Direction does its work quietly. You may drift in and out of awareness. Let this happen. The subconscious remains alert. It records impressions even when thought fades. The feeling of moving toward something worthwhile is becoming familiar. Familiarity replaces doubt. Doubt fades when it is no longer rehearsed. As morning approaches, you may awaken with a subtle sense of steadiness. Nothing dramatic, just a quiet orientation. This orientation guides action naturally. You may find it easier to choose, easier to decline distraction, easier to remain consistent. These are the early signs of direction taking hold. Direction, once accepted, becomes self-reinforcing. Each step taken strengthens belief. Each result noticed confirms choice. This confirmation does not excite the mind, it calms it. Calm is the soil in which success grows steadily. Remain with the sound. Allow repetition to continue. Direction is settling beneath awareness. And when direction is settled, success no longer feels uncertain. It feels inevitable. I have learned that desire, when misunderstood, becomes noise. It shouts, urges, and exhausts the mind. When understood rightly, desire becomes quiet insistence. It does not plead. It does not rush. It remains present beneath thought, guiding action without agitation. This form of desire endures. Most men mistake desire for emotion. Emotion rises and falls. When it fades, effort collapses with it. The desire that produces success is not emotional heat. It is steady pressure, a calm determination that does not require excitement to remain alive. This determination is learned. The subconscious mind responds not to intensity, but to consistency. Whatever is returned to repeatedly, without resistance, becomes familiar. Desire becomes effective when it is familiar rather than dramatic. I have observed men who spoke little of what they wanted, yet moved steadily toward it. Their desire did not fluctuate with mood. It remained present in silence. Others spoke often of ambition, yet abandoned it when feeling changed. The difference lay in the depth of impression. Quiet desire settles deeper. The night hours are especially powerful for establishing this quiet insistence. When the mind is calm, desire can be introduced without argument. The subconscious accepts it as preference rather than demand. Preference guides behavior gently. Demand creates resistance. As you listen now, you are not being urged to want anything forcefully. You are being allowed to feel the presence of wanting without urgency. This feeling does not excite the mind. It steadies it. Steady wanting organizes effort naturally. When desire is calm, the mind no longer debates whether effort is worthwhile. It proceeds. Action feels appropriate rather than forced. This appropriateness is a sign that desire has aligned with identity. Identity supports desire when desire feels natural. I have known men who carried desire quietly for years before results appeared. They were not discouraged by delay because their desire was not dependent on immediate outcome. It was rooted in expectation rather than hope. Hope waits, expectation proceeds. Expectation is desire made confident. The subconscious distinguishes between wishing and expecting. Wishing feels uncertain. Expecting feels settled. When expectation is impressed repeatedly during rest, behavior aligns without conscious planning. As repetition continues, desire stops feeling like effort. It feels like direction. Direction does not exhaust the mind. It simplifies it. Many men grow tired not from work, but from inner conflict. They desire something, yet doubt its safety or possibility. This conflict drains energy silently. Quiet insistence dissolves conflict because it does not argue. It remains. I have observed that successful men rarely appear desperate for achievement. Their desire does not show as urgency. It shows as patience. Patience is desire refined through confidence. Confidence removes haste. Haste weakens desire. The man who trusts his desire does not rush it. As you drift closer to sleep, the conscious mind loosens its hold. In this receptive state, the idea that desire can be calm is being impressed. The mind is learning that wanting does not require tension. This lesson is important. When desire feels safe, the subconscious supports it fully. Support expresses itself as persistence. Persistence does not feel heavy when desire is quiet. It feels natural. I have studied men who persisted through repeated refusal without bitterness. Their desire remained intact because it was not attached to approval. It was attached to purpose. This attachment strengthened their confidence rather than weakening it. Approval-seeking desire weakens quickly. Purpose-based desire endures. The subconscious recognizes endurance as safety. Safety allows repetition without fatigue. Repetition builds belief. Belief strengthens desire further. This cycle sustains itself once established. As these words continue, desire is being separated from strain. You are not being urged to intensify wanting. You are being allowed to let wanting settle. Settled desire becomes part of identity. Identity does not require reminder. It expresses itself naturally. You may notice that when desire settles, distraction loses strength. The mind becomes less tempted by passing impulse. Impulse feeds on restlessness. Quiet desire removes restlessness. Restlessness is desire without direction. Direction calms desire. The confident man does not chase every opportunity. He recognizes those aligned with his quiet insistence. Recognition becomes easier as desire clarifies. Clarity is the companion of quiet desire. I have known men who recognized opportunity immediately because their desire had been settled long before the opportunity appeared. Others overlooked the same opportunity because their desire was confused. The subconscious notices what aligns with its expectation. Expectation is trained through repetition. As sleep approaches more deeply, repetition continues without effort. The idea that desire can be calm, steady, and patient is becoming familiar. Familiarity removes doubt. Doubt cannot survive where desire feels natural. You may drift in and out of awareness. This does not interrupt the process. The deeper mind remains attentive, recording rhythm and meaning. Desire is being impressed as preference rather than urgency. This preference guides tomorrow's actions quietly. You may notice in the days ahead that you act with less internal debate. You may move toward certain tasks without hesitation. These movements are signs that desire has become aligned. Aligned desire does not shout. It pulls gently. Others may sense this pull without understanding it. They may describe it as determination, steadiness, or quiet ambition. They respond differently to those who want without needing to prove. Proof follows persistence. Persistence follows quiet desire. As repetition continues, desire becomes background rather than foreground. You do not think about wanting. You move as though wanting were already decided. This is the point at which desire becomes power. Power does not announce itself. It operates. As the conscious mind releases further into rest, allow this understanding to settle. There is nothing to chase, nothing to force. Desire is being accepted as a natural state. Natural desire does not fade, it remains. By morning you may awaken with a sense of calm expectancy, not excitement, not urgency, just a steady awareness that movement is occurring. This awareness guides action effortlessly. Remain with the sound. Let repetition continue. Desire is becoming quiet. Quiet desire is becoming strong. And strong desire, once settled, does not let go. I have found that faith, when misunderstood, is treated as something a man must summon at will. He attempts to feel it, to force it, or to defend it against doubt. In doing so, he exhausts himself. True faith is not summoned, it is familiar. It feels natural because it has been practiced quietly and often. The subconscious mind accepts what it recognizes. It does not debate truth. It responds to repetition. Whatever thought returns again and again, especially during moments of calm, becomes accepted as reliable. Faith is nothing more than belief made familiar. When belief is unfamiliar, it feels uncertain. When belief is familiar, it feels obvious. I have observed that men who possess enduring faith rarely speak of it. They do not announce belief. They act as though belief were settled. Their manner reflects ease rather than struggle. This ease is the outward sign that belief has passed beneath awareness. Emotion is not faith. Emotion rises quickly and fades just as quickly. Faith remains because it does not depend on feeling. It depends on expectation that has been rehearsed long enough to feel normal. The night hours are where this rehearsal occurs most effectively. During the day, reason interferes. It argues, measures, and compares. At night, reason rests. The deeper mind listens. It absorbs impressions without resistance. When belief is presented calmly in these hours, it enters without contest. As you listen now, belief is not being demanded, it is being introduced quietly. There is no urgency in these words. Urgency awakens resistance. Calm invites acceptance. The subconscious prefers calm authority. I have known men who faced great uncertainty, yet moved forward with steady confidence. They did not know how events would unfold, but they trusted their capacity to respond. This trust did not appear suddenly. It had been practiced inwardly long before it was tested. Practice produces familiarity. Familiarity produces faith. This faith does not shout. It does not deny difficulty. It simply proceeds.